Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Bunny Dragon Squad. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. A now 9-year-old Izuku with tired-looking eyes sat in the back of the classroom with his head down. His shoulder-length white hair with black tips helped cover his face as he gazed out the window. He inherited his black hair from his dad and his white hair from his mom, who had green and white hair. She mentioned that it was a family trait passed down from their ancestor who had all white hair. Today was his birthday, and he hoped to get home soon to have a good celebration, unlike the ones he had experienced in the past due to the other students. The teacher entered the room, greeting the class and announcing a trip to the park, which sparked excitement among the students. However, one boy questioned whether they had to bring Izuku along, calling him quirkless and suggesting he would ruin their day. Katsuki quickly defended Izuku, insisting that they should keep him there instead. The teacher, sounding annoyed, explained that Izuku had to come with them. Izuku sighed and continued to look out the window, wishing the day would end, especially since he learned that his dad would be coming home for his monthly visit. As an underground hero, his dad had limited contact with the family due to the dangerous villains he pursued, who would not hesitate to harm Izuku and his mom. The teacher encouraged everyone to behave during the field trip, especially Izuku, whom she knew liked to cause trouble. He remained silent, choosing to ignore her. Once they arrived at the park, the teacher told everyone to have fun. The other kids ran off to play, while Izuku sought a secluded spot, knowing the other students wanted nothing to do with him. He climbed a small hill and sat under a tree at the top, looking down at the playground with a sad expression. He longed to join them but knew he couldn't. No one wanted to play with someone who was quirkless, and Katsuki made sure everyone knew it. Despite Izuku's attempts to rekindle their former friendship, Katsuki seemed to harbor a deep-seated resentment toward him, bullying him relentlessly. The hurtful words echoed in Izuku's mind, reminding him of his struggles. Suddenly, an older boy approached, flanked by a couple of friends, including Katsuki. The boy, Takeo, wore a cocky smirk and taunted Izuku, calling him a quirkless piece of garbage. Izuku recognized Takeo's quirk, which allowed him to poison anyone he touched. Realizing he couldn't confront them, Izuku decided to run. He sprinted down the hill, losing his balance but rolling to regain his footing. He could hear Takeo and the others chasing him, along with the sound of explosions in the distance. As he turned to evade them, he felt Takeo closing in. Takeo lunged at him, and one of his nails grazed Izuku, causing a burning pain that weakened him. Despite his efforts to escape, Izuku eventually collapsed, unable to move due to the effects of the poison. Takeo's voice taunted him, revealing the nature of the poison he had used. With no one around to help, Takeo and his friends surrounded Izuku, preparing to teach him a lesson. Takeo's aggression escalated, and the others watched in horror as he continued to strike Izuku, who lay helpless on the ground. The cruel words echoed in the air, leaving a lasting impact on Izuku's spirit. Takeo's fist was covered in Izuku's blood, and just as he was about to strike again, one of the lackeys grabbed his arm. The lackey urged him to stop, glancing at Izuku's battered face, which was bruised and bloodied, with a broken nose and a swollen eye. Izuku struggled to breathe, his condition dire. Takeo sneered, delivering a final kick to Izuku's face, rendering him unconscious before he walked away. The others soon followed, with Katsuki being the last to leave. He stared at his hands, stained with Deku's blood, questioning whether he had gone too far. Izuku slowly opened his right eye to find himself staring at a bright white ceiling. Pain coursed through his body, especially in his face, and he longed to drift back into sleep to escape it. Recovery Girl remarked how fortunate it was that Shota had found him, or he might have succumbed to the poison in his system. Aizawa, filled with rage, demanded to know who had done this to his son. He had been informed by the school that Izuku had simply disappeared in the park, only to find him barely alive and severely injured. Recovery Girl explained that she had done what she could to heal Izuku, but he would bear scars from the burns and might suffer from memory loss due to the blows he had taken. Aizawa clenched his fists tightly, feeling the pressure of his emotions. Izuku managed to wheeze out a weak call for his father, who rushed to his side, concerned about his son's condition. Izuku's sarcastic remark about his appearance elicited a sigh from Aizawa, who pressed for answers about what had happened. Izuku struggled to recall the events leading up to his attack, only remembering a voice calling him out and a pair of yellow eyes glaring at him. When asked about his mother, Aizawa reassured him that she was out getting dinner and was worried about him, along with Hisashi and Nimuri. As they discussed their plans to move to a better school, Izuku nodded, knowing that his quirkless status would always be a burden. Just then, Inko entered the room, rushing to her son and asking about his condition. Izuku answered her questions as best he could, but when she inquired about his attackers, he provided the same answer he had given Aizawa. The conversation shifted as they spent time together as a family. A week later, Shota finished loading the last box into the truck and waved goodbye to the driver, who set off toward Izuku's new home. Izuku gazed at their old apartment with mixed feelings. It had been his home, yet it was also a place filled with painful memories of being quirkless. Aizawa asked if he was ready to leave, and Izuku confirmed he was. He climbed into the back seat of the car while his father took the front. As they drove, Izuku recalled a recent conversation with Katsuki. Katsuki had been shocked to learn that Izuku was leaving. Izuku explained that after the beating he had received, his parents decided it was best to find a new place to live. Katsuki, however, dismissed him, wishing him well and expressing a desire to never see him again. With a heavy heart, Izuku walked away, holding a photograph of the two of them together, which he ultimately discarded in a trash can. The picture had carried the hopeful message, "I hope you become a great hero, Kaken." The car came to a stop, pulling Izuku from his thoughts as they arrived at a nice-looking apartment. They exited the vehicle and entered the building, taking the elevator to their floor. Inside, Inko was busy unpacking in their new, spacious apartment. She welcomed Izuku home, hoping he would like it. As he surveyed the room, a smile crept onto his face, despite the pain from his scars. Aizawa then placed a hand on his shoulder, revealing that he had a surprise for him. Leading Izuku to his new room, Aizawa pointed to a small box on the bed, which had several holes along its side and was moving slightly. Curiosity piqued, Izuku approached and opened the box, gasping as a tiny black kitten with a white chin and paws emerged, its bright emerald eyes reminiscent of his own. As Izuku gently stroked the kitten's head, it leaned into his touch, purring contentedly. Overwhelmed with joy, Izuku declared his love for the kitten, cradling it in his arms. Aizawa and Inko watched the heartwarming scene, and Aizawa encouraged Izuku to name the new addition to their family. With a smile, Izuku looked down at the kitten, who was nuzzling against him, and decided on a name, Ghost. His name was Ghost. A couple of days later, Izuku arrived at his new school, feeling both scared and hopeful for a fresh start where he could be treated right. The teacher instructed him to enter the classroom, and as he took a deep breath and walked in, he noticed all eyes were on him. Two students stood out among the crowd. One was a girl with wheat-colored skin and ruby-red eyes, sporting short white hair and a pair of white rabbit ears. The other girl had short blonde hair with bangs covering her right eye, yellow reptilian eyes, and a few piercings in her left ear. Izuku noticed her teeth resembled fangs when she smiled. The teacher prompted Izuku to introduce himself. He nervously stated his name and expressed his dream of becoming a great hero who saves everyone with a smile. The teacher praised him and directed him to sit in an available spot at the back of the class. A boy with ever-changing hair colors asked Izuku about his quirk. Izuku hesitated before admitting he was quirkless. Silence fell over the room, and laughter erupted, except for the two girls who had noticed him. One girl in the front mocked him, questioning how he could want to be a hero without a quirk. Izuku remained silent, walking to the back of the class and wishing he were home. At lunchtime, word had already spread about his quirkless status, leaving him alone at a table. He continued to eat in silence until two trays were placed down in front of him. The girl with rabbit features introduced herself as Rumi Usagiyama, while the other girl, Ryuko Tatsume, asked if they could join him. Izuku agreed, and they began eating together in silence until Rumi broke the ice by asking if he was truly quirkless. Izuku confirmed this but shared that his father would help train him to become a hero. He expressed that he didn't care about fame or fortune. He just wanted to save everyone with a smile. Ryuko smiled and mentioned that she and Rumi also aspired to be heroes, suggesting they could all work together. Rumi excitedly agreed, declaring they would be unstoppable heroes. Izuku expressed his concern about his dream being seen as foolish due to his lack of a quirk. Rumi reassured him, sharing that she faced ridicule for her rabbit quirk but was determined to become the strongest female hero. Ryuko added that she was also bullied for her quirk, which she was still learning to control. She mentioned that Rumi had been brave enough to be her friend, and they considered themselves sisters. Izuku encouraged them, praising their quirks and highlighting their potential. He recognized Rumi's abilities as a rabbit and Ryuko's draconic strength. The girls were surprised by his enthusiasm, as he was the first person outside their families to believe in their dreams of heroism. The three of them continued to talk and laugh through lunch, unknowingly forging a friendship that would last. When Izuku returned home from school, he wore a big smile. He found his mother cleaning while being followed by Ghost, who thought the vacuum was a toy. He excitedly told her about his new friends, Rumi and Ryuko, and how they were similar to him. Inko listened intently, noticing the worry on her son's face. She suggested that he could become their hero, helping them to overcome their challenges and achieve their dreams. Izuku pondered this for a moment before smiling brightly and agreeing to take on that role. His father, Shota, joined them, suggesting they increase Izuku's training to prepare him for his new mission. Izuku's excitement grew at the thought of training with his dad, especially since Shota would soon be leaving for an investigation. The next day at school, Izuku witnessed Rumi and Ryuko being bullied for their mutation quirks. Despite quirks being widely accepted, those with mutation quirks often faced relentless bullying. One kid tugged at Rumi's ears, laughing cruelly. Izuku felt a surge of determination and glared at the bullies, ready to stand up for his friends. Izuku was determined to stop the villains who were bullying his friends. He faced a boy who approached him with a smug expression, mocking Izuku for being quirkless and for befriending two girls who were different from the others at school. Izuku felt a surge of anger but remembered his father's advice. He decided to stand up for his friends. In a firm voice, he confronted the bully, pointing out that the boy was projecting his insecurities onto others because he felt unloved. Izuku had endured bullying throughout his life and was not about to let his friends experience the same. The bully's expression shifted from arrogance to fury. He shouted at Izuku, demanding to know what right he had to speak to him that way, and prepared to throw a punch. Izuku swiftly dodged the attack and countered with an elbow strike to the bully's face, a move his father had taught him. The bully staggered back, clutching his nose in pain, which began to bleed. As he glared at Izuku, his muscles visibly expanded, revealing that he possessed a strength-based quirk. Izuku stepped protectively in front of Rumi and Ryuko, making it clear that anyone who wanted to bully them would have to go through him first. Just then, a teacher arrived, noticing the scene. He saw Izuku standing in front of the two girls while the bully nursed his injury. The bully, with a heated glare, claimed he had merely gotten a nosebleed due to allergies. The teacher assessed the situation and instructed the bully to get his injury treated while the others returned to class. After the teacher left, Izuku turned to Rumi and Ryuko, concerned for their well-being. Rumi expressed her worry, saying that Izuku didn't have to intervene, as it would only lead to him being bullied too. Izuku smiled and reassured her, playfully poking her nose, insisting he was fine with taking on that burden if it meant they would be safe. Ryuko thanked him, and Rumi, feeling inspired, looked at Izuku with determination. She wanted to be strong and not feel weak anymore. She asked if he could teach her to become a hero who could protect others. Izuku saw the fire in her eyes and agreed to train together. He then invited Ryuko to join them, despite her doubts about her quirk. Izuku suggested they all come to his house to start their training. Both girls eagerly accepted, excited about spending time together outside of their usual routine. When they arrived at Izuku's apartment, Rumi admired the place, her excitement evident as her foot thumped lightly on the floor. Izuku, curious about her reaction, asked about her foot movement. Rumi explained that it happened when she was excited, feeling embarrassed. Izuku found it endearing, which made Rumi blush even more, especially when Ryuko chimed in to agree. They climbed the stairs to Izuku's room, where he called out to his mother, announcing his arrival with friends. Inko appeared, pleasantly surprised by the two girls accompanying her son. She complimented them, causing them to blush shyly. Rumi introduced herself, followed by Ryuko, who bowed respectfully. Inko welcomed them warmly and asked how long they would be staying, so she could prepare enough food. Ryuko explained that her mother would pick them up later in the evening. Inko warned them that her husband could be a bit cold at first but was kind once he warmed up to people. Izuku then led the girls to his room to discuss their training schedule and brainstorm ideas for their quirks. As they entered, Inko giggled, imagining what her future grandchildren might look like. Ryuko commented on how nice Izuku's mother was, and Rumi agreed, saying she reminded her of her own mom. Izuku chuckled as he opened the door to his room, revealing a space filled with posters of heroes, a computer desk, and a cozy bed. It was a typical teenage room, but it felt welcoming and full of potential for their upcoming training sessions. On his bed lay Ghost, curled up and sleeping soundly. Ryuko admired the room, noting how cool it looked. Rumi nodded in agreement, her eyes falling on the kitten, and she couldn't help but express her delight at the sight of it. Ghost opened his green eyes, glanced at Rumi, yawned, and then settled back into sleep. Izuku reassured them, saying that Ghost was probably just tired. He walked over to his computer desk, sat down, grabbed a hair tie, and pulled his hair into a ponytail. He invited the girls to sit on his bed so they could start planning. Both girls took a seat as Izuku pulled out his notebook filled with basic information about their quirks. He turned to Rumi and asked her to explain everything her quirk could do. Rumi explained that her quirk granted her all the abilities of a rabbit, including sensitive hearing, an excellent sense of smell, powerful legs, and a fast metabolism. Izuku nodded, jotting down her abilities. He suggested that she focus on training her legs to make them stronger and work on her flexibility to enhance her versatility in combat. He advised her to develop a fighting style that relied primarily on her legs while still utilizing her arms. For her costume, he recommended something comfortable and flexible, with steel soles for foot protection, knee guards, and reinforced knuckles on her gloves. As he continued discussing various training methods, he pulled up a quick sketch he had made, showing Rumi in a leotard with armored gloves and knee guards, along with protective shoes. Rumi was taken aback, a blush creeping onto her face as she realized she would have to wear a leotard. Izuku then suggested that she find Muay Thai classes to help her with flexibility and proper kicking techniques. Rumi, still blushing, agreed. He turned his attention to Tatsume, asking if she had increased strength and the ability to transform into a dragon. Tatsume confirmed this. Izuku advised her to learn grappling techniques and how to pin opponents, utilizing her strength and size when she transformed. He suggested that she create her own fighting style since few had quirks like hers. For her costume, he recommended a bodysuit that could stretch with her. As they continued their discussion, they were unaware of Inko standing by the door, peeking in with a smile, pleased to see Izuku surrounded by good friends. Later that night, Izuku, Rumi, and Ryuko were sitting on the couch, engrossed in the show Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. When there was a knock at the door, Izuku stood up to answer it. He found a tall, mature woman with reptilian wings and long blonde hair. Her yellow reptilian eyes had slit pupils, and she wore a blue dress shirt and a knee-length skirt. Curiously, he greeted her. She introduced herself as Greya Tatsume, Ryuko's mother, and asked if Rumi and Ryuko were there to pick them up. Izuku confirmed his identity, complimenting her on her beauty, which earned him a giggle from Greya. Ryuko appeared around the corner, and upon seeing her mother, she greeted her. Greya asked if both girls were ready to go, to which Rumi replied sadly, wishing she could stay longer. Ryuko echoed her sentiment. Greya suggested that the girls say goodbye to Izuku while she spoke with Inko, who had been standing behind them. Both mothers stepped outside to chat, leaving the three friends alone. Izuku expressed how much he enjoyed spending time with them and suggested they hang out again soon for more fun. Rumi perked up at the idea and eagerly agreed, asking Ryuko if she felt the same. Ryuko also expressed her interest, then hugged Izuku, thanking him for being their friend. Once Ryuko let go, Rumi hugged him too, though her shorter stature meant her head only reached his chin, causing one of her ears to brush against his face. Rumi expressed her happiness at being friends with Izuku and her hope that they could all become heroes together one day. Izuku chuckled and patted her back, playfully moving her ear aside, which made her foot thump in response. Ryuko teased Rumi about her reaction, watching as she blushed and tried to hide her face. Izuku, smiling, reassured them that he was glad to be their friend and looked forward to seeing them at school the next day. As the girls said their goodbyes and left, Izuku and his mother returned inside. Inko remarked on how pretty the girls were and expressed her belief that they would be good friends. Izuku agreed, hoping their friendship would continue. After returning to his room, he sat at his computer and stumbled upon exciting news that made his eyes widen. All Might would be holding a meet and greet next month in Tokyo. Determined, Izuku declared that he had to attend and rushed off to tell his mother. A month later, Izuku, Rumi, and Ryuko had become nearly inseparable, rarely seen without one another nearby. They hung out almost every day after school, playing games, training, and helping each other study. Izuku was particularly good at academics and supported both girls as much as he could. Now, all three were exercising at a gym that welcomed mutation quirks, allowing both girls to train without feeling out of place, as many users of mutation quirks frequented the facility. Izuku encouraged Rumi as she pushed the leg press, urging her to reach her goal. She grunted with effort, pushing through until she finally stopped, exhilarated by her achievement. She had completed 70 presses with 400 pounds. Izuku beamed at her, praising her accomplishment. Rumi, filled with excitement, urged Izuku to take his turn next. After adjusting the weights, Izuku climbed onto the leg press. Ryuko approached them, having just finished an hour on the treadmill, and was panting from her workout. She asked how their training was going. Rumi shared how Izuku had been helping her build strength and flexibility for fighting, and she mentioned her mother had signed her up for Muay Thai classes. Ryuko expressed her frustration about not being able to train with her quirk due to a new law and the demolition of her usual training ground, which had been replaced by a new hero agency. Rumi echoed her sentiments, upset about the restrictions on their quirks. As they continued their conversation, Izuku focused on his workout, pushing the leg press until his muscles began to ache. After 3 hours at the gym, he suggested they head home to study and shower. They quickly changed in their separate locker rooms and stepped out into the warm July weather. Izuku quietly reflected on his upcoming birthday, unaware that Rumi and Ryuko overheard him. When they realized he hadn't mentioned it, they were surprised and felt guilty for not knowing. Izuku explained that his family had always celebrated, and he assumed his friends wouldn't be interested. The girls, feeling sympathetic, hugged him tightly and promised to celebrate his birthday together. As they walked to the train station, they passed a woman with white hair and red eyes carrying a baby who resembled her mother but had a small bronze horn on her forehead. The baby reached out to them, babbling, but her mother glared, viewing her child as a burden. On the day of All Might's meet and greet, Izuku was filled with excitement. His father had ensured they had early train tickets to arrive on time. Inko watched as Izuku ran around his room, trying to decide what items he wanted All Might to sign. Frustrated, he pulled on his hair until Inko suggested he take his most valuable items. Realizing this was a great idea, he quickly gathered his prized possessions, including a limited edition poster and a rare toy of All Might from his early days as a hero. With their items in hand, they left for the train station. On the way, Izuku messaged Rumi and Ryuko, letting them know he would get autographs for both of them since they couldn't attend. Inko asked if he was excited to meet his idol, and he enthusiastically confirmed, not caring about the stares he received from others. Once on the high-speed train to Tokyo, Izuku was buzzing with excitement, continuously texting Rumi and Ryuko. They exchanged messages about All Might's character and their hopes of working with him in the future. As they chatted, Izuku's stop approached, and he promised to message Rumi later. As Izuku and Inko walked toward Might Tower, they noticed the unusually heavy traffic, a clear sign of the excitement surrounding the meet and greet event. It took them an hour to arrive, and they were greeted by an enormous line to see All Might. He had just returned home from an international event where he and Stars and Stripes worked together to defeat a large villain group. Izuku pointed excitedly, urging his mother to look. Inko watched as All Might leaped off the roof of a building, landing with a thud that cracked the concrete beneath him. Ha ha ha. It's good to be back home and see so many smiling faces. All Might exclaimed, his bright blue eyes scanning the massive crowd, which numbered well over 10,000 people. Now before we begin, let's have all the kids 12 and under come up front. Izuku's eyes sparkled with excitement. He looked at his mother for permission, and when she nodded, he squeezed through the crowd until he reached the front. There, he had an unobstructed view of his idol. All Might waited a few moments until it seemed all the kids were gathered before him. It always brings a smile to my face whenever I see so many happy faces, he said, deciding to greet the children before his speech, knowing their patience was limited. Izuku's heart raced as All Might approached him, stopping right in front of him with an even brighter smile. "Hello, young man. What's your name?" he asked, looking down at Izuku. "Izuku Aizawa, sir," he stammered, awestruck. "Izuku Aizawa? That's a wonderful name. Tell me, what do you want to be when you grow up?" "I want to be a hero just like you. I want to save everyone with a smile, so when people see me, they will know they are safe." All Might's smile widened at Izuku's words. He was about to respond when his vision shifted, and everything around him froze. He saw 7 glowing stars emerge from him, floating around Izuku before transforming into dark humanoid shapes. One star, a dim white, morphed into a tall, thin man with bright green eyes and long white hair. The 7th star, a purple one, became a tall, muscular woman with black hair and a beauty mark under her lip. The man gently touched Izuku's head, smiling down at him. "He's the one, Toshi," said Nana, looking at Izuku. "He's the one you're looking for." Before All Might could respond, they both vanished, and he found himself staring at Izuku again. "Well, that's an amazing dream, young man, and I'm sure you'll become a great hero," he said. Izuku beamed, then pulled out 3 action figures and a toy. Mr. All Might, could you sign these? They are for me and my 2 friends who couldn't come." All Might nodded and signed the items, then took a quick picture with Izuku. As he watched Izuku walk away, he felt compelled to call Gran Torino. He needed to meet that kid again because something extraordinary had just occurred. Plus, he had just seen his mentor for the first time in years. Inko smiled as she watched Izuku return to her, holding his signed items and grinning from ear to ear. "He was so cool. I can't believe I got to meet All Might in person," Izuku exclaimed in a rush, causing Inko to giggle at his excitement. After a moment, they resumed watching All Might greet the kids, take pictures, and sign autographs, unaware of a figure pushing through the crowd to reach All Might. Suddenly, Izuku felt someone shove into him, nearly knocking him over. He looked up to see a large man in a black hoodie, his expression wild and manic. "This will be your fault, All Might. All in the name of my master," he shouted, tearing open his jacket to reveal a vest filled with explosives. Panic erupted as people began to scream and flee. The last thing Izuku saw was his mother shielding him with her body before everything went dark. When Izuku slowly opened his eyes, he found himself staring at a white ceiling. He groaned in pain, noticing his body was covered in bandages. "What happened?" "Mom," he murmured, trying to move but finding it too painful to do so. Just then, a doctor entered the room. "Ah, good, you're awake," he said, walking toward Izuku. "How are you feeling?" "Sore. And really thirsty. Plus tired." "That's normal, you just woke up after sleeping for 6 days," the doctor explained. 6 days?" "Yes, we had to keep you in a coma to perform emergency surgery and allow your body to heal." What exactly happened? All I remember is someone screaming, then everything went black. "A suicide bomber wanted to send a message to All Might," the doctor said, his tone somber as he recalled the number of injured people they had treated. The door opened again, and Izuku saw his father, Nemuri, Hizashi, Rumi, and Ryuko, along with Rumi's mother and Ryuko's parents. "Izuku!" his father exclaimed, rushing forward to pull him into a hug. "Dad! Are you all right?" he asked, studying his son closely. Why? Where's Mom? Izuku's voice trembled. The room fell silent, and Aizawa took a deep breath, struggling to hold back tears. Izuku, your mom died. Izuku's world froze as his eyes widened, losing all color and life. What? I'm sorry, Izuku. She sacrificed herself to save you. Izuku couldn't move, staring blankly into the distance as tears began to flow. He was unaware of Rumi and Ryuko rushing to him, wrapping their arms around him in a comforting embrace. If I hadn't gone to meet All Might, then Mom would still be here, he whispered, overwhelmed by grief. A week passed since Inko's death, and they held a closed casket burial. After the funeral, Izuku spent the entire week in his room, ignoring everyone and barely eating. He wouldn't let anyone into the room, not his dad, Rumi, Ryuko, or even Ghost. It was all his fault, he thought quietly as he sat on his bed in the dark, staring at the floor with a lifeless expression. Izuku had lost all will to be a hero or even go to school. He couldn't shake the last image from his mind. It replayed over and over, his mother shielding him with her body before everything went dark. When he woke up, he learned she had died. Why did he have to go see All Might? If he hadn't gone, his mom would still be alive. Tears streamed down his face as he broke down, consumed by guilt. Outside his room, Shota lowered his head, hearing his son in such pain. He wanted to talk to him, but Izuku wanted nothing to do with him, blaming himself for his mother's death. The pain was even more intense for Izuku since it happened just as his life was beginning to improve and right before his birthday. He had finally found friends who cared for him. Shota walked to the kitchen, deciding to make katsudon, recalling how Inko had taught him to prepare it. He gathered the pork, eggs, and breading, ready to start cooking when he heard a knock on the door. Opening it, he saw Rumi and Ryuko standing outside, both holding gift bags. Rumi wore black jeans and a white shirt, while Ryuko had on a dress shirt paired with black leggings. "Hello, Mr. Aizawa. Is Izuku here?" Rumi asked quietly. "He's in his room. Please help him," Shota replied before turning back toward the kitchen. Rumi and Ryuko approached Izuku's room and gently knocked on the door. As they waited for a response, they recalled the conversation they had with Rumi's mom in the car. In the flashback, Ryuko sat in the back seat, gazing out the window with a sad expression. Neither she nor Rumi could fully understand what Izuku was going through. Mito, Rumi's mother, noticed the downcast faces of her daughter and her best friend. Mito, in her mid-20s with short white hair tied in a small ponytail and long white rabbit ears, had faced many challenges since becoming a young mother. Abandoned by her boyfriend and family, she had to work 2 jobs to support herself and Rumi. Years later, when she brought Rumi to her first day of kindergarten, she met Greya and her daughter Ryuko. They quickly became best friends. "What are you two going to do?" Mito asked as she drove her car, grateful for the good deal she had gotten. "We'll talk to him and try to make him happy," Rumi replied. Ryuko nodded, fidgeting with the hem of her skirt. "I remember when you told me he helped both of you when you were bullied. Maybe it's your turn to be his heroes," Mito suggested. Realizing what she meant, both girls felt a surge of determination. "Oh, Mom," Rumi said, her voice firm. Back in the present, they received no answer from Izuku. Ryuko knocked again, louder this time, but silence met them once more. Frustrated, Rumi moved Ryuko aside and kicked the door open with a loud bang. Izuku looked up, shock evident in his bloodshot eyes from all the crying. His hair was a mess, and he appeared slightly skinnier, with dark circles under his eyes. "Izuku, you've been ignoring us all week. I know you're in pain, but we want to help you," Rumi said, her voice more fierce than ever before. He looked away, speaking in a broken tone, insisting they should leave him alone. He feared he would only bring them harm. Rumi gritted her teeth, knowing she had to be stronger for him. She stepped closer and, in a moment of tough love, slapped him across the face, leaving a red handprint. "Izuku," he murmured, holding his cheek in surprise. "Don't Izuku me. I know you're hurting and I can't imagine how painful this is for you, but you have to stand up and become stronger. Your mom wouldn't want you to wallow in self-pity. She'd want you to rise up and become a hero. But I'm the reason why Mom is dead." If I hadn't wanted to meet All Might, she'd still be alive, Izuku cried, tears streaming down his face. Ryuko moved in and hugged him tightly, shaking him to his core. He felt another pair of arms wrap around him. Rumi was hugging him too. It wasn't your fault, Izuku. It was that suicide bomber. If it weren't for him, your mom would still be here, along with all the other people who lost their lives, Ryuko reassured him. Izuku was a strong person, having helped Rumi and Ryuko when no one else would. This time, they wanted to return the favor. Rumi expressed their desire to be his heroes, and Izuku nodded silently, wrapping his arms around both of them in a comforting hug, trying to ease the pain in his heart. Aizawa observed this scene from the doorway, a smile on his face. He headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner for them, knowing that they could support Izuku in ways he could not. The night passed as they all shared a meal together. Rumi and Ryuko made every effort to comfort Izuku, trying to bring a smile to his face. They were watching Full Metal Alchemist, Brotherhood, with both girls sitting on either side of him, enjoying the show together. A few minutes into their fourth episode, Izuku succumbed to sleep, his head resting in Rumi's lap, causing her to blush. Ryuko noticed this and felt a surge of jealousy, puffing her cheeks in response. Her dragon-like instincts expressed a possessive sentiment. Rumi wanted to say something but noticed the dark circles under Izuku's eyes, rendering her speechless. She gently ran her fingers through his hair, which only intensified Ryuko's jealousy, as her dragon side insisted she should be the one in Rumi's position. Rumi glanced at Ryuko and decided to tease her instead. With a playful grin, she asked if Ryuko was feeling jealous. Ryuko admitted that she was, and they both shared a light laugh. Ryuko then shifted closer, leaning against Izuku and listening to his heartbeat. Now it was Rumi's turn to feel a twinge of jealousy. She carefully lifted Izuku's head and placed it on a pillow before cuddling next to him, using him as her own pillow. It wasn't long before the three of them drifted off to sleep, comforted by each other's presence. Aizawa noticed their peaceful slumber and called Mito, who agreed it would be fine for them to stay the night. They needed time together to heal from the wounds left by Inko's passing. He offered to drop them off the next day or for her to pick them up. After hanging up, he entered his son's room, draped a blanket over them, and quietly wished them good night before heading out for his patrol. As the night wore on, Izuku slowly awakened, feeling warm and comfortable. He instinctively pulled the source of warmth closer, wanting to return to sleep. However, he was startled by a sound that resembled a growl and a purr, which confused him since they were too loud to be from a ghost. When he opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of white and blonde hair. A white rabbit ear twitched and brushed against his face. Realizing what was happening, his face turned beet red. Both Rumi and Ryuko were sprawled on top of him, using his chest as a pillow and a source of warmth. Rumi mumbled about being sleepy and nuzzled closer under his chin, while Ryuko, still waking up, sought his body heat to warm herself. Izuku felt a wave of panic at the thought of what would happen if they woke up and saw him in this situation. His stomach growled, reminding him of his hunger. Despite the circumstances, being with Rumi and Ryuko seemed to heal a part of his soul that had been aching. He quietly expressed his gratitude to them as he carefully tried to extricate himself from their embrace. Ryuko, still half asleep, instinctively pulled him back, pressing his face against her chest with a fanged smile, using him as a body pillow. Izuku's thoughts raced, filled with embarrassment as he recalled his SEC education class, his face growing even redder. Things escalated when Rumi snuggled back against him, wrapping her arms around him. Izuku felt overwhelmed, as if his soul was trying to escape his body, but before it could fully leave, both Rumi and Ryuko's spirits pulled him back. An hour later, both girls woke up to find Izuku blushing furiously. Rumi squeaked and jumped away, colliding with his cabinet, while Ryuko panicked and unintentionally transformed into her dragon form, causing his bed to creak under her weight. After a flurry of apologies from all three, Izuku decided to be the bigger person. He reassured them it was fine and offered to make breakfast as a thank you for their support the previous night. The apartment soon filled with the delicious aromas of eggs, bacon, pancakes, and sliced fruit, including carrots for Rumi. As he placed their breakfast in front of them, they all expressed their gratitude. Rumi and Ryuko took a bite and froze, stars appearing in their eyes as they simultaneously thought that they might be in love. At you? Aizawa sat in Nizu's office with All Might. Aizawa inquired about the purpose of All Might's visit. All Might explained that he wanted to discuss Izuku and something important regarding his future. Nizu assured All Might that Aizawa was trustworthy and would keep their conversation confidential. All Might took a deep breath and expressed his desire for Izuku to become his successor and inherit his quirk. One for all. Chapter end. Aizawa stared at All Might, confusion etched on his face as he processed the information. He couldn't comprehend what All Might meant by inheriting his quirk. All Might took a deep breath, locking eyes with Aizawa. He explained that about 200 years ago, there were two brothers. One was born with an incredibly powerful quirk that allowed him to steal or gift other people's quirks, while the other brother was quirkless, just an ordinary person. Over time, the older brother became consumed by greed and sought to rule the world. He stole many powerful quirks and gifted them to his allies. The only one who stood against him was his younger brother, unbeknownst to the older sibling, possessed a quirk of his own. With this newfound ability, the younger brother grew stronger and passed on his quirk to others. This legacy continued for generations, and now All Might was ready to pass it on to the ninth bearer. Aizawa remained silent, contemplating All Might's words. Doubt lingered in his mind as he questioned the truth of the story. Nizu interjected, assuring Aizawa that everything All Might said was true, and Recovery Girl could confirm it, having healed the seventh bearer. All Might nodded in agreement, emphasizing the uniqueness of his quirk. He could perform feats beyond the capabilities of even the strongest strength quirks, soaring over cities at near supersonic speeds. Aizawa's skepticism remained. He questioned why All Might had chosen his son, suspecting it might be out of pity. All Might explained that during their initial meeting he had seen something extraordinary in Aizawa's son, an echo of his own master and others who indicated that the boy was the one he had been searching for. Aizawa finally conceded, agreeing to the idea but expressing concern for the dangers his son and his friends would face. All Might outlined the training required for Izuku to build his physical strength, suggesting that by the summer before entering UA, he should be ready to inherit the quirk. If Izuku trained diligently, he could potentially use 10 to 20% of the quirk without risking his health. However, All Might warned that Izuku's life would always be in danger, especially if word got out about his quirk. Many would seek to obtain it, including villains and government agencies. His friends would also be at risk, but that was part of the hero's journey. As long as they were strong, they would be fine, and Izuku would need to keep this secret from everyone except those he truly trusted. Aizawa sighed, running a hand through his hair in contemplation. Nizu reassured Aizawa that Izuku would receive the best training UA had to offer, personally ensuring he had everything needed to become All Might's successor. Aizawa agreed, but only if his son consented and under a few conditions. He inquired about who else knew about All Might's quirk. All Might listed a few individuals. A young police detective named Tsukachi, Aizawa himself, Nizu, his sidekick Night Eye, his mentor Gran Torino, who would help train Izuku, and his friend David Shield, who understood the power of All Might's quirk but not its ability to be passed down. Aizawa nodded, considering the implications. He laid out his conditions. He wanted to oversee Izuku's training, his friends should be allowed to join, and he insisted that All Might and his mentor train Izuku together, rather than simply instructing him to build muscle and leaving him to figure things out alone. All Might agreed to all of Aizawa's conditions. He expressed his condolences for Aizawa's loss, acknowledging that he should have been more vigilant. Aizawa interrupted, assuring All Might that it wasn't his fault. No one could have predicted such a tragedy, especially during a time when heroes were facing unprecedented challenges. He urged All Might to honor his memory by saving more lives and training Izuku to be a great hero. All Might nodded, eager to meet Izuku. He planned to call his sidekick and mentor to set up a training schedule. Aizawa agreed but reminded All Might that Izuku's two friends were at home with him, likely helping him heal emotionally, as Aizawa was not the best at providing that kind of support. Back at the apartment, the three friends finished their meal and settled on the couch to watch TV. As they enjoyed the show, Izuku glanced at Rumi and grinned mischievously, deciding to tease her. Rumi was engrossed in the show, delighted to be with her two best friends. Suddenly she felt warm air blowing into her ear, causing her to squeak and turn to see Izuku grinning at her. He playfully asked what was wrong, attempting to appear innocent. Rumi shot him a glare, her ears flattening against her head as she vowed to get him back. In response, Izuku quickly leaped over the couch and dashed away, with Rumi chasing after him, playfully shouting. He reached the hallway and jumped, using the wall to propel himself, causing Rumi to run underneath him. He landed on the ground behind her, and before she could react, he quickly tickled her sides. She laughed and pleaded for him to stop as he continued his playful assault, then he dashed off to tease Ryuko. Ryuko chuckled at the scene but felt a twinge of sadness for not being included. Just as that thought crossed her mind, Izuku picked her up, causing her to squeal in surprise before he gently placed her on the couch and began to tickle her as well. She squirmed and laughed uncontrollably, unable to escape his playful fingers. Luckily for her, Rumi came to the rescue, tackling Izuku and pinning him down, urging Ryuko to join in. Now, Izuku was at their mercy, laughter erupting from him as they tickled him back. He managed to break free from Rumi's grip and seized her elongated foot, tickling it, which sent her into fits of laughter. After a few moments of joyful chaos, they all collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily from their laughter. Izuku smiled warmly, expressing how much fun it had been. Rumi playfully warned him that he was never allowed to tickle her in public again, or she would retaliate. He simply chuckled in response. Curious, Ryuko asked Izuku why he had decided to tickle them out of the blue. He explained that he wanted to hear their laughter because it made him happy and brought them all together for some fun. Ryuko moved, scooted closer and rested her head against his heart, thanking him for making them laugh and shyly asking if he really liked their laughter. He affirmed that he enjoyed both of their laughs, which made Rumi smile, her ears flattening in embarrassment. Suddenly, they heard a knock on the door. Izuku stood up, followed by the girls, and opened the door to find his father standing there, along with All Might and Sir Naita. Shocked, he could hardly speak, realizing the number one hero was at his house. Rumi and Ryuko stood behind him, equally astonished. Aizawa poked Izuku gently in the forehead, bringing him back to reality and urging him to let the guests in. Izuku nodded and led everyone into the living room, where he sat on the couch with Rumi and Ryuko on either side of him. He noticed a small old man with graying hair and a cane among the visitors. Unsure of what to say, Izuku asked his father what was going on. Aizawa explained that All Might wanted to speak with him, having already talked to the other victims of the bombing, except for him since he had been in a coma. All Might asked how Izuku was feeling, and Izuku admitted that it still hurt a lot, wishing he could have changed things to save his mother. However, he felt grateful for the support of his friends, gently holding Rumi and Ryuko's hands. Both girls felt their hearts flutter, wondering if this was what love felt like. All Might expressed his sorrow for not being able to stop the bomber and for the pain Izuku had endured. He promised to do everything he could to make up for it. Izuku smiled and encouraged All Might to continue saving people with a smile, which brought a genuine smile to the hero's face. All Might then turned his attention to Rumi and Ryuko, asking how much Izuku trusted them. Without hesitation, Izuku affirmed that he trusted them completely, having formed a strong bond that would help them all become great heroes, even him, despite being quirkless. Rumi and Ryuko leaned against him, giving him a side hug, which made All Might smile, recognizing the truth in Izuku's words. In that moment, All Might revealed his intention for Izuku to become his successor, to carry on the legacy of the symbol of peace. Izuku was taken aback, confused by the request. All Might explained the history of his quirk and how it had been passed down for generations. He wanted Izuku to become the next symbol of hope. Aizawa confirmed All Might's words, and after a moment of contemplation, Izuku accepted the offer, determination igniting in his eyes. All Might promised to be in contact soon to begin his training, while Gran Torino jokingly warned them to prepare for an intense regimen that would push them to their limits. The three of them blushed and protested, insisting they were just friends, but their playful banter was interrupted as Izuku locked eyes with Gran Torino, ready to embrace the challenge ahead. I won't regret your training, and I'll prove to you and everyone else that I am worthy of being All Might's successor. Gran Torino smirked before standing up and following the other adults out the door. Once the door closed, Rumi and Ryuko squealed and hugged Izuku, expressing how proud they were of him for being chosen as All Might's successor. They assured him they would help him every step of the way, which he accepted, promising to do the same for them. Both girls smiled happily at each other, and as if they shared a thought, they stood on their toes and kissed Izuku on the cheeks. Izuku's face turned bright red, and he felt overwhelmed, collapsing to the ground face first. Outside the apartment, All Might pulled out a piece of his hair and placed it in a small vial before handing it to Aizawa. He explained that if he did not make it back, Aizawa should give it to Izuku once he was strong enough. All Might was preparing to fight a formidable enemy in a couple of days, determined to end the threat once and for all. He mentioned that Gran Torino would help train Izuku, emphasizing that the boy would face challenges but needed to push through to gain strength. Aizawa nodded, placing the vial in his pocket. He was about to ask something, but Night Eye shook his head, indicating it was not the right time. He explained that if Aizawa joined them, All for One would steal his quirk and become unstoppable. Night Eye urged Aizawa to train Izuku to the point where he could defeat the monster, no matter the cost. Aizawa agreed, wishing them good luck as the three heroes departed. After they left, Aizawa sighed, gazing up at the blue sky, questioning whether he had made the right choice in allowing Izuku to take on such a heavy burden. Night Eye pressed his hand against his forehead, trying to stop the bleeding from All for One's last attack, which had devastated the area around them. Nothing remained standing after that assault. Torino, how are you holding up? Night Eye asked, looking at Gran Torino. Gran Torino was in rough shape, with broken bones and labored breathing, yet he remained standing. He insisted it would take more than that to take him down, stating he wouldn't die until he witnessed the next successor take All Might's place. A massive concussive blast echoed through the area, nearly knocking them back from the battle between the two titans. Once the smoke cleared, Night Eye gasped at the sight before him, realizing he could see through All Might. All Might knelt on the ground, clutching his side, struggling to keep himself together while slowing the bleeding. He looked up at All for One, who seemed to heal from his wounds effortlessly. All Might, you don't seem so whole or mighty. Are you eating enough? All for One taunted with a dark grin. I'm eating just fine, and I'll be doing a lot better once you're finished, All Might replied, gritting his teeth and standing up despite the pain. It was true that heroes were not meant to kill unless given special permission, and All Might's association wanted All for One captured. Yet, he could not allow the villain to continue existing. He declared that after this day, All for One would be nothing more than a memory. Both men stared at each other, ready to finish the battle. All Might gathered all his strength into his right arm, which expanded, surrounded by a rainbow of colors, with yellow being the most prominent. All for One sent a multitude of quirks into his right arm to enhance its strength. The two titans charged at each other, creating massive dust clouds in their wake. A tremendous explosion and sound wave shook the entire area, triggering nearby earthquake sensors. Do you think he got him? Gran Torino asked, wiping dirt from his eyes. Night Eye squinted but then smiled at what he could see. The top of All for One's head was gone. However, horror soon followed as All for One's arm pierced through All Might's chest, narrowly missing his heart but severely damaging his spine. Both titans staggered and fell back. Tushinori! Torino yelled as he and Night Eye sprinted toward him. Just then, a purple and black portal opened, and All for One was taken away before their eyes. Damn it, he escaped. And no, it's too late. All Might wheezed, his eyes growing heavy as he struggled to breathe. He urged his friends to help Aizawa become an even greater symbol than he had been, to help him become the hero he was meant to be. No. All Might, you'll make it. Just stay with me. Night Eye shouted desperately, trying to find something to stop the bleeding. Torino fought back tears, realizing he couldn't save his best friend or his student. All Might, with his breathing slowing and eyes glazing over, made one last request for them to train young Aizawa to be a great hero, as he was the one chosen by One for All. I promise. I'll train the boy to the point he could surpass you, Gran Torino vowed. I'll help him all I can, Night Eye added. Thank you. It's now your turn if, please, bring our world to a better place and ensure they can all smile. All Might then slumped over, a small, genuine smile on his face as he took his final breath. Torino shed a few tears before reaching over to close All Might's eyes, giving him a peaceful appearance. What do we do now? Night Eye asked. We bury him. Then we train that kid to take up his mantle, and this time, we won't fail, Torino replied, his expression hardening with determination. The upper part of the man's head was missing, yet he remained alive, thanks to a quirk he had acquired years ago that allowed him to transfer everything from his brain to his brainstem. Garaki, donning his medical gloves, assured his master that he would do everything possible to heal him, though the process would be extremely painful. He then took a medical power saw and began to carefully remove the dead or dying tissue from his master's head. In the corner of the room, Shigaraki stood, his expression a mix of horror and rage. He clenched his fists so tightly that they bled, scratching his neck in frustration. He vowed that every single hero would pay, and they would all fall by his hands. The following day, Izuku returned to class after more than a week of absence. The teachers were not pleased and assigned him all the missed schoolwork, giving him only until Wednesday to complete it. Nearby, Rumi and Ryuko were ostensibly focused on their own schoolwork, but in reality, they were helping Izuku finish his assignments in just 2 days. At the front of the class, the teacher had a projector displaying a documentary about how people were acquiring quirks and how those without them were becoming obsolete. Everyone in the room understood that this documentary was chosen specifically to remind Izuku of his status. The narrator explained that when a child develops a quirk, they lose an extra joint in their pinky toe, while quirkless individuals retain it. This made it easier to identify who was considered defective or who might become great in the future. The documentary was controversial and banned in many countries, but Japan and others allowed it, with some viewing quirkless individuals as second-class citizens and mandating its screening in schools. Suddenly, the screen changed to a national alert. A loud beep sounded before it shifted to a middle-aged woman with a stoic expression, turquoise eyes, and ash-blonde hair slicked back. Dressed in a black suit jacket and dress with a purple shirt and necklace, she was the president of the Public Safety Commission. She announced, with a cold tone, that All Might, the symbol of peace, was dead. The classroom fell silent, and shock rippled through everyone in Japan and beyond. Izuku's heart sank. Just 2 days prior, he had met All Might, who had told him he would be his successor. Rumi and Ryuko exchanged worried glances, knowing how much All Might meant to him. The class remained in disbelief, some students beginning to cry as the reality of All Might's death set in. The president continued, explaining that he had passed away peacefully from a heart attack in his sleep. With his death, Endeavor became the new #1 hero, and a public funeral would be held in a week for fans to mourn. As the screen went black and transitioned to a commercial, the teacher slumped into his chair, struggling to comprehend the news. His phone rang, and after a brief conversation he instructed Aizawa to leave with his companions, openly insulting them without concern. Izuku silently gathered his belongings and exited the classroom with Rumi and Ryuko following closely behind. Once they reached a secluded spot, Ryuko placed a gentle hand on Izuku's shoulder, asking how he was feeling. Izuku expressed his confusion and despair, reflecting on the hardships he had faced bullying since childhood, the loss of his mother, and now the death of his mentor. The girls embraced him, offering comfort and reassurance. Rumi reminded him that they would get through this together, just as heroes do, while Ryuko emphasized the importance of pushing through hardships to become stronger. Izuku nodded, feeling their support as they continued toward the exit, walking closer together. Later, they found themselves in Nizu's office at UA, sitting before a heavily bandaged Gran Torino and Night Eye, who regarded Izuku with calculating expressions. Izuku acknowledged the reality of All Might's death, and Night Eye explained that All Might had sacrificed himself in a battle against a formidable monster, which had managed to escape despite being severely injured. Izuku asked what would happen next, and Night Eye replied that they would train him to become strong enough to face the monster, ensuring that it would not stand a chance upon its return. It would be an extremely challenging training regimen as Gran Torino prepared to push them to their absolute physical limits to make them stronger. He explained that Rumi and Ryuko would join in the training, though their routines would differ. The goal was to create a perfect combination of strength, speed, and flexibility. Aizawa added that their bodies weren't built solely for strength like All Might's. Gran Torino suggested that Rumi should focus on developing a fighting style similar to his, which emphasized fast movements and unpredictable attacks. He noted that given her quirk, she might surpass him. He advised her to train to move quickly and strike hard, utilizing her legs effectively. For Tatsume, Gran Torino recommended focusing on grappling and overpowering opponents, harnessing his immense strength and size in his dragon form. Both girls nodded in agreement, recognizing that their quirks would benefit from a tailored fighting style. Gran Torino then addressed Izuku, emphasizing the seriousness of their situation. With All Might gone and the threat of All for One still looming, they would need to train harder than ever. Night Eye confirmed that they would push Izuku to his limits and beyond, as the world had lost its number one hero. Izuku expressed concern about how he would inherit All Might's quirk, given that All Might could no longer pass it on. Night Eye reassured him that before All Might's departure, he had given Izuku's father one of his hairs, which contained the essence of One for All. Once Izuku grew older and stronger, he would inherit the quirk. Izuku contemplated this while running his fingers through his long white and black hair, glancing at his father, who nodded in support. He then voiced his concerns about staying at their current school, where they faced bullying and mockery for their quirks or lack thereof. Nizu, with a grin, revealed that he could arrange for Tsukachi to investigate their middle school, allowing them to address the issues at both schools simultaneously. Aizawa, looking at his son, questioned why Izuku hadn't shared the details of the bullying. Izuku explained that they were often physically bullied and mocked, and the teachers did little to help, making it nearly impossible to prove the truth. Aizawa felt frustrated, realizing that despite his efforts, he couldn't protect his son from the harsh realities of school life. Nizu proposed bringing Rumi and Ryuko to UA, which shocked everyone present. Aizawa questioned how that would work since UA was a high school, but Nizu suggested that the staff could teach them during their free time. Aizawa thought about the implications of this plan, but ultimately, they all agreed that the three kids deserved some time to themselves after the day's events. As they left Nizu's office, Izuku turned to Rumi and Ryuko, asking what they wanted to do next. Rumi shyly mentioned that her mother would like to meet them, having seen them a few times before. Ryuko expressed her willingness to join, noting that it had been a while since she had seen Mito. Together, they headed to Rumi's house. Izuku silently vowed to All Might that he would become an even greater hero and avenge his death. During training, Izuku found himself kicked across the face, landing on the ground and holding his cheek in pain. He looked up at Gran Torino, who shook his head disapprovingly. Gran Torino urged him to be faster, reminding him that villains wouldn't allow mistakes. Izuku apologized, determined to improve. He pushed himself up, wiping the blood from his face, and insisted they continue. He was All Might's successor and couldn't afford to falter. Gran Torino decided to shift their focus from combat training back to strength and flexibility. He observed Rumi and Ryuko training just as hard. Rumi was darting around the room, trying to hit all the marks and beat Gran Torino's record of 70 points in 15 seconds. She managed to score 27 points, realizing how much further she had to go. Ryuko was attempting a half transformation, struggling to maintain draconic arms and wings for more than 10 seconds. Gran Torino looked back at Izuku, who was lifting weights far heavier than he should have been, pushing himself to the limit without risking serious injury. Gran Torino reflected on how, since Tashinori's passing, they had been training relentlessly, especially Aizawa. They were all at UA, with Recovery Girl monitoring their progress to ensure they received care after pushing themselves to the brink. Nizu provided a training room exclusively for Izuku, Rumi, and Ryuko, ensuring they wouldn't be disturbed by other UA students. Alongside Detective Tsukachi, Nizu uncovered substantial evidence against both Aldra Junior High and the school that Izuku, Rumi, and Ryuko previously attended. In front of Aldra Junior High, a car arrived, and Nizu stepped out with Aizawa and Detective Tsukachi. A fleet of police cars and several D and C rank heroes surrounded the area, prepared for any potential disruptions from teachers or students. As Nizu approached the gates, he spotted the principal standing at the entrance, wearing a warm smile. The memory of his conversation with Izuku lingered in his mind. Izuku had expressed his desire for Katsuki to join UA, despite their tumultuous history. He wanted Katsuki to witness his growth into a hero, regardless of whether Katsuki would follow the same path. Nizu was pulled from his thoughts when the principal greeted him, expressing honor at his visit. Nizu acknowledged the welcome and requested that the principal gather all students and staff for an important discussion. The principal complied, leading Nizu to the gym, which also served as an auditorium. After a few moments, everyone was assembled. Nizu's gaze fell upon the teachers, particularly Katsuki Bakugo and his associates. Nizu addressed the gathered crowd, highlighting the harsh treatment Izuku endured due to his lack of a quirk. He pointed out that the bullying and abuse were not limited to Izuku alone. Even after transferring, his new friends faced ridicule for their mutation quirks. The principal, taken aback, denied any wrongdoing, claiming their school motto was to accept everyone. Tsukachi stepped forward, revealing the results of an investigation where staff members had lied to officers. He detailed the physical and mental abuse Izuku suffered, along with evidence that the school had attempted to silence complaints by bribing officers. As a result, the staff would face imprisonment, and the students would be barred from attending any hero school, with some sent to a juvenile detention center. Nizu signaled for police officers and heroes to enter the room, beginning the process of arresting the students and staff. Protests and cries filled the air, but they were ignored as the offenders were taken away, leaving Katsuki handcuffed. Nizu approached Katsuki, flanked by Aizawa and Tsukachi. He informed Katsuki that he would still attend UA, but with strict conditions. He would wear a quirk suppressant bracelet at all times and attend general studies until further notice. Katsuki's protests were cut short by the intensity in Nizu's gaze, which conveyed a serious warning. Nizu continued, explaining that due to Katsuki's outburst, his punishment would be more severe. He would be required to undergo mandatory therapy every 2 weeks and complete extensive community service. Any further incidents of bullying or threats would result in immediate expulsion from UA and legal consequences. Katsuki felt a chill run through him as he absorbed Nizu's words. Nizu dismissed him, instructing him to answer Tsukachi's questions and receive his bracelet as he was led away. Aizawa remarked on the missed opportunity to confront Katsuki physically, to which Nizu hinted at having arranged for a more private interrogation. As Aizawa departed to follow the police convoy, Nizu mentioned that he would call in the favor owed to him at a later date before vanishing into the shadows. Meanwhile, similar raids were taking place at Izuku's old preschool and the school attended by Izuku, Rumi, and Ryuko. After a long day of training, Izuku, Rumi, and Ryuko were exhausted and covered in sweat and bruises. They boarded a train heading to Rumi's home, where she had invited them over. Izuku and Ryuko had brought fresh clothes to change into after showering. Ryuko winced in pain, commenting on Torino's tough training. Izuku, with his own bruises and healing bandages, empathized with her, acknowledging the intensity of their training sessions. 3 years had passed since Izuku's life took a significant turn. Now 13, he was on the path to UA, with only 2 more years before he and his friends officially became students. Throughout the years, the trio had grown inseparable, often spending time together at each other's homes, strengthening their bond. Izuku's training had paid off. He had become stronger, with a physique that balanced strength, speed, and flexibility. Given his training, instead of bulking up, his muscles became denser and more defined, much to the delight of Rumi and Ryuko. Gran Torino mentioned that at this rate, once he acquired one for all, he should be able to use at least 15% without any consequences, and 25% in desperate situations. However, exceeding that would risk breaking bones and damaging his muscles. Rumi and Ryuko had also grown stronger. Rumi had mastered Gran Torino's fighting style and was now working on creating her own, which relied heavily on kicks. Her legs had become so powerful that she could tear a steel door in half with sheer torque. However, she was frustrated that she hadn't grown taller, She remained at 5 feet 2 inches for over half a year. Ryuko, on the other hand, was physically the strongest among them. Even in her human form, she could bend a 2-inch thick piece of steel if she wasn't careful. She had gained complete control over her dragon form and could even perform half transformations without struggle. Both girls were facing a new challenge, PBRDY and its accompanying cycles. They consulted Recovery Girl, who explained that since their quirks were animal-related, they would experience cycles of heat, leading to a strong desire to mate. Ryuko learned that during this time, her body would release a scent that would attract her chosen mate. This revelation left both girls blushing furiously as they left her office. They were given special medication to help manage the effects, but it couldn't completely stop them, as that could lead to health issues since they were still growing. Meanwhile, crime had surged since All Might's death. Even with Endeavor stepping in as the #1 hero, he couldn't match All Might's impact. Crime rates had risen from 6% to 17%, and some officials were attempting to defend villains, offering them benefits in hopes of reducing crime. If a hero or police officer injured a villain, they would be responsible for the villain's medical expenses until they fully healed. Additionally, a new law had been enacted to discourage vigilantism, making it illegal to use quirks for self-defense, forcing individuals to defend themselves in court regardless of the circumstances. This emboldened villains, leading to a 10% increase in attacks and kidnappings. On the sidewalk, Izuku, Rumi, and Ryuko were heading to Izuku's home in the middle of winter. Both girls were freezing in the cold. Ryuko wore a special heated jacket and pants to prevent herself from going into hibernation, while Rumi donned thick clothing, as she despised the cold even more than Ryuko. Rumi complained about the cold, tucking her arms in for warmth. Over the years, thanks to Gran Torino's training, she had become more vocal and spirited, developing a fierce love for fighting. However, when she was alone or with Izuku and Ryuko, she reverted to her affectionate self, enjoying cuddles, especially with Izuku, who was warm and comforting. Ryuko nodded, using Izuku as a shield against the wind, shivering as she agreed about the cold. Izuku reassured them that they were only a block away. Rumi then asked about Izuku's father and a woman named Emi. He replied that they were doing well, though he had yet to meet her. His father had mentioned that they would meet soon since Emi was eager to see him. Ryuko expressed her concern, knowing that Inko's death had affected them both deeply. Izuku's father had only recently started dating again, encouraged by Namuri, who believed that both he and Izuku needed more happiness in their lives. Izuku assured them he would be fine, though he felt nervous about the upcoming meeting. As they approached his apartment, Rumi playfully declared that if Emi was mean, she would take action. Grateful for Rumi's support, Izuku unlocked the door, and they entered, turning on the lights. Ryuko, feeling cold, asked Izuku to warm her up as she removed her heavy boots and jacket. Rumi headed to the kitchen to prepare hot chocolate while Izuku settled on the couch. Ryuko immediately cuddled up to him, pulling a blanket over them for warmth. He chuckled softly, rubbing her back to help her warm up. Elsewhere in a park, Aizawa and Emi strolled together, their hands brushing occasionally. Although they weren't officially dating, they both wanted to be. The only thing holding them back was Izuku's approval, as Aizawa wanted to ensure his son would be comfortable with the situation. Emi noticed Aizawa's contemplative expression and asked if he was okay. He expressed his concerns about Izuku's potential feelings regarding a new relationship, recalling how children often struggled with their parents' new partners. He wanted both Emi and Izuku to get along well, hoping for a future together. Emi smiled, understanding the situation, as she was aware of the backstory thanks to Namuri and Aizawa's own explanations about Inko. She couldn't even imagine what they went through, especially Izuku, whose life was just starting to improve when he lost his mother on a day that was meant to bring joy, as it was his birthday celebrated a bit early. Emi reflected on their relationship, acknowledging that they had been together for a little over 6 months. She hoped that, in time, they could officially be together. She understood that she could never replace Inko in their lives, but she wanted to be a part of them and bring happiness to both Izuku and Aizawa. Aizawa nodded, taking a deep breath as he gently squeezed her hand. He expressed his hope that he was ready for her to meet Izuku, giving her a fair warning that his friends would be with him. Emi questioned whether they were just friends, recalling Aizawa's previous comments that suggested otherwise. Aizawa reassured her that they were indeed just friends, noting that Izuku was a bit oblivious to the dynamics around him. He believed that by the time they reached UA, Izuku and his friends would officially become a couple. Emi expressed her surprise at Aizawa's acceptance of his son having two close friends who were girls. Aizawa explained that they brought joy to Izuku during a difficult time when he was preoccupied with hero work and his son was struggling. They had come into his life just when he needed them the most, forming a bond that had made them inseparable ever since. Emi felt a pang of sadness for Aizawa, knowing he still blamed himself for not being there for Izuku during the bullying and the challenges he faced at school. She reassured him, reminding him that it wasn't his fault. The school had concealed everything, and he had been focused on his hero duties, unaware of the struggles Izuku faced. All he could do now was make amends and ensure he didn't make the same mistakes again. Aizawa quietly expressed his gratitude to Emi. Meanwhile, back at the apartment, the three preteens were cuddled up on the couch, trying to stay warm while watching a movie called The Dark Knight, which belonged to Izuku's father. They all agreed that it was an excellent film. Izuku marveled at the movie's quality, especially as Batman performed impressive stunts. Rumi chimed in, admiring Batman's fierce approach to his enemies, suggesting that they could adopt a similar strategy to instill fear in their adversaries. Izuku considered her idea, asking Ryuko for her opinion. She agreed, as long as they didn't take it too far, still using Izuku as a source of warmth. Rumi enthusiastically suggested they ask Aizawa to train them in this new approach. Izuku reminded them that villains had more rights now due to the new prime minister and his party, which made self-defense increasingly difficult for ordinary people. The girls sighed, realizing how reliant society had become on heroes. Izuku encouraged them to focus on the movie instead of dwelling on the troubling situation. After about 20 minutes, they heard the door unlock, and Aizawa entered, announcing that he had someone for Izuku to meet. Rumi and Ryuko exchanged worried glances, sensing who it might be. Izuku felt a mix of curiosity and apprehension but stood up to greet his father. When he approached, he saw a beautiful woman with light green hair and warm eyes standing beside Aizawa, dressed in heavy winter clothing. Aizawa introduced her as Emi, and they exchanged brief glances before Emi stepped forward, extending her hand and introducing herself. Izuku hesitated for a moment before shaking her hand, acknowledging her greeting. Emi asked how he was doing, to which Izuku replied that he was well and watching The Dark Knight with Rumi and Ryuko. Emi recognized the movie and smiled, noticing a fleeting smile on Izuku's face before it vanished. She suggested they could talk after the movie, and Izuku nodded, returning to the couch with his friends. Meanwhile, Aizawa and Emi moved to the kitchen to speak quietly, ensuring they didn't disturb the movie. Almost an hour later, the film concluded, and Izuku informed Rumi and Ryuko that he was ready to talk to Emi. They went into his room, where Izuku sat on his bed while Emi took a seat in his desk chair. The atmosphere felt tense, thick with unspoken words. Emi looked around the room, taking in the posters of heroes, family pictures, and photos of Izuku with Ryuko and Rumi enjoying their time together. On his bed lay a black cat napping, while in the corner rested a black sleeping bag that Izuku couldn't use when Rumi and Ryuko ended up sleeping next to him. Izuku looked at Emi and asked what she wanted to discuss. Emi took a moment to gather her thoughts before explaining that she wanted to clarify her relationship with his father. She expressed her genuine feelings for him and reassured Izuku that she would never attempt to replace his mother. All she asked for was permission to officially date his dad. She emphasized that a significant part of his life involved caring for Izuku, and he wanted his son to feel included in this new chapter. If Izuku was willing, she hoped to be a part of his life as well. Izuku took a deep breath, processing her words. After a moment of silence, he nodded and agreed to allow her to date his dad, expressing gratitude for her respect toward his mother's memory. Emi thanked him and shared her own experience of having a stepfather, promising to be supportive without overstepping her boundaries. Curious, Izuku asked what it was like having a step-parent. Emi recounted how her parents divorced when she was young, and her mother later met her stepfather. She recalled how he had been kind and respectful, always ensuring her happiness and stepping in when her parents were busy. Izuku thanked her again, and Emi gave him a gentle pat on the back. She refrained from hugging him, not wanting to overstep her bounds. However, the gesture felt familiar to Izuku, evoking memories of his mother. Just as Emi was about to leave, he grabbed her sleeve and quietly pleaded for her not to go, tears streaming down his cheeks. Emi, sensing his distress, quickly sat beside him and wrapped him in a comforting embrace, rubbing his back gently. Izuku expressed his fear of losing her, and Emi understood the depth of his emotions. She reassured him that his mother had not truly left him. She would always be with him in spirit and in his heart. After a few minutes, Izuku managed to calm down and wiped his tears away, apologizing for his emotional outburst. Emi comforted him, explaining that everyone needs to release their pain at times. Izuku nodded, expressing regret for mistaking her for his mother, but Emi reassured him that it was okay and that she was glad he could let his feelings out. They decided it was time to return, as Izuku mentioned that his dad likely wanted to spend more time with Emi. As they headed back, Emi heard a faint whisper of gratitude in her ear, but when she turned around, no one was there. In the living room, they gathered to watch the final movie in the Dark Knight trilogy. Emi leaned against Shota, while Izuku sat between Rumi and Ryuko, their hands almost touching. Outside the apartment, Inko watched with a smile, feeling grateful that her family was finding happiness. Again, Nizu, who was with Inko, reassured her that there was no need for repayment. He was simply happy to help. Inko bowed her head in gratitude, asking him to watch over her family before she vanished. Nizu promised he would, finishing his tea and disappearing without a trace. A year later, Gran Torino stood in the UA gym, asking Izuku if he was ready for the quirk training. Night Eye was nearby, reviewing documents related to the Yakuza. Izuku nodded, finishing up his ponytail. He wore a tank top and shorts that showcased his well-built physique, a result of careful training and a healthy diet. Scars from past training and bullying marked his body, including one on his face that he felt self-conscious about, though Rumi and Ryuko had assured him it suited him well. Rumi, now standing at 5 feet 2 inches, had not grown taller in months, which frustrated her greatly. Though her more feminine features had grown significantly, which sparked jealousy among women both her age and older, Ryuko now stood at 5 feet 4 inches and seemed to still be growing. Much like Rumi, her more feminine traits had developed, causing envy in others. Both of them were dressed in training outfits consisting of leggings and tank tops, complemented by sports bras that struggled to contain their figures, which they had chosen specifically to catch Izuku's attention. Izuku looked at the small container in his hand, a product of 4 years of training his body to prepare for this moment. He opened it and, with a hint of disgust, consumed the hair inside. As he did, he felt a strange spark, as if something that had always been missing from his life had finally been found. He grimaced at the taste, comparing it to hair gel and spray. Rumi remarked on the oddity of transferring power through hair, recalling what the old man had said about it being the traditional method. Gran Torino, slightly irritated, warned her about crossing a line, while Rumi shot back with a playful jab about his age. Their banter continued, each trading light-hearted insults, creating an electric atmosphere between them. Izuku turned to Ryuko and asked how long she thought their playful argument would last. With a chuckle, Ryuko predicted about 10 more minutes. Curious, he inquired if she had discovered anything new during her training. Ryuko explained that Recovery Girl had examined her throat in dragon form and revealed that she could breathe fire, though using it would be like activating an unused muscle. Izuku expressed his excitement, though his words tumbled out in a flurry as he struggled to contain his enthusiasm. Ryuko found his muttering endearing, and she playfully poked his cheek to get his attention. He apologized, blushing, and she reassured him that it was cute, causing him to look away shyly. She then asked about his parents' return from their honeymoon. Izuku explained that they might be back sometime this week or next, depending on their decision. Ryuko wondered if he would stay at his house or with her or Rumi, her gaze drifting as she played with her hair, trying to suppress her instincts. Before Izuku could respond, they were interrupted by the loud bickering of Gran Torino and Rumi, each calling the other short and challenging one another. The onlookers sighed, knowing this was a familiar sight. A couple of hours later, Izuku stood in one of the more open training grounds, surrounded by his friends who were eager to see him attempt to use one for all. He took a deep breath, recalling Gran Torino's instructions to dig deep within himself to find a well of power. After a few moments, he sensed a vast ocean of energy. He reached out, feeling it resonate with him as if it had always belonged. Green and white lightning crackled around him, and pink lines formed as he harnessed the immense power. He focused it into his right arm, feeling the strain as his muscles worked to contain it. With a mighty yell, he unleashed a punch, creating a massive air blast that obliterated everything in its path, even taking out 3 entire blocks of the training city. As the dust settled, the onlookers were stunned by the sheer scale of destruction from a single punch. Night Eye, in disbelief, noted that Izuku's power was on par with All Might's legendary Texas Smash. If Izuku was this strong now, he would undoubtedly surpass All Might by the time he reached his prime. As the dust cleared, they saw Izuku on the ground, cradling his arm in pain. It was bruised and injured, and he struggled to suppress his cries of discomfort. Rumi and Ryuko rushed to his side, their faces filled with concern. Recovery Girl arrived, assuring them she would help Izuku. She examined his arm and, after a gentle kiss, healed the injury completely, restoring his stamina. Izuku, feeling unusually fatigued, marveled at the sudden change in his condition. Izuku groggily acknowledged the effort it took to regain his stamina. Recovery Girl explained that his body had to heal from broken bones and torn muscles, and it was only due to his extensive training that he wasn't in worse shape and could remain conscious. He stood up, a bit wobbly, but managed to regain his balance and asked Gran Torino what he should do next. Gran Torino informed him that now that he understood what 100% of his power felt like, he needed to train to use only the bare minimum. They would gradually work up to his maximum without causing harm to his body. Once Gran Torino helped him refine his fighting style and control, Night Eye would assist in addressing any gaps in his training. Izuku nodded, eager to begin, and Gran Torino told him they would start right away, as he had just over a year to master his abilities before the UA entrance exam. 3 months later, Izuku had made significant progress in controlling One for All. He could use 20% of his power without strain, but his vision struggled to keep up, so he opted to start at 5% and gradually increase. He also focused on extending the duration he could maintain his quirk, managing to sustain it for over 3 hours before fatigue set in. Both he and Gran Torino noticed an unusual bond he had with the quirk. He found it easy to turn it on and off. Additionally, Izuku shared that he sometimes experienced visions of people calling out to him, particularly a white-haired man with green eyes. Rumi had been instrumental in helping him develop a combat style that utilized his legs, as she primarily trained to fight with them. Her guidance was proving effective, allowing him to use his legs as adeptly as his arms. Meanwhile, Ryuko had made remarkable strides with her quirk, able to breathe fire in short bursts, but only after consuming a large amount of meat, which she found uncomfortable. She could only eat it in her dragon form, or else she would feel ill. Night Eye had been less present than usual, mentioning he was training anew in turn and investigating the remnants of the Yakuza, who had been acting increasingly bold. Izuku's father and stepmother, Emi, were very supportive, helping him train whenever possible. His father often canceled his quirk to force him to fight without it and even began teaching him knife techniques, giving him a knife once he managed to disarm him. Emi took on a maternal role, always trying to make both Izuku and Aizawa smile. However, her cooking could be a bit intimidating, especially when she prepared meals while they were sleeping, leaving them with bruises for weeks. 4 months later, after more rigorous training, Izuku reached 15% power, and his eyes could finally keep pace with his newfound speed. At this level, none of his teachers or even Rumi could match his strength or velocity. He raced through the city like a bolt of white and green lightning, leaping off buildings and swiftly dispatching robots during training. After kicking a 2-pointer, he unleashed a Delaware smash, obliterating a group of 3-pointers. Rumi, following closely, executed a drop kick on another 3-pointer, destroying it instantly. Izuku congratulated Rumi on her performance, and she playfully challenged him to keep up as she raced off in search of more robots. He laughed and sped past her, hearing her frustrated shout behind him. Spotting another two-pointer, he prepared to unleash a Delaware smash, but instead of a controlled blast, dark tendrils shot from his arm, wreaking havoc around him. As he struggled to regain control, he felt himself being flung about, unable to stop the chaos. Rumi, alarmed by his screams and the destruction, rushed toward him, but he warned her to stay back, unable to control the tendrils that lashed out at her. He was pulled away, crashing into a building, desperately trying to regain control as panic set in. Suddenly, Izuku found himself in a vast black void, unable to speak due to a dark substance covering his mouth. Confused and worried about Rumi, he heard a voice behind him. Turning, he saw a tall, lanky man with shoulder-length white hair and green eyes. The man introduced himself as Yoichi Shigaraki, the first wielder of the quirk, and revealed that he was also Izuku's ancestor from over 200 years ago. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise. Yoichi continued, explaining that he was almost finished speaking but wanted to warn Izuku that his brother was still alive, likely gathering strength and followers to reclaim the quirk and seek power over the world. All of them had faced challenges, but one person stood out in their minds. They believed in Izuku, knowing he would be the one to master this quirk and ultimately defeat all for one. With that, Yoichi departed, and another figure stepped forward. He was a tall, well-built man with a bald head, dressed in a black trench coat, and sporting a pair of goggles atop his head. It seemed Yoichi had finished his conversation, and the man introduced himself as Banjo, stating that his quirk was the first one Izuku had unlocked. Banjo explained that his quirk, Black Whip, operated based on thoughts and emotions. The angrier Izuku felt, the more powerful and intense the quirk would become. He encouraged Izuku not to fear it but to learn to control it, assuring him it would never fail him. Banjo urged him to master not only his quirk but also the 5 others he had acquired. Aizawa rushed forward, witnessing his son engulfed by strange black wisps that threatened to wreak havoc. He prepared to activate his quirk but paused as he saw Izuku suddenly extend his arms. The black wisps shot out, anchoring themselves into the building. Izuku struggled with control, expressing his difficulty as pain surged through his arms and hands, causing him to collapse to the ground. He lamented the discomfort he would feel in the morning. Rumi landed beside him, followed by Ryuko, who gracefully retracted her wings as she approached. Rumi helped Izuku to his feet, inquiring about what had just happened. Izuku shared that he had unlocked another quirk, still trying to comprehend Banjo's words. Rumi and Ryuko were astonished and quickly realized that he needed to train even harder to master this new ability. For the next 6 months, they trained together daily, and Izuku's control improved significantly. He mentioned having visions of a tall, beautiful woman with obsidian black hair trying to communicate with him, which made Rumi and Ryuko uneasy, leading to a humorous incident where Izuku found himself stuck in a wall. Now, they stood before UA, ready for the entrance exam. Izuku asked if they were prepared, and Rumi responded with enthusiasm while Ryuko confidently declared her readiness. Together, they entered the building for the exam. As they walked through the halls, they arrived at the auditorium, where they sat together, facing a daunting stack of test papers. They estimated there were about 30 double-sided sheets, making for a total of 60 questions to answer. Rumi expressed her relief that Nizu had prepared them well, while Ryuko recalled the challenging lessons they had endured. Izuku noted that things could have been worse if Nizu had been in a bad mood, causing both girls to shiver at the thought. Aizawa entered the auditorium, announcing the rules of the exam. He warned them against cheating, stating that anyone caught would be dismissed immediately. With a sigh, he declared the test would begin, and the candidates opened their packets to start. Some questions proved challenging, causing distress among the participants. 17 candidates were disqualified for cheating or causing disruptions. After an hour and a half, Izuku, Rumi, and Ryuko completed their tests and submitted their packets to a robot that collected them for grading. Izuku turned to Rumi and used sign language to communicate, a skill they had all learned from Aizawa. He asked her how the test had gone. Rumi found it difficult, especially after a certain question that had challenged her. Izuku chuckled lightly, having noticed her anxious movements during the exam. Ryuko teased Rumi, prompting a playful response. As they waited for further instructions, Izuku inquired about their plans afterward. Ryuko expressed a desire for sweets and a relaxing day in the park, while Rumi insisted on having more carrots. Izuku playfully reminded her that she had already eaten 10 that morning, leading to a light-hearted back and forth between them. Just then, Present Mike burst into the auditorium, attempting to energize the crowd. However, the room fell silent, creating a stark contrast to his enthusiasm. He cleared his throat and shifted to the next part of the exam, trying to engage the candidates once more. The instructor began explaining the physical portion of the exam as the screen behind him displayed 4 different robots and various cities. The students would be divided into cities AF, and their objective was to defeat as many robots as possible. There were 1-point, 2-point, and 3-point robots. To pass, they needed to destroy a specific number, which would not be disclosed to prevent complacency. Suddenly, a student interrupted, demanding to know about the 4th robot. The blue-haired teen expressed his frustration, accusing the school of withholding crucial information. He then pointed out a few students, insisting they should leave because they didn't seem suited for hero work. Izuku turned to the teen, with Rumi still playfully tugging at his cheek while Ryuko attempted to separate them. Rumi, feeling annoyed, confronted the blue-haired student, asserting their right to be there and challenging his view on hero qualifications. She firmly stated that anyone could be a hero, regardless of their quirk. The blue-haired teen retorted that a rabbit quirk was useless in hero situations and that another girl didn't seem to have a strong quirk either. Present Mike, observing the escalating tension, felt concerned for the blue-haired student. He knew that Usagiyama's kicks and Tatsume's attacks could be painful, but it was Izuku's intense expression that truly worried him. The energy around Izuku was palpable, reminiscent of his father's when he was angry. Izuku cared deeply for Rumi and Ryuko, and the blue-haired teen's insults had struck a nerve. Present Mike quickly intervened, urging everyone to calm down and save their energy for the robots. He explained that the 4th robot was worth 0 points and served as more of an obstacle. The blue-haired teen reluctantly sat down, while Izuku, Rumi, and Ryuko worked to regain their composure. Ryuko, looking at the assignment packet, expressed her disappointment at being assigned to different cities. She had City E, Rumi had City C, and Izuku was in City A. As Present Mike announced that opportunities might arise during the exam, he instructed everyone to head to their respective buses, which were marked with their assigned cities. The students began to disperse, with Rumi leaving first. She confidently declared her intention to secure first place and asked Izuku for an award if she succeeded before happily hopping off to her bus. Izuku watched her go, noting her enthusiasm. Ryuko remarked on how they had trained for this day for years, and it was finally time for their efforts to pay off. Just as she was about to leave, she turned back to Izuku and gave him a quick kiss, her cheeks flushed with excitement. On the bus, Rumi felt a surge of jealousy and frustration as she witnessed the kiss. Her emotions boiled over, and she remembered Ryuko had expressed her feelings for Izuku. Determined not to lose, she vowed to outshine Ryuko. Ryuko, still giggling after the kiss, playfully told Izuku that it was a good luck gift and hinted at more to come if he achieved first place. As she walked away, Izuku stood in shock, still processing what had just happened. He then sensed a strong determination from Rumi, who seemed ready to take action. Banjo, observing from a distance, commented on Izuku's situation, noting that he had some fierce admirers. Nana added that they were merely protective of what they considered theirs. Izuku, however, was oblivious to the occupants in his head discussing his relationships. Since reaching a new level of control, he could hear some of his predecessors, though he had yet to hear from All Might, who was still grappling with his own feelings of shame. Finally, Izuku boarded his bus, ready to prepare for the physical portion of the exam. Meanwhile, Katsuki exited UA after completing the general studies test, wearing a quirk-canceling bracelet that he was required to keep on at all times. Stupid school and that Deku. The thought consumed him with rage. Ever since Deku had spoken up, his life had spiraled out of control. A permanent mark marred his record, and all the hero schools were aware of his actions, leaving him unable to apply to any other institution. The police had a constant watch over him, and he couldn't leave his house without notifying the detective assigned to monitor him. His parents looked at him with disappointment. His mother no longer yelled but instead gazed at him with sadness and shame. She felt a deep sense of regret for how he had turned out and blamed herself for his treatment of others. He vowed to prove Deku wrong at the upcoming sports festival, determined to show everyone just how unworthy Deku truly was and that he deserved a place in the hero course. As Izuku prepared for the competition, he stretched, recalling Gran Torino and Aizawa's insistence on its importance. Stretching helped him relax and improved his flexibility, allowing him to perform better. He noticed a girl with short pink hair stretching nearby and saw that one of her shoelaces was loose. He approached her to let her know, wanting to prevent any potential embarrassment. Suddenly, someone grabbed his shoulder. Without hesitation, he flipped the person over him, slamming them to the ground. Looking down, he recognized the blue-haired teen who had insulted Rumi and Ryuko. He warned the boy to stay away, having dealt with enough troublemakers in his life. Meanwhile, Mina finished her stretches and noticed Izuku approaching her with a serious expression. He informed her about her loose shoelace, and she quickly fixed it, smiling brightly at him in gratitude. Izuku felt his cheeks flush at her compliment. In another part of the city, Rumi and Ryuko felt a surge of jealousy and anger at the sight of Izuku talking to Mina. They both had an urge to find him and pull him away from her. Izuku wished her good luck for the test, and she returned the sentiment cheerfully. As the doors opened, green and white lightning crackled around Izuku, and he shot off using 10% of One for All. The force of his takeoff knocked some people over as he sped into the city. Others were bewildered, questioning his actions since the start signal had not been given yet. Mina, inspired by Izuku, decided to follow his lead and dashed into the city as well. The crowd began to mock the others for their slow start until Present Mix's voice boomed through the speakers, urging everyone to join the race. He announced that Izuku, Mina, and others were already a minute ahead, prompting the rest to scramble after them. Aizawa observed the chaos and bluntly commented on the incompetence of the current group, only to be playfully smacked by his wife. Izuku found himself being pulled away by Rumi and Ryuko, who seemed upset. He sensed their anger but wasn't entirely sure why. Rumi's hurt expression confused him, and he tried to get their attention. She questioned her worth, feeling insecure about Izuku's interaction with Mina and recalling a moment when Ryuko had kissed him. Izuku reassured them that they were his best friends and nothing would change that. However, Rumi's mind was clouded with jealousy, and she impulsively grabbed him by the collar, pulling him down to kiss him passionately. After a moment, she released him, tears in her eyes as she expressed her love for him, feeling vulnerable and betrayed. She ran off, struggling to cope with her emotions, questioning why she ever thought he could like her back. He just saw her as a friend. Izuku called out to Rumi, but she ignored him. Ryuko reassured Izuku that she would talk to Rumi and try to get her to call him later. As Ryuko ran off after Rumi, Izuku stood still, unsure of what to do. His mind drifted to the 2 kisses they had shared and how, over the years, he and Rumi had grown closer. He noticed how both she and Ryuko wore more revealing clothing around him. They both loved him. He felt foolish for not realizing it sooner. With a heavy heart, he headed home, hoping Emi would be there to offer him advice. Ryuko arrived at Rumi's home and gently knocked on the door. A moment later, Mito opened it and informed her that Rumi was in her room, crying. Mito had also called Ryuko's mom, believing they should all talk once Rumi calmed down. Ryuko walked to Rumi's room and opened the door to find her sitting on the bed, tears streaming down her face. Rumi's ears drooped as she curled up, telling Ryuko to go away. They needed to talk. Ryuko sat beside her and apologized for kissing Izuku, explaining that her instincts had taken over. Rumi looked at her and admitted that she also liked him, feeling defeated as she acknowledged that she probably didn't stand a chance against Ryuko. Ryuko shook her head, insisting that Izuku gave Rumi attention and was always around her. She believed he would choose Rumi. Both girls fell silent, unsure of how to navigate their feelings for the same boy without hurting each other. Before they could continue, Mito called them downstairs. They entered the living room to find Mito and Greya sitting on the couch. Mito asked Rumi what was wrong, but Rumi insisted it was nothing. Mito, knowing her daughter well, pressed her for the truth, reminding her that she had been trying to control her tears for years. With her ears drooping, Rumi finally spoke, but Ryuko interrupted, explaining that she had kissed Izuku without realizing Rumi was watching. This had hurt Rumi, who also liked him. After a test, they had seen another girl flirting with him, which had triggered their instincts, leading them to drag him away. Rumi had then kissed him and confessed her feelings before running off. Mito listened, then asked Rumi if she loved Izuku. Rumi blushed and admitted that she did, and had for a long time. Greya turned to Ryuko, who also blushed and confirmed her feelings. Both mothers exchanged knowing glances, realizing how deeply their daughters cared for Izuku. They suggested that the girls could date him together. Rumi was taken aback, questioning her mother's encouragement. Greya explained that it would mean more grandchildren, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Mito agreed, sharing the same enthusiasm. Rumi's face turned bright red, and Ryuko looked equally flustered, both girls imagining their future families with Izuku. Greya playfully urged them to wait until at least their second year before having children. She then suggested they find outfits that would impress Izuku and help them ask him out on dates. Meanwhile, at Nizu was heard laughing. Izuku looked at Emi, confused. She encouraged him to date both girls, envisioning how cute they would all be together. Despite his hesitation, Emi insisted that she could see his feelings for them. She declared they would go through his clothes to find something that would catch their attention. Izuku's face turned bright red at the thought, and he called out to his mom in shock. Emi beamed at him, excitedly telling him they would get him ready to ask both girls out. Just then, Aizawa walked in, witnessing the scene and noticing the pleading look in his son's eyes, but also the glint of mischief in Emi's. He did the only thing any good father would do in that situation. He left his son to his own fate. The very next day, Izuku stood in the park wearing a black buttoned-up shirt and black pants. He pulled his long white and black hair into a ponytail to keep it out of his face. The day before, Emi had taken him shopping for better clothes since all he had were workout clothes and simple, everyday outfits, nothing a girl would really like to see. He had also been encouraged to ask Rumi and Ryuko out on a date. Despite his stuttering and blushing, he felt nervous, but the excited squeal on the other end of the phone indicated he had made a good choice. Rumi greeted him, and Ryuko chimed in, hoping they looked good. When Izuku turned around, he was momentarily speechless at the sight before him, even feeling a bit of blood rush to his face. Rumi wore a stylish white shirt with an X-shaped design over it, paired with black leggings and a white skirt that reached halfway down her thigh, complemented by knee-high brown boots. She had light lipstick and eyeliner that made her red eyes stand out, along with a black choker around her neck. Ryuko, on the other hand, wore a red dress with golden trimming, her hair pulled back into a messy ponytail that framed her face. She also sported brown boots, red lipstick, black eyeliner, and gold-painted nails. Both girls assessed Izuku, and they had to admit he looked quite good, especially since his shirt hugged his body and showcased his muscles. Rumi brushed a strand of hair behind her ear and asked him again how they looked. They waited for a response, but it seemed Izuku was lost in thought. Rumi commented on whether it was a good or bad thing that they could leave him speechless, while Ryuko suggested it was flattering. Finally, Izuku managed to regain his composure and told them they both looked absolutely beautiful. Their cheeks flushed at the compliment, and Izuku noticed Rumi's foot thumping on the ground while Ryuko let out a happy growl, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Izuku then asked where they would like to go. Ryuko suggested the new coffee shop up the street, followed by a stroll around the mall or maybe catching a movie. Izuku agreed, adding that he was open to any other ideas Rumi might have. Rumi mentioned she wanted to pick up a carrot cake for her mom later, and Izuku promised to remember that. As he began to lead the way, he felt Rumi take his right hand and interlock her fingers with his, followed closely by Ryuko, who flashed him a playful smile. Izuku couldn't help but blush as he led them to the coffee shop. As they walked, they chatted about what to expect when classes started at UA. Aizawa opened the door to Nizu's office, with Present Mike following closely behind along with Ms. Joke. They had been summoned to Nizu's office, and Present Mike decided to join since he needed to drop off some papers. Aizawa addressed Nizu, who initially did not respond. Suddenly, they were horrified to see Nizu's head turn completely around, staring at them with an unsettling gaze. Nizu confirmed he had called them to discuss the upcoming year and their roles. The situation became even more alarming as Nizu's body turned to face them, his neck appearing normal despite the unnatural movement. Just as he began to speak again, Present Mike collapsed, eyes rolling back and foam at his mouth. Nizu expressed annoyance at the interruption but returned to the topic of their teaching assignments. Meanwhile, Ryuko laughed heartily at a story Izuku shared about his dad's first cooking attempt, which nearly resulted in a kitchen disaster. Rumi joined in the laughter, imagining Inko's reaction. Izuku recalled how it was one of the few times he had seen his mom genuinely angry, and he was grateful she had taught him to cook instead of his dad. Both girls exchanged glances, realizing they shared the same thought. They needed to learn how to cook, as their mothers had always said that food was the fastest way to a man's heart. Ryuko then asked Izuku what he thought of cooking. When he expressed that he enjoyed it and believed everyone should learn, Rumi pouted, wishing she were better at it. Noticing Rumi's change in mood, Izuku encouraged her to choose their next activity. She suggested going to the beach for a walk, mentioning it had been a while since they had been there. Izuku agreed, waved over the waitress, and paid for their drinks before they all headed to the beach. As they walked, Izuku noticed that Rumi seemed a bit down, so he decided to lift her spirits. Rumi was pouting slightly, but before she could dwell on her thoughts, Izuku suddenly lifted her up, causing her to squeak in surprise. She quickly realized she was on his shoulders as he carried her. Izuku smiled broadly, explaining that he thought this would cheer her up. Rumi smiled back at his cheerful expression and gently ran her hands through his hair, thanking him. She then cupped his face and, showcasing her incredible flexibility, leaned down to give him a quick kiss. Ryuko observed this and felt a pang of jealousy, but she pushed her dragon instincts aside, reminding herself that she needed to learn to share. They continued their journey to the beach, laughing and enjoying the sun. After spending an hour there, they left for a movie before finding themselves in a simple sushi restaurant. While they ate, Ryuko's dragon-sized appetite became apparent as she consumed nearly 4 times as much food as the others. It was amusing to see the expressions on people's faces as they watched her devour enough food for a family of 4 in one sitting. Many women were envious, wishing they could eat that much without gaining weight. However, some of those women glared at Rumi and Ryuko for another reason. Both had incredible figures that many would envy. After their meal, they walked through the park and found a secluded bench to sit on. Izuku broke the silence, mentioning that the day had been fun. Rumi agreed, her ears twitching slightly with excitement. He expressed that he had enjoyed spending time with both of them. Rumi affirmed her feelings, and Ryuko echoed her sentiment. Izuku then nervously confessed that he realized both of them liked him and he didn't want to hurt either of them. Rumi reassured him that she was okay with it if Ryuko was too. Ryuko confirmed that she felt the same way. Ryuko leaned in and kissed Izuku, and after a moment, Rumi followed suit. They both declared their love for him and expressed their willingness to share him if he wanted them both. Izuku looked at them, recognizing their sincerity, and smiled as he asked if they would be his girlfriends. They immediately pulled him into a tight hug, showering his face with kisses and joyfully affirming their agreement. Izuku felt immense happiness as he hugged them back, grateful for their friendship and love. The next morning, Izuku woke up to find himself held down by a sleeping Rumi and Ryuko, both cuddling him with their heads resting on his chest, listening to his heartbeat. He smiled, recalling the previous day when he had asked them out. When he arrived home, his face had been covered in lipstick from their affectionate kisses, leading to playful teasing from his parents, especially his mother, who joked about not being ready to be a grandmother yet. As the week went on, they spent time together, going on small dates or simply hanging out. When they were alone, Rumi and Ryuko would often steal kisses, leading to them rarely leaving his room. Now it was Monday, the first day of UA, and they needed to get ready for school. However, Izuku faced one of his biggest challenges, waking up Rumi and Ryuko when they were cozy. He tried to get up slowly and carefully, but Ryuko tugged him back into bed, pressing his face into her chest. Just as he was processing this, Rumi pulled him back toward her, doing the same. This playful struggle continued for several minutes, leaving Izuku feeling both embarrassed and amused. Rumi, still half asleep, murmured for him not to stop and to be less gentle. Overwhelmed by the situation, Izuku felt as if he might faint from embarrassment. Eventually, the alarm went off, waking both girls. They realized they had been unintentionally suffocating him and blushed at the realization. Ryuko flashed a playful smile, teasingly asking what was wrong, her voice sending a shiver down his spine. Unbeknownst to him, both girls were nearing their mating cycles, making the situation all the more intense for Izuku. Izuku hesitated, unsure of what to say. He heard Rumi mention that the girl with pink skin might be in their class, and she felt a need to assert that he belonged to her and Ryuko. Before he could respond, he noticed Rumi opening her mouth, revealing her sharp teeth as she playfully nipped at his neck. Izuku stifled a gasp, taken aback by her boldness. Rumi then leaned in and kissed him, resting her chin on his head and affectionately rubbing his shoulder. The moment left Izuku feeling lightheaded, unaware that both girls were unknowingly producing a scent that was affecting him like an piss. After a few moments, the girls released him, struggling to maintain their composure. Rumi suggested they get dressed, and she headed to her closet with Ryuko following closely behind. Before leaving, they exchanged a quick glance at Izuku, which made them wish they had stayed a moment longer. They both felt a surge of instinct but quickly regained control and dashed into the bathroom to change and complete their morning routines. An hour later, the three of them walked away from the train station, hand in hand, dressed in their UA uniforms. When Izuku first saw them in their outfits, he felt a rush of excitement, causing him to momentarily lose his composure. Rumi playfully teased him, showing off her thighs, while she also revealed a hint of her figure. Rumi wondered aloud what their first day would entail, playfully nudging Izuku. He speculated that they would likely face some kind of test to demonstrate their quirks and their ability to control them. Ryuko chimed in, curious about the nature of the tests they might encounter. Rumi expressed her hope for challenging assessments, unlike the trivial quirk tests they had experienced before, emphasizing the importance of being prepared for real-world situations. Izuku reflected on how fortunate they were to be training at UA, thanks to the guidance of mentors like Nizu, Night Eye, and Gran Torino. Ryuko agreed, expressing her eagerness to train harder now that they were officially UA students. As they approached the gates of UA, Izuku noticed a few agents from the Hero Association observing potential recruits. As they walked past, he felt their eyes on them, recalling that his father had mentioned they were watching from an observation room. The agents seemed particularly impressed with Izuku, especially after witnessing him defeat a zero-pointer with a single punch. One of the agents, a man with slicked-back silver hair and closed eyes, approached Izuku, requesting a moment of his time. He inquired how Izuku would feel about joining the Hero Association to help bring true peace to the world. The man praised Izuku's abilities and offered the resources of their organization to support his hero aspirations. Izuku remained silent for a moment, feeling Ryuko and Rumi tighten their grips on his hands. He politely declined the offer, expressing his desire to become a hero on his own terms, free from the constraints of an organization. The agent watched them leave, his eyes opening to reveal a steely determination as he vowed that Izuku would eventually be part of their organization. He made a phone call, reporting to a woman on the other end that Izuku had refused their offer. The woman, the president of the Hero Association, instructed him to continue pursuing Izuku, recognizing his potential as the successor to All Might. She emphasized the importance of ensuring he aligned with their goals for Japan. After hanging up, she glanced at her computer screen, which displayed profiles of powerful heroes, including All Might and Nana Shimura. She noted the connections between them, realizing that their encounters had amplified their abilities. Back at UA, Izuku, Rumi, and Ryuko arrived in front of classroom 1A, which was impressively large. Rumi pouted, feeling even shorter as her ears drooped in frustration. Izuku glanced at her and decided to tease her a bit. He moved behind her, resting his head on top of hers and wrapping his arms around her from behind. He whispered softly, just loud enough for her to hear, that he thought it made her cuter, then playfully nipped at her ear. Rumi's face flushed bright red, and she bit her lip to suppress a reaction to his playful gesture. Ryuko narrowed her eyes, pouting as she wished Izuku would do something similar to her. However, noticing the time, she urged them to hurry to class before they were late. Izuku nodded, standing up and opening the door, revealing a surprising scene that made him wish he were in a different class. A blue-haired student shouted about proper sitting posture, emphasizing the importance of sitting correctly and criticizing another student for disrespecting the furniture. Rumi pointed at the blue-haired student, looking up at Izuku and asking if she could kick him out the window. Izuku replied that it would be acceptable if the student got out of hand, then walked toward an empty desk, releasing Rumi and Ryuko's hands so they could find their own seats. Fortunately, they all found desks next to each other, with Izuku by the window, Rumi in front of him, and Ryuko behind him. As Izuku sat down and reached for his phone, a girl with pink skin and hair approached him, claiming to recognize him from the entrance exam. She introduced herself as Mina Ishido and asked for his name. Izuku smiled and introduced himself, but he felt a shiver down his spine as Rumi and Ryuko shot glares at Mina, their expressions fierce enough to suggest that if looks could kill, they would be in serious trouble. Before Mina could comment further, she noticed a mark on Izuku's neck and inquired about it. Just like at the entrance exam, Rumi and Ryuko quickly grabbed him and pulled him away from her, declaring that he was theirs. Rumi's foot slammed down, causing cracks to form in the floor, while Ryuko's dragon-like features began to emerge, her nails elongating into claws that dug into the table and wings sprouting from her back. Mina took a step back, intimidated by their protective behavior, and decided it was best not to provoke them further. Just then, the teacher entered the room, greeting everyone with a cheerful demeanor. Izuku was momentarily confused, recalling that his father was the teacher for Class 1A, but he remembered his dad complaining about changes made without notice. Before class could officially start, the teacher, Ms. Joke, sat down, and a whoopee cushion sound erupted, causing her to burst into laughter. She explained that she had eaten too many beans the night before, pulling out the whoopee cushion as evidence. Izuku felt a mix of embarrassment and amusement at his stepmother's antics. Ms. Joke announced that they would be taking an orientation test to assess their control over their quirks and handed out UA gym uniforms, instructing everyone to change and meet her outside in 10 minutes. As they exited the classroom, the blue-haired student was doused with water from a bucket, a prank that made Ms. Joke laugh uncontrollably while the others tried to contain their amusement, except for Rumi, who laughed just as hard. In the changing rooms, the girls were switching from their UA uniforms into gym attire. Rumi was about to pull up her pants when she heard a squeal. Curious, she looked over to see Mina, a pair of floating clothes, and another girl with short brown hair and a permanent blush on her cheeks. Mina exclaimed how cute Rumi's tail was, which surprised Rumi, as she had received several compliments on it already. Ryuko giggled at Rumi's flustered reaction, enjoying the moment. She then put on her tank top and jacket, only to realize that the jacket was too small for her. She wondered if the size had been miscalculated or if she had grown again. While Ryuko dealt with her jacket dilemma, Rumi chatted with Mina, Toru, and Ochako, who expressed their desire to become friends with her and Ryuko. Rumi then remembered to ask what Aizawa meant to them both. Mina observed the closeness between her friends and commented on it. Rumi smirked and explained that he was both her and Ryuko's boyfriend. A girl with black hair in a ponytail was surprised and asked if he was dating both of them. Ryuko confirmed this, mentioning that he was their first friend who had always been kind to them, and after years of friendship, they had finally become a couple. Izuku was at home, his hair tied in a messy ponytail as he prepared dinner and lunch for the following day. He was cutting chuck steak for curry when he noticed Rumi and Ryuko watching him with eager expressions, particularly Ryuko, who seemed especially hungry. He grinned and teased them about their hunger, knowing Ryuko's love for meat. Ryuko boldly asked to be fed, showing off her new golden spiked cartilage piercings. She had been nervous about how Izuku and Rumi would react to her new look, but they both liked it, and Izuku had playfully teased her by lightly liking her ear, which had nearly led to a playful scuffle. As Izuku continued cooking, he asked the girls what they remembered about making curry. Instead of answering, they looked away, with Rumi nervously munching on a carrot. A dark aura seemed to envelop the kitchen as Izuku felt a tick mark form on his forehead. He took a deep breath to calm himself, realizing that cooking wasn't their strong suit, despite their earlier enthusiasm to learn. Deciding to let it go, he untied his hair, letting it fall over his shoulders. Suddenly, Rumi and Ryuko shouted in unison that they could cook and insisted he watch them, claiming they would make something amazing for him. Emi peeked around the corner and asked if they should help, but Aizawa assured her that Izuku would be fine, joking that the worst that could happen was an explosion. Laughter filled the air as Emi followed Aizawa, both amused by the situation. Moments later, Izuku was stunned to find the kitchen in complete chaos. Food was splattered everywhere, and a pot of water was somehow on fire. Rumi had managed to burn ice while Ryuko had frozen fire. Izuku was at a loss for words as he looked at the two girls, who sat with their heads down, clearly embarrassed. Emi questioned how one could burn ice, while Aizawa expressed disbelief at the sight of frozen flames. Izuku concluded that it was clear they couldn't be allowed in the kitchen again. He noticed the storm cloud forming over Rumi and Ryuko's heads and walked over to hug them both, reassuring them that cooking wasn't for everyone and that he was good at it. Rumi's ears drooped as she expressed her desire to impress him with a nice meal. Ryuko echoed her sentiment and then asked about the curry. Izuku pointed out the curry trail leading out the window, where they saw it being hit by a bus. Rumi felt like crying, and Ryuko actually started to tear up over the loss of the meat. Izuku comforted them, promising to make more. Just then, both girls tackled him, showering him with affection and expressing their love, eager to make it up to him. Later, Kirishima checked on Izuku, who was lost in thought, his face bright red. Rumi and Ryuko exchanged proud glances, knowing that Izuku had made them lunch, which meant they would reward him later. Aizawa entered the room wrapped in his sleeping bag, slowly emerging from it like a caterpillar from a cocoon. He announced that it was time for their first lesson in hero training, which would involve combat training to assess their abilities and help them grow stronger. Aizawa mentioned that if anyone needed assistance with their quirks, they could talk to him or his son, who studied quirks and could help them achieve their goals. Izuku chuckled at his father's words, knowing he would always find a way to help others. Aizawa then introduced himself as their hero course teacher and instructed everyone to put on their costumes and meet him in the training grounds for their lesson. He pressed a button, revealing 20 suitcases behind a wall. The students stood up, grabbed their suitcases, and made their way to the changing rooms. In the observation room, everyone was dressed in their costumes, showcasing a mix of styles. Some looked impressive, while others were quite unique. Rumi, stretching effortlessly, commented on one costume that appeared to be made of ice on one side, which caught Mina's attention as she admired Rumi's flexibility. Rumi's hero costume featured a sleeveless white leotard with dark purple trim, a wide yellow crescent moon design across her chest, and a thick metal plate around her midriff. She wore purple thigh-high boots with additional plating for protection and thick white gloves with hardened knuckles. Her costume also included knee and elbow guards, allowing her to move freely during combat. Ryuko's hero costume was a dark red cheapao with pale green scale trim, slid on one side, adorned with yellow claw patterns. She wore knee-high boots and a strap around her thigh, complemented by long white gloves that reached nearly to her shoulders. A matching green headband with pale purple claws covered one side of her face, and small black dragon wings protruded from the back of her head. Mina teased Usagiyama and Tatsume about their costumes, playfully suggesting they were trying to impress Izuku. Ryuko, feeling playful, made a cheeky remark about their intentions, her instincts urging her to bond with Izuku. Aizawa, noticing Izuku's absence, scanned the room until he heard someone running in. Izuku entered, apologizing for being late due to Tatsume upgrading his costume with new gadgets. Rumi and Ryuko blushed at the sight of him, noting how his costume fit him perfectly. Izuku's costume was all black with green accents, featuring dark red mid-gauntlet support items and metal bands for reinforcement, allowing him to push his limits. He wore black knee guards and iron-soled boots for protection, along with special gloves designed for enhanced performance. A yellow cape draped over his shoulders, giving him a more imposing presence. The design paid homage to his father's colors while incorporating elements to aid him in battle. Aizawa nodded in approval at Izuku's costume, appreciating its subtlety. As Izuku joined Rumi and Ryuko, he noticed their intense gazes, particularly Ryuko's, which made him feel a bit flustered. Once everyone was present, Aizawa announced the team pairings for their upcoming exercise. The screen displayed names, and he revealed that Izuku Aizawa and Ejiro Kirishima would be the villains, while Shoto Todoroki and Mezu Shuji would take on the role of heroes. Kirishima, excited about their partnership, greeted Izuku with enthusiasm, eager to see what they could accomplish together. Izuku, surprised by the camaraderie, accepted the handshake, feeling a sense of belonging he hadn't experienced before. Aizawa explained the scenario. The villains had to place a nuclear bomb in a building, and the heroes needed to defeat them to disarm it. As Izuku and Kirishima prepared to leave, Rumi and Ryuko quickly kissed Izuku on the lips, wishing him good luck. He thanked them and suggested they go on a date afterward, to which they both happily agreed before he left with Kirishima. On the top floor, Izuku and Kirishima began their preparations, with Izuku stretching to maintain his flexibility despite his muscular build. Once he finished stretching, he sat on the ground with his hand resting on his mouth guard, where his chin would be. Kirishima asked if he was okay. Izuku replied that he was trying to think up a strategy. He noted that Todoroki's quirk was ice-related, allowing him to create a large amount of ice in a short time, which could easily freeze the building and trap them. This would enable Todoroki to walk in and touch the bomb to win. He also recalled that Shuji had multiple arms, some of which he had transformed into eyes or ears the previous day. Kirishima, feeling a bit awkward, admitted he wasn't good at making strategies. Izuku pointed out that Kirishima's quirk was hardening. Kirishima confirmed that he could harden his arms and other body parts, and with enough concentration he could harden himself enough to block bullets. He downplayed his quirk, but Izuku insisted it was impressive and encouraged him to train hard, suggesting that one day he could harden his entire body and become a great hero. Kirishima was surprised by Izuku's sincerity and felt a newfound respect for him. With a large grin, Kirishima asked what the plan was. Izuku paused for a moment before turning to him with a grin reminiscent of his father's, asking how much damage Kirishima could take before his quirk gave out and what his phone number was. Kirishima felt a mix of excitement and nervousness about the upcoming match. Outside the building, Todoroki and Shuji were preparing. Shuji attempted to discuss strategy, but Todoroki simply glared at him. Shuji sighed and reiterated that his quirk offered a lot of versatility, hoping to come up with a plan. Todoroki coldly stated that he would end the match in a single moment. As Aizawa announced the start of the match, Todoroki approached the building and froze it from the second floor up, recognizing that hiding on the first floor would be foolish. Shuji was taken aback by how quickly and effortlessly Todoroki had acted. Todoroki declared that the match was over and suggested they go touch the bomb. As they walked through the first floor, Shuji informed Todoroki that he could hear Kirishima and Izuku struggling to escape the ice. Suddenly, Shuji noticed something unusual in one of his extra eyes. A phone tapped to the wall, leaving him confused. He faintly heard a voice call out, "Now," before sounds of cracking and destruction echoed around them. The ceiling caved in, creating a massive dust cloud that obscured their view. Kirishima shouted for Izuku to take out Todoroki. Kirishima then tackled Shuji, knocking the breath out of him and slamming him into the ground. He struck Shuji with enough force to crack the floor, rendering him unconscious. Izuku faced Todoroki, who was suddenly engulfed by black wisps that slammed him against the wall, pinning him down. Confused, Todoroki looked up just as Izuku, using 8% of his power, propelled himself forward and kicked Todoroki hard, sending him crashing through the wall and into the second floor. Without giving Todoroki a chance to recover, Izuku grabbed him, lifted him into the air, and punched him while restraining him with Black Whip. Aizawa announced that the villain team had won. Izuku released Todoroki and explained that, considering how Todoroki's quirk worked and what he had observed the previous day, he had to take him out quickly to prevent him from fighting back. Medical bots arrived to take Todoroki away for treatment. Kirishima, filled with excitement, exclaimed that Izuku's performance was incredibly manly. Meanwhile, in the observation room, both Rumi and Ryuko shared the same thought as they noticed the damage to Izuku's shirt, revealing his muscular chest. They found it quite appealing. When Izuku and Kirishima returned to the room, they were tackled by both of Izuku's girlfriends, who congratulated him and showered him with affection. Ryuko, feeling a surge of excitement, had to restrain herself from acting on her impulses. Feeling the need to step away, Ryuko quickly informed Aizawa that she needed to use the bathroom, and he agreed to postpone her match until she returned. She rushed to the restroom, closed the stall door, and took a moment to gather her thoughts, thinking about Izuku. Back in the observation room, Aizawa asked the students how Izuku and Kirishima had won. Rumi enthusiastically explained that Izuku had swiftly and decisively defeated their opponents without giving them a chance to react. Aizawa acknowledged her answer but noted that it was only part of the reason. Momo raised her hand and elaborated that Izuku had analyzed his opponent's movements from the previous day and used his phone as a security camera to monitor the main floor, knowing Todoroki wouldn't freeze that area. Once the hero team passed, he created a small opening in the floor, allowing him and Kirishima to descend from the 6th floor to the 1st. After throwing Kirishima at Shuji to knock him out, Izuku had quickly attacked Todoroki before he could respond, successfully restraining him. Aizawa confirmed Momo's explanation and asked if anyone else had anything to add, but when no one spoke up, he decided to move on. If possible, always analyze your opponent to figure out a strategy to defeat them. While that may not always be an option, it will be very handy when it is. Also, make sure to take them out as quickly as possible. The longer a fight lasts, the greater the chances of someone getting hurt. Everyone nodded in agreement, committing that advice to memory for their hero work. Aizawa announced the next match: Ochako Uraraka and Rumi Usagiyama vs Kyoka Jiro and Fumikage Tokoyami. A couple of hours later, everyone was leaving UA. Izuku, Rumi, and Ryuko walked hand in hand, excited for their date. Izuku noticed that Ryuko's hair was still slightly damp from her shower. He remarked on how fun the class had been and mentioned that he felt he and Kirishima would become great friends. Rumi shared that Mina and the other girls had asked for their phone numbers to hang out in the future. Izuku thought that sounded fun and asked if they would go through with it. Ryuko expressed some concern about Toru and Mina's overly enthusiastic nature. Izuku reassured her, suggesting it could be worse if they were airheads. Their laughter filled the air as they continued to the cafe for a bite to eat. The next day at school, Izuku reflected on his recent fight. It had been straightforward, thanks to the shock and awe tactics he and Kirishima had employed to quickly defeat the hero team. His thoughts shifted to Rumi and Ochako's match against Jiro and Tokoyami. Rumi had charged through the building to confront Tokoyami while Ochako struggled to keep up. Ultimately, Rumi held her own long enough for Ochako to catch up and take on Jiro, allowing Rumi to finish her fight with Tokoyami. Though Rumi sustained a few bruises and a sprained leg, they emerged victorious. Ryuko had effortlessly transformed into her dragon form, soaring through the upper floor to grab the bomb and win her match against Mina and Sato. Izuku also recalled being elected class president, with Momo Yaoyorozu as vice president. After their selection, everyone gathered in the cafeteria to chat and eat. They were soon joined by Kirishima, Ochako, Tokoyami, and Kyoka, who engaged in lively conversation. Momo began discussing their responsibilities as class president and vice president when alarms suddenly blared. Panic ensued, and everyone except the hero classes rushed for the exit. Fortunately, Izuku managed to calm everyone down before anyone was seriously hurt. Afterward, they returned to class, unaware of a pair of red eyes glaring at Izuku with intense hatred. Izuku's thoughts were interrupted when he felt a tug on his ponytail. He turned to see Ryuko trying to get his attention. She asked if he wanted to come over to her house later, explaining that her mom would be away visiting her dad in Hokkaido until Saturday. Ryuko had discussed with Rumi the possibility of taking their relationship a step further, although they agreed to wait for a special day before going all the way. Izuku agreed to come over and asked if Rumi would join them. Rumi leaned back, resting her ears on his hands, and confirmed she had brought extra clothes. Izuku playfully insisted he hadn't forgotten his clothes from the last time he was at her house, but Ryuko chimed in, saying she had kept his hoodie because it was warm and smelled like him. Rumi added that she needed him to wear an All Might-themed hoodie for a while so it could smell like him again. Izuku questioned why they needed it to smell like him when they cuddled with him every day. Ryuko giggled and said it was simply because he smelled good. Just then, the classroom door opened, and Ms. Joke and Aizawa entered. Aizawa informed everyone that they would be going to the USJ and asked them to decide whether to wear their hero costumes or gym uniforms. Some students opted for gym uniforms while others chose their costumes. Izuku walked out in his costume and stood near his parents. He tried to appear indifferent, but Emi noticed and began teasing him with hugs and kisses on his cheek, much to his embarrassment. Just as he thought he might escape, Rumi and Ryuko stepped in, showering him with affection as well. They playfully declared that it was their job to kiss him, leaving Izuku flustered and overwhelmed by the attention. Emi teased about what would happen when the three of them started a family and how the girls would want a kiss from Izuku, causing all three to blush deeply. Meanwhile, in an underground bunker, a little girl with white hair, a small bronze horn, and ruby-red eyes sneezed. Ryuko insisted that it was a different situation, while Rumi added that they had plenty of time before thinking about starting a family with Izuku. They planned to focus on their hero careers first before considering children. Izuku felt a rush of happiness and embarrassment at the thought of his girlfriends wanting a family with him, which warmed his heart. Back at Ua, Nizu found amusement in the idea that they thought they would have to wait years before starting a family. Aizawa interrupted the moment, instructing everyone to board the bus to avoid wasting time. He took a seat at the front, with Emi sitting beside him. Izuku settled down with Rumi and Ryuko leaning against him, holding his hands. Across from them, Ochako, Mina, and Tsu smiled at the sight, especially Mina, who found it adorable. Tsu, looking at Izuku, stated that she preferred to speak her mind, even if it came off bluntly. Izuku reassured her that it was fine. Tsu then remarked on his quirk, noting its uniqueness and power, comparing his strength to All Might's. She mentioned the black wisps he could create, which intrigued Rumi and Ryuko, causing them to blush at the thought of him using them in a more playful manner. Izuku explained that his quirk was quite unusual, not resembling either of his parents' abilities. He had discussed it with Recovery Girl, who described it as an evolved quirk. He was still figuring out the black wisps, which he believed were excess energy he could manipulate. In the back, Todoroki cast a slight glare at Izuku, recalling how he had lost to him without a chance to fight back. Ochako, curious, asked how Rumi and Ryuko had met Izuku. Rumi recounted how, when they were 9, Izuku transferred to their school and was initially shunned due to being misdiagnosed as quirkless. They had decided to sit with him during lunch, as they too faced bullying for their quirks. Over time, their friendship deepened, leading to a close bond, and eventually, Izuku had asked them both out. Mina found their story sweet but expressed her disbelief that anyone would bully them for their quirks. Rumi nodded in agreement, while Ryuko was about to respond when Aizawa interrupted, announcing their arrival and instructing everyone to exit the bus. As they disembarked, they spotted 13 standing at the entrance of UA. Ochako excitedly exclaimed that 13 was her favorite hero, having recently rescued a bus full of people from a villain attack. Izuku confirmed her reputation as a skilled rescue hero, noting her impressive record. Tsu mentioned that 13 would likely be happy to give autographs after class. 13 cleared her throat to gather everyone's attention and began to explain the day's training. She emphasized that while they had experience using their quirks in combat, they lacked experience in rescue scenarios. The training would focus on rescuing people during natural disasters like earthquakes and wildfires. Ms. Joke added that they should feel free to ask for help if needed, stressing that the only true mistake would be not seeking guidance. The class nodded in understanding as they entered the building, amazed by its scale and the various training areas. Kyoko wondered how UA could afford such facilities, to which Aizawa and Emi simultaneously replied that it was due to their enigmatic boss, Nizu. As the training began, Kirishima interrupted Aizawa, excitedly pointing out the presence of fake villains. Suddenly, a massive black and purple portal opened near the water, and hundreds of villains emerged, culminating in the appearance of a man covered in hands. The area quickly filled with over 150 villains, and a massive creature followed from the portal. Izuku felt a surge of anger from OFA at the sight of the creature, realizing it was a creation of All for One. Banjo's dark voice confirmed the identity of the mastermind behind the chaos. All Might, who had been silent since Izuku received OFA, finally spoke up, revealing the name of the villain. He had hesitated to address Izuku, burdened by shame for having placed such heavy responsibilities on him before he was ready. As the ninth wielder of this quirk, Izuku was determined to defeat the monster and protect everyone, for that was his duty as a hero. He strengthened his resolve, but before he could move forward, his parents stopped him. Aizawa instructed Izuku to help the others escape while he, Emi, and 13 held off the villains, with 13 ensuring the class's safety from behind. Izuku insisted that he had to fight the creature, believing his parents stood no chance against it. He caught everyone's attention, unaware of the worried expressions on Rumi's and Ryuko's faces. Aizawa's eyes widened in horror as Izuku mentioned the creature's creator, realizing it was All for One, the man who had killed All Might. Izuku pleaded to be allowed to fight, stating he was the only one with a chance until backup arrived. He emphasized the need for strong allies from the top. Aizawa gritted his teeth, glancing at the creature while the villain taunted them about killing the students. Reluctantly, he agreed, warning Izuku to return safely. As Izuku nodded, he felt 2 pairs of hands on him. Rumi declared she wouldn't let him fight alone, while Ryuko insisted she wouldn't watch him risk his life. Izuku, determined to protect them, shared a heartfelt kiss with each of them, promising to make it up to them before he jumped down to join his parents. Meanwhile, 13 urged the remaining students to leave immediately. Just as they approached the exit, a purple portal opened, revealing a massive mist and a pair of glowing yellow eyes. The villain announced their intention to kill everyone, and with that, he covered the area in portals, scattering most of the class throughout the USJ. Ryuko found herself in the earthquake zone, while Rumi ended up in the flood zone with Tsu. Izuku and Ms. Joke raced behind Aizawa, but 2 portals opened before them, separating Izuku and Ms. Joke from Aizawa, leaving him to face the villains alone. Izuku looked around, realizing he was in a different area with Momo, Kyoka, and Denki, all separated from the class. He deduced that the Mist Man was responsible for their teleportation, recognizing the danger of his quirk. Just then, a group of villains approached them. One thug leered at Momo and Kyoka, suggesting they could have their way with them. The leader of the group, with a sinister grin, instructed his henchmen to incapacitate the boys first. Izuku reacted swiftly, delivering a powerful punch to one villain, sending him flying across the area. He then used black wisps to strike another villain, incapacitating him with a swift blow. The leader flinched but quickly regained his composure, taunting Izuku about the laws protecting villains from harm. Izuku glared back, using his quirk to appear in front of the leader. He grabbed the thug by his shirt and slammed him into the ground, creating a small crater. Izuku made it clear that the villain's intentions warranted a harsh response. After delivering a punishing blow, Izuku checked on his classmates, who expressed concern about the consequences of his actions. He reassured them that he had his limits and that the villain had crossed a line. Momo hesitated to respond, but Kyoka urged her to stay quiet. Izuku then led the 3 of them away, determined to find an exit and assist his father against the villains. In the flood zone, Rumi found herself submerged in water, confused until a villain swam toward her at high speed, intent on attacking. He taunted her, but Rumi used her incredible leg strength to propel herself out of the water, ready to face the threat head-on. But now she faced a new challenge. Once she landed in the water, they would be able to try and attack her. Just then, a tongue wrapped around her, and Tsu pulled Rumi with her to the ship, where they both landed on the deck. Tsu looked at Rumi with slight concern and asked if she was all right. Rumi brushed it off, stating that she, Izuku, and Ryuko trained 4 times harder than this, adding that Izuku didn't hold back. Tsu noted that while it was typically wrong for a man to hit a woman, their training as heroes made it understandable. Rumi countered that if a guy upset a girl, it was acceptable for her to hit him, but the reverse was a different story, calling it hypocritical. Ryuko was falling but quickly flipped her body, transforming into her dragon form and opening her massive wings to land softly on the ground. Lifting her head, she realized she was in the earthquake zone. Nearby were Todoroki, Toru, and Shoji, all looking confused before the villains attacked. Todoroki created a massive wave of ice, defeating them all in an instant, leaving the others shocked at how easily he did it. He urged everyone to keep moving, or more villains would appear. Ryuko huffed and slammed her tail into a tree, knocking out a villain hiding behind it. Izuku, Momo, Kyoka, and Denki were heading to the entrance of the USJ. As they ran, they encountered many villains, but they were weak, making it easy to knock them out. As Izuku rounded a part of the lake, his eyes widened in horror. Aizawa was completely surrounded by villains, but they were all unconscious. The frightening part was that he was being held up by a large creature with charcoal black skin and an exposed brain. Izuku felt a sense of danger and urged his friends to get everyone out of there. Momo insisted they couldn't leave Aizawa behind, but he insisted they had to. He couldn't protect them and fight the creature at the same time. Pulling his hood up and covering his face with his mouthpiece, he felt green and white lightning arch around him as he shot off to save his father. Aizawa let out a pained groan. His arms were broken, and a couple of his ribs were likely cracked from the creature called Nomu. Shigaraki grinned, instructing Nomu to kill Aizawa. The Nomu tightened its grip, preparing to squeeze the life out of him, but before it could, a lightning-covered leg smashed into its face, sending it away. Izuku caught his dad and jumped backward, placing him against the stairs. He asked if Aizawa was okay. Aizawa groaned that Izuku needed to run, insisting that the creature was too strong. Izuku refused, telling his father to get everyone out while he faced the creature. Aizawa tried to stop him, but the pain held him back. For a brief moment, he saw figures behind Izuku: All Might, a woman in a black costume with a white cape, a bald man in a black trench coat, and a guy in a white shirt with long white hair. Shigaraki looked at the green-hooded figure with interest. He easily kicked the Nomu away, saving Aizawa as if it were nothing. Shigaraki asked Kurogiri who Izuku was, noting he didn't recognize any hero like him. Kurogiri replied that he believed Izuku was a student, which meant he was a hero in training. Shigaraki found this annoying, realizing they had a formidable opponent. He ordered Nomu to stop Izuku. The Nomu charged, and Izuku ducked under its strike, kicking its arm away before twisting his body and landing a kick to its chin. The creature recoiled, but its arm struck Izuku, sending him back. He used Black Whip to anchor himself to the ground, launching himself forward to punch Nomu. As the creature swung its arm to hit him, Izuku deflected it down and aimed a kick at its head. A punch from Nomu caught Izuku and cracked his arm. Despite the pain, he shouted his signature move, managing to hit Nomu at the same time he was punched, sending it back. Izuku slammed into the ground and rolled out of the attack, sensing danger from behind and quickly ducking to avoid a hand that almost grabbed him. Shigaraki noted Izuku's impressive battle instincts, having to jump back to dodge a kick. Realizing the two were strong, Izuku decided to change his fighting style, keeping lower to the ground to make it harder for his larger opponents to defend themselves. Shigaraki jumped back as Izuku continued to strike upwards or for the legs, making it increasingly difficult for him to counter. The young hero lunged forward, grappling his legs around the Nomu's neck before flipping his body over and slamming him onto the ground with a resounding impact. The Nomu let out a pained cry, feeling the force of the blow. Izuku turned and raised both arms to absorb the incoming strike, but it sent him staggering back before he regained his footing. He thought to himself that he needed to find a way to deal with the Nomu. As he dodged a slash, the Nomu's attack grazed his skin, leaving 3 deep marks. With determination, he executed a powerful kick, sending the Nomu sprawling backward and creating a dent in its arm as it attempted to block the attack. The Nomu charged in, relentlessly slashing at him, not allowing Izuku a moment to breathe. He ducked and dodged, blocking every strike, but the Nomu's speed caught him off guard. A punch landed, breaking his arm and several ribs. The Nomu then lifted him and slammed him into the ground, following up with a devastating punch that knocked him unconscious. As darkness closed in, Izuku's last thoughts were of his loved ones, hoping they had escaped. He felt regret for not being able to tell them he loved them one last time. Izuku's vision faded to black, but he could hear the voices of the previous users urging him to keep fighting. Despite his efforts, he felt himself slipping away, struggling for breath. Just then, Rumi arrived, delivering a powerful kick to the Nomu's face, shattering its beak and freeing Izuku from its grip. He fell to the ground, coughing violently as air rushed into his lungs, clearing his vision. He turned his head and saw Rumi standing before him, a mix of worry and excitement on her face. She asked if he was okay, and he replied that he had a few broken ribs and some cracked bones. Rumi instructed him to use his black whip to stabilize his arm, emphasizing the need to defeat the Nomu before backup arrived. Izuku expressed doubt about any help coming, noting the dire situation they were in. They both agreed that they needed to end the fight right then and there. With Izuku taking the lead, they charged at the Nomu. He delivered a powerful punch, which the Nomu easily blocked. Rumi followed up with a kick, and while both limbs were occupied, Izuku seized the opportunity to swing his body and land a kick to the Nomu's chin with a St. Louis smash. The attack stunned the Nomu momentarily, but it quickly retaliated, swinging its arm dangerously close to Rumi, who narrowly avoided the strike. Izuku felt a surge of energy and dodged another attack, landing a punch to the Nomu's face with a Detroit smash, using his black whip to deliver a second, more concentrated blow. The Nomu absorbed the impact, but Izuku was sent flying back by a powerful swipe, breaking 2 more bones in the process. He looked up just in time to see the Nomu preparing to strike again, but Rumi intervened, executing a powerful kick that snapped the Nomu's neck, though it also damaged her bracer. Determined to increase his power, Izuku decided to use 30% of One for All. A sonic boom echoed as he kicked the Nomu, causing significant damage as its chest caved in, momentarily delaying its healing process. Rumi landed beside him, favoring her left leg and displaying an angry expression. She confirmed that she had either sprained or broken her ankle from the previous strike and asked for the plan. Izuku observed the Nomu, which was waiting for orders from Shigaraki, who was muttering about Izuku's strength. He knew he had to share a difficult decision with Rumi. He urged her to listen closely, explaining that if things worsened, she might need to leave him behind. Rumi reacted with anger and disbelief, refusing to abandon him to face the monster alone. Izuku explained that the Nomu was likely designed to kill All Might, and he would have to unleash his full power, which could lead to severe consequences for his body. He asked her to promise that if it came to that, she would help get everyone to safety. Rumi, fighting back tears, reluctantly agreed but demanded that he promise to return to her and Ryuko. With a light-hearted remark about needing to fill All Might's shoes, Izuku tried to lighten the mood. Just then, Shigaraki interrupted, revealing his realization about Izuku's potential as All Might's successor or possessing a strong quirk. He commanded the Nomu to stop holding back and eliminate them both. In an instant, the Nomu vanished, its fist reared back for a devastating punch aimed at Rumi, who found herself frozen in place, unable to move despite her desperate attempts to scream. Her entire life flashed before her eyes, but just as quickly she found herself lying on the ground 30 feet away. Confused, she looked up to see Izuku bracing against the Nomu's strike, his arms straining under the pressure. Black whip wrapped around his limbs, reinforcing them and preventing them from breaking under the immense force. Shigaraki grinned, taunting Izuku about his impressive dodge and catch. Izuku struggled against the overwhelming power of the Nomu, feeling his bones creak and muscles ache from the force pressing down on him. Even at 45%, his gauntlet's maximum, he could barely hold it back. Nana appeared beside him, urging him not to give up. Gritting his teeth, Izuku pushed himself to 50%, gradually overpowering the Nomu, even as it put its full weight into its arm to crush him. He then increased his power to 52%, pushing the arm away and jumping back for a moment to catch his breath. Unfortunately, the Nomu was quick to retaliate, throwing a punch that Izuku narrowly dodged by using Black Whip to pull himself aside. As he continued to evade, Izuku's mind raced for a way to defeat the Nomu. It was simply too strong and fast for him to overcome. Just as he leaped again, he felt himself pulled into his mind. Izuku found himself standing on a platform, surrounded by 6 of the previous users of One for All. They all stared at him, except for 2 figures who looked down, their heads bowed. Banjo asked him what he was doing, and a man in a red, high-collared jacket pointed out that he was not All Might. Izuku was puzzled. It was clear he was not All Might. Nana reminded him that he was Izuku Aizawa and his own person, urging him to remember the lessons from Gran Torino and Night Eye. The first user encouraged him to use his mind and the quirks of the previous users to devise a different strategy against the creature, rather than relying solely on brute strength. All Might looked up at Izuku, emphasizing that he was better than this and should use his strengths to defeat the monster, showcasing the power of one for all. The 6 users raised their arms, forming 6 glowing balls of light. The first user called upon the last 2 users to help, insisting that Izuku needed their strength to show all for one that they were still fighting. One user with a ponytail slowly raised his hand, forming a small ball of light, challenging Izuku to prove he could do what none of them could. The last man remained silent, staring at the wall, claiming Izuku was not ready and that his body wouldn't handle his quirk. Izuku nodded, feeling 7 balls of light enter him, filling him with the power of the quirks and the knowledge to wield them. All Might encouraged him to kick the monster's rear and always remember to push beyond his limits. Suddenly, Izuku returned to the real world just as the Nomu was about to punch him. He used float to dodge effortlessly, anchoring himself with Black Whip while his legs began to glow red. Shigaraki and the others watched in confusion as Izuku declared, "Foe 100%, unleashing a surge of power that crackled with electricity. With a powerful smash, Izuku vanished, creating a massive sonic boom, and the Nomu was engulfed in a cloud of smoke from the explosion. The force of his attack sent everyone nearby flying. Shigaraki screamed in disbelief, demanding the Nomu to get up. For a moment, silence reigned before a gurgling sound emerged, and a charcoal black hand clawed its way out of the smoke. Shigaraki's brief grin faded as he realized the Nomu was missing the entire upper right half of its body and was struggling to crawl towards him. As the smoke cleared, Izuku stood firm, his body coated in Black Whip, the only thing protecting him from the immense force he had just unleashed. He took a step forward, glaring at Shigaraki. Shigaraki snarled for the Nomu to rise. Hearing its master's command, the Nomu slowly forced itself upright, its body healing but still showing signs of severe injury. Izuku took a runner's stance and charged forward, delivering a Texas smash that sent the Nomu flying backward, collapsing in front of Shigaraki. The creature struggled to get up, but it was clear that it was too injured, while Izuku appeared completely unscathed. 2 days later, Izuku slowly opened his eyes in the black void he found himself in, suddenly unlocking all but the second user's quirks. He looked around until he spotted the floating platform where everyone was seated, except for the second user, who leaned against the wall, observing him. Yoichi welcomed him, explaining that although he would normally be waking up now, there were important matters to discuss first. Izuku nodded and approached the other users, taking a moment to look at them. Yoichi suggested they introduce themselves to help Izuku, then proceed with their discussion. He went first, stating that he was the first user, Yoichi Shigaraki. The second user remained silent. The third user took a moment before introducing himself, revealing that his quirk was called Fa Gene, which operated on kinetic energy. Yoichi sighed, feeling the weight of his brother's past actions that had caused harm to these individuals. The fourth user introduced himself as Hikage Shinomori, explaining that his quirk was called Danger Sense, which was self-explanatory. He was a lean man with short, white hair and thin, green eyes that slanted slightly downward. His accelerated aging had left him with 2 scar-like cracks stretching from his forehead down to his chin. The fifth user, Daigoro Banjo, stated that his quirk was Black Whip and that Izuku already knew how to use it. He was a large, muscular man with a square jaw, small dull blue eyes, and a bald head, dressed in dark leather clothes and stylish goggles. The sixth user, N, introduced his quirk as Smokescreen, which allowed him to cover an area in thick smoke. He was a fairly short man with short, dark hair and a distinctive hero costume featuring a large red jacket and dark, baggy pants. Nana Shimura introduced herself next, explaining that her quirk was called Float, which allowed her to levitate in place unless she added momentum to move. She was a tall woman with a curvaceous figure and a tough demeanor, dressed in a dark, sleeveless bodysuit with a high collar and yellow gloves. Finally, Tashinori Yagi, known as All Might, greeted Izuku with his trademark smile, acknowledging that he already knew him. Izuku then inquired about the purpose of their gathering, and explained that his fight with the Nomu had been perilously close, and without their assistance, he and likely the rest of his class would have perished, along with anyone who arrived after he lost consciousness. Izuku looked down, acknowledging his mistake in relying solely on overwhelming strength like All Might. He felt scared and nervous during the battle. Nana interrupted him, pointing out that while using brute force could be effective for someone with All Might's physical build, it was not suitable for him. Banjo added that Gran Torino and Night Eye had trained him to utilize speed and quick, powerful attacks. Izuku promised to work harder to ensure he would never make that mistake again, vowing to use his strengths against his enemies. Yoichi then indicated that they could now discuss the true reason for their meeting. When Izuku asked what that was, Yoichi revealed that after much discussion, they had concluded that Izuku's connection with One for All was stronger than anyone else's. This realization was further solidified by the family pictures that showed his lineage. Yoichi explained that Izuku was a descendant of his. Izuku was astonished to learn of his connection to the first user, feeling a deep sense of kinship that strengthened his bond with One for All. He asked what this revelation meant. Hikage explained that they believed he might end up changing One for All and completing it fully. Yoichi believed that due to the strength of his connection, it could lead to quirk awakenings for one or possibly all of the quirks. Izuku was taken aback by this possibility, realizing the implications of such a strong bond. Nana confirmed that his connection was unlike any other, as if he had been born with the quirk, but with an even greater intensity. Before they could delve deeper, the second user interrupted, reminding them to focus on the main reason for their meeting. Yoichi turned to Izuku, revealing that his brother, All for One, was still alive. The revelation sent a chill through Izuku, leaving him momentarily frozen. He asked if Yoichi was certain, to which Yoichi affirmed that only his brother could create a monster like the Nomu, although he suspected All for One had received assistance due to the injuries All Might had inflicted on him. All Might expressed his regret, recalling how he had thought he had defeated All for One. Izuku reassured All Might, acknowledging that even if he hadn't been killed, he was likely severely injured. However, the second user warned that All for One remained extremely dangerous and likely possessed quirks to counter any limitations he faced. Izuku looked down, clenching his fists before looking up at everyone. He wondered what he should do next. Banjo advised him to train, to make using their quirks second nature and gain as much control over One for All as possible. All Might agreed, mentioning that Tsukachi, Night Eye, and Nizu would start preparing things while Nizu and Night Eye worked on giving Izuku as much combat experience as they could. Izuku nodded, feeling a sense of determination. Nana added that while Izuku might inherit some memories to help him use their quirks, he would need to train relentlessly, and they would support him whenever they could. Izuku expressed his readiness, vowing not to let another user bear the weight of the burden alone. Yoichi informed him that he was the last user of One for All, as the quirk had grown too strong and refused to leave him, seeing him as its rightful owner. Meanwhile, in a bar in Kamino Ward, Shigaraki was filled with a mix of anger and satisfaction. He informed All for One that he had seen the new user of One for All. Shigaraki described the user as strong and fast, with considerable experience and multiple quirks. All for One listened intently, intrigued by the evolution of his brother's quirk. He noted that they would observe and study this new user to understand his strength and abilities. As the conversation ended, All for One leaned back in his chair, contemplating the rapid changes that were unfolding. He realized he needed to sow more seeds of chaos and decided to leave hints for the Hero Association to increase pressure on the new user, Izuku Aizawa. He smiled, eager to meet Izuku and reclaim his quirk. In a hospital room, Rumi and Ryuko sat by Izuku's side, each holding one of his hands. They refused to leave him, only stepping out for food or to check on Izuku's father. Rumi expressed her frustration, feeling guilty for allowing Izuku to fight alone. Ryuko reminded her that Izuku had fought to protect them, but Rumi felt it was their duty as heroes and his girlfriends to keep him safe. Emi entered the room, reassuring them that Izuku had always been taught to protect everyone, especially those he loved. Rumi and Ryuko acknowledged their desire to protect him, knowing how much he cared for them. Somewhere else in Japan, Eri sneezed, causing Overhaul to postpone her sessions to avoid getting sick. Izuku slowly opened his eyes, his vision clearing to reveal two pairs of loving, worried eyes, one red and the other gold. They both exclaimed his name as they wrapped their arms around him, causing him to wheeze slightly from their embrace. He noticed tears in their eyes, which made him feel a mix of concern and affection. Rumi and Ryuko expressed their relief at seeing him awake, though they reminded him that he had scared them. Izuku apologized for worrying them, explaining that he had tried his best to defeat the Nomu without getting hurt. He acknowledged their fears and promised to make it up to them. As they spoke, Emi entered the room, updating Izuku on his father's condition. She mentioned that his father had just left the ICU after a challenging surgery. Izuku felt grateful for his father's resilience, though his mind was still occupied with thoughts of his recent battles and the scars he bore. Recovery Girl entered the room, confirming that Izuku was awake. She explained that, despite his injuries, he had enough stamina for her to heal the major wounds. After one more use of her quirk, he would be able to leave the hospital. Izuku expressed his disdain for hospitals, prompting Emi to chuckle softly and comment on his consistent aversion. Just as she was about to continue, a knock at the door interrupted them, and a Hero Association agent entered the room. He had slicked back black hair and charcoal black eyes that remained emotionless despite his smile. He inquired if Izuku Aizawa was present, to which Izuku responded with a sense of unease. The agent conveyed that both he and his president were pleased to see Izuku doing well, but his smile felt hollow and insincere. Izuku remained silent, and both Rumi and Ryuko shared his discomfort, disliking the agent's interest in him. When Izuku asked about the purpose of the Hero Association's visit, the agent explained that his president had taken an interest in Izuku's potential and wanted to recruit him. Rumi and Ryuko tightened their grip on Izuku's hands, glaring at the agent. After a moment of contemplation, Izuku firmly declined the offer, expressing his desire to be his own hero without being tied to any organization. The agent's expression remained unchanged as he pulled out a business card, offering his number in case Izuku reconsidered. He then exited, planning to inform his boss about the declined invitation, knowing they would need to make a stronger effort to recruit Izuku, whom they believed could be the successor to All Might. Upon returning home with Rumi and Ryuko, Izuku felt a sense of relief. Emi had chosen to stay at the hospital until Shota woke up, encouraging the teens to rest and enjoy their time off from school. As he stepped inside, Rumi and Ryuko hugged him from behind, expressing their concern for his injuries. Rumi, holding on to him tightly, admitted their fear for his life, while Ryuko echoed her sentiments, revealing how much they cared for him. Izuku turned to face them, and Rumi, blushing, took his hand and placed it on her chest, her cheeks reddening further as she made a heartfelt request. Before he could respond, Ryuko gently took his hand as well, playfully trailing her tongue along his fingers. Izuku felt a rush of warmth, his cheeks flushing as he processed the moment. Ryuko, with a teasing gasp, pulled his fingers from her mouth, leaving a trail of saliva, and implored him once more. Overwhelmed by the situation, Izuku struggled to maintain his composure, sensing the intensity of their emotions and the bond they shared. Before they knew it, they found themselves in his room. Izuku was gently pushed onto the bed, and Rumi playfully jumped onto him, sitting on him and leaning in for a passionate kiss. Ryuko felt a pang of jealousy and decided to join in, leaning in to kiss him as well. The atmosphere was charged with excitement as Rumi playfully pressed against him, and she exclaimed with delight at the intensity of the moment. Ryuko's eyes sparkled with determination. She wanted to be part of this connection. She urged Rumi to move aside, wanting to take her turn. Rumi teased her, challenging her to make her. Just then, Izuku reached out, catching Rumi's attention. Izuku felt a rush of excitement as he noticed her reaction. She leaned back, but he gently held her in place, creating a moment of tension between them. The atmosphere was charged with an intensity that left them both breathless. Meanwhile, Ryuko was lost in her own world, caught up in the thrill of the moment as she focused on Izuku, her movements becoming more fervent. She brought it up and began to circle around, surprising him as he instinctively moved closer. He was silently urging her on, and she responded by wrapping her lips around him, careful to avoid any mishaps. She took him in fully, pushing herself further, grateful for her dragon quirk that allowed her to manage without discomfort. Izuku gasped as he felt the warmth envelop him, and she began to hum softly, creating a sensation that made him grip Rumi even tighter. Rumi squeaked in surprise as his hold on her intensified. Ryuko continued to tease him, and Izuku's movements showed his enjoyment, which only fueled her excitement further. After a brief moment, they were all caught up in the heat of the moment, and Ryuko finally pulled back, sensing that Izuku was close to his limit. She had other intentions, though, and her instincts were urging her to take things further. She quickly removed her clothes and positioned herself, leaning forward to look over Rumi's shoulder. With a sultry tone, she asked if she could proceed. Rumi shot her a glare, clearly wanting to be included, but before she could voice her thoughts, Ryuko pulled her into a passionate kiss, leaving Rumi momentarily stunned. Ryuko reassured her that she would have her turn afterward, promising excitement to come. First, she made her move, leaning in to kiss him, urging him to continue. Grumbling a bit, she sat up and positioned herself next to Izuku. His face showed signs of distraction from earlier events. Before he could gather his thoughts, Ryuko leaned forward and kissed him, filled with affection. She expressed her feelings for him, saying she loved him, as she shifted her position slightly. Their lips met again, and he reciprocated her kiss. With a determined look, she settled down closer to him, feeling a rush of excitement. A soft sound escaped her lips as she adjusted to the moment, biting her lip to suppress any discomfort. Izuku was taken aback by how close they were, feeling the intensity of the connection. Rumi, witnessing the scene unfold, was surprised by the sight before her. She couldn't help but wonder about her own capabilities, considering her similar build to Ryuko but being slightly shorter. She found herself sitting on the edge of the bed, observing Izuku and Ryuko. Ryuko was lost in the moment, expressing her delight as Izuku held her close, his hands firmly on her waist. She let out a soft exclamation, feeling overwhelmed by the experience. As she tried to ground herself, Izuku wrapped an arm around her, and their connection deepened. Rumi felt a stirring curiosity within herself, captivated by the scene, contemplating her own desires while watching them. Izuku focused entirely on Ryuko as they shared an NTMT moment. Time seemed to slip away, and Ryuko found herself overwhelmed with sensations, gripping the sheets tightly and biting down on the pillow to keep herself grounded. With her face pressed against the pillow and her body arched, she felt a rush of pleasure that surpassed anything she had experienced before. It felt instinctual, a connection tied to her dragon quirk. Izuku, holding her waist, continued to move rhythmically, captivated by the way her body responded. He could sense the intensity building within both of them. As he leaned down to kiss her, his hand moved to explore further, igniting a spark that sent waves of joy through her. In that moment, everything reached a peak, and Ryuko experienced a powerful release, her body trembling with delight. Izuku, feeling the overwhelming energy, was caught up in the moment as well. They were both lost in their own world, the connection between them deepening. Just then, Rumi entered the scene, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She approached Izuku with determination, ready for her turn. Before he could respond, she playfully tackled him down, her enthusiasm infectious. Rumi was eager and assertive, making it clear that she wanted to share in the experience. Izuku, still filled with energy, prepared to embrace the unexpected turn of events, ready for whatever came next. He looked at her for a moment before smiling coyly and challenging her to get up. She playfully teased him, but before she knew it, Black Whip had restrained her, pinning her against the wall. He stood before her, lifting her slightly off the ground, leaving her feeling both vulnerable and safe. This realization filled her with excitement. Before she could respond, he silenced her with a kiss, using Black Whip to hold her arms and legs against the wall. Izuku took control, knowing how much she enjoyed it when he did. He supported her with one arm while the other gripped her thighs, lifting her effortlessly. They both expressed their exhilaration as he continued to dominate the moment, eliciting soft sounds of pleasure from her. As he leaned back, Using Black Whip to elevate her legs over his shoulders, he intensified his movements. Rumi felt as if she were floating, completely lost in the sensations he was creating. She was overwhelmed with joy, feeling his every action resonate deeply within her. Just when she thought she couldn't take any more, a gentle bite on her ear brought her back to reality. With a breathless whisper, she declared her feelings for him, barely holding on to consciousness as the moment enveloped them both. Izuku felt a rush of warmth as he gazed at Rumi and Ryuko, who were peacefully curled up beside him. The memories of the previous night flooded his mind, causing a blush to creep onto his cheeks. He noticed an open box of PRY pills nearby, and with a sigh of relief, he quietly slipped out of bed to prepare breakfast for the three of them. A few minutes later, Rumi and Ryuko began to stir, smiling at each other as they woke. Ryuko greeted the morning cheerfully, while Rumi mumbled a soft acknowledgement, reaching out for Izuku only to find him missing. A moment of worry washed over them as they searched the bed, fearing that the previous night had been merely a dream, despite the lingering evidence of their shared experience. Just then, the bedroom door swung open, and a shirtless Izuku entered, balancing a large tray filled with breakfast. He greeted them with a smile, placing the tray down and serving Ryuko a hearty meal of eggs, sausage, bacon, fruit, and toast. Rumi received her own plate, filled with eggs, bacon, carrots, roasted tomatoes, and toast, along with tea prepared just the way they liked it. Both girls noticed that Izuku seemed even more attractive than usual, and he leaned forward to kiss them gently. He expressed his hope that they would enjoy their favorite breakfasts, and they both declared their love for him. Izuku reciprocated their feelings, kissing them again and settling down to enjoy the morning together, determined to keep them happy and free from worry. As the morning progressed, Izuku felt a sense of fulfillment and joy, cherishing the bond he shared with both Rumi and Ryuko. He had never wanted to see them upset, and he was committed to making their days brighter. Later, after a playful and affectionate morning, Izuku found himself panting heavily, having just finished another round of playful antics with both girls. Rumi had drifted off to sleep beside him, while Ryuko nestled closer, her legs still trembling from their earlier activities. She expressed her delight, trailing her hands over his chest and playfully marking him again, signaling her desire for more. Izuku chuckled, admitting that he was exhausted from their playful encounters, but Ryuko assured him that she could wait for another opportunity to show him just how much they loved him. She reminded him that he was more than just their boyfriend. He was a cherished partner to both her and Rumi. Just then, Rumi stirred and snuggled closer, her happiness evident as she laid her head on Izuku's chest. He felt a surge of warmth at the affection they shared, kissing Rumi gently, which made her smile in her sleep. Ryuko watched them, feeling a mix of affection and longing, but she knew that Rumi wasn't interested in girls. Still, she cherished the moments they shared together. Izuku cupped Ryuko's chin, kissing her deeply and pouring his affection into the moment. The kiss filled her with joy, and she felt her heart flutter at his teasing words, calling her his little dragon. She couldn't help but feel grateful for his love and the happiness he brought into her life. Rumi, now awake and with messy hair, joined the conversation, playfully asking what made her special to him. Izuku responded with fondness, highlighting their fun training sessions and how she always knew how to lift his spirits. He cherished the moments spent cooking for her and seeing her delighted expressions. Before long, both girls playfully pinned Izuku down on the bed, teasing him about rewarding him for his efforts. He felt a mix of excitement and nervousness at the prospect of their playful antics becoming a regular occurrence, especially as the season of affection approached. Rumi leaned in, whispering her playful intentions, and Izuku couldn't help but feel a rush of anticipation for what was to come. The very next day, Emi returned home, her face lit up with a mischievous grin as she called out to the teens, unable to hide her excitement from what she had witnessed. Sitting on the couch in front of her were 3 teens, each covered in bites, scratches, and marks, with most of the marks on Izuku while the girls had noticeable marks on their necks. Rumi and Ryuko leaned against Izuku, cooing about how happy they felt. He had managed to lift their spirits, and now they were giggling with joy. Emi looked at them, sweat dropping as she spoke about the good news she had. Rumi snuggled closer to Izuku, rubbing her chin on his shoulder and showering his cheek and neck with affectionate kisses. She seemed particularly affected by the previous night, as she had been overwhelmed with happiness and affection. Emi chuckled at the scene, thinking it was cute but hoping that Rumi would eventually gain better control over her emotions. She announced that UA was now a boarding school, a decision agreed upon by both her and Izuku's father. Ryuko mentioned that her mother had also agreed to it, while Rumi playfully teased Izuku, suggesting he would have to coax her for more information. Emi laughed again, finding the situation amusing. She informed them that they would be moving in 2 days, giving them time to adjust to the dorms before school resumed. Izuku promised to ensure they were all packed by then. However, Rumi's playful nature led her to make a comment that Izuku quickly silenced, reminding her to focus on packing or risk missing out on fun after the sports festival. As Izuku left to check on Rumi, Emi and Ryuko found themselves in an awkward silence, unsure of what to say after the earlier antics. Emi broke the silence by mentioning that the rooms were soundproof, causing Ryuko to cover her face in embarrassment. 2 days later, everyone had moved into the new dorms. Each student had their own room, but Izuku, Rumi, and Ryuko shared a slightly larger space. Izuku placed down a box, and Ryuko suggested he relax while she and Rumi organized their things. Rumi insisted they could handle it, having already done a lot of the heavy lifting. Downstairs, Izuku joined his friends in the common room, where they were discussing their experiences. Kirishima greeted him with a smile, and Tokoyami noted how well Izuku seemed to be doing despite his injuries. Izuku reassured them that he was fine, joking that Rumi and Ryuko would take care of him if he weren't. Ochako expressed concern for Izuku, noting he looked hurt. He reciprocated by asking about their well-being, and Mina suddenly noticed the marks on his neck, teasing him about them. Izuku found himself at a loss for words, worried about how Ida might react if he found out the truth. In a moment of desperation, he blurted out that he had fallen down some stairs, only to realize how ridiculous that sounded. "I wanted to say I got into a fight with a tiger and lost," and remarked. "I would have gone for a vending machine," All Might replied. "More like a dragon and a bunny and he tamed them," Nana added with a smirk. "You only say that because you watched," Banjo teased. "I have zero regrets or shame," Nana declared confidently. "Nana!" Izuku exclaimed in horror. "What?" "It was exciting to watch, and I'm honestly jealous of those 2 girls. I wish I were in that position," Nana admitted. "Don't worry, Izuku. We'll try to keep her from watching. Unlike her, the rest of us respect your private life," Yoichi said, attempting to pull Nana away. "Don't drag me away. I want to see him with his girlfriends again. I didn't even know girls could be that flexible," Nana shouted. The past users managed to pull her away, leaving Izuku feeling utterly embarrassed. "Stairs? Really, Izuku?" Kyoka said as she approached, having seen him and wanting to thank him for saving her and Momo. "Are really bumpy stairs?" Izuku stammered, sounding uncertain. "Anyway, I just wanted to thank you for saving me and Momo, along with Denki. I really appreciate it, and I'm sure they will thank you too once they see you," Kyoka said sincerely. "It's no problem, Jiro. I was just doing what any hero would do," he replied. She chuckled softly and bumped her fist against his chest. "I would have hugged you, but I feel like your girlfriends would not appreciate that." His thoughts drifted back to the past few days, where he had been overwhelmed by the attention of both girls, who were driven by a strong desire for closeness. Thankfully, things had calmed down enough that they weren't constantly vying for his attention, just occasionally. "Considering my break, they probably would," he said honestly, recalling how girls had been looking at him on the train, while both Rumi and Ryuko had glared at them. Kyoka chuckled before walking away. "Can I have everyone's attention, please?" Ida called out, trying to get the room's focus. Unfortunately, that was when Rumi and Ryuko entered, meaning they also had to listen. "Good, now that we all live here in the dorms, I've made a schedule for everyone to follow along with some rules," he announced, presenting the Rule 1. No NTMT physical contact with significant others. Rule 2. Bedtime is at Rule 3. Wasting time on anything but studying or training is highly frowned upon. Izuku stepped up as class president. "We aren't going to follow those rules. That's just silly and won't allow us our freedom. But these rules will make us better heroes, especially the first one, which goes especially for you, Usagiyama and Tatsume. You three should break up since it's a distraction, and you should cease all physical contact, Ida insisted. If looks could kill, Ida would have been in serious trouble. Rumi and Ryuko were furious. There was no way they would give up what they had with Izuku because of someone who seemed overly strict. You can forget that, Rumi said, glaring at him as her ears flopped back. We're not breaking up with Izuku just because you have a bunch of rules. Our lives are our own, so stay out of them, Ryuko added firmly. Izuku was in the gym, lifting weights while a chain held 500 pounds around his waist. He was using the bare minimum of 1 for all to push his body harder. Come on bro. You just have to do 30 more. Kirishima encouraged him. Oh boy, only 30 more. That just makes it hurt more since my body knows how many I have left, Izuku replied as he continued his workout. Rumi finished her leg presses and glanced over at Izuku, deciding to offer him some encouragement. She walked over with a slight sway and stood on her toes to whisper in his ear. If you beat your record, you can do whatever you want tonight. Hearing that, Izuku tightened his grip on the bar, pushing himself even harder. With a small giggle, Rumi walked away but paused when she saw Ryuko in her dragon form, breathing out a large plume of fire. She smiled, recalling the day Izuku helped her unlock the ability to breathe fire. Flashback 4 years ago. It had only been a year into their training with Gran Torino and sometimes Night Eye when he wasn't busy. They had made significant progress, but Ryuko had hit a snag. She wanted to breathe fire, but nothing worked. Nothing works. Ryuko snapped in her dragon form, usually calm but now frustrated after countless failures. Ryuko, calm down, Izuku started. Why should I? Nothing works, and my quirk makes it so hard to control everything. You wouldn't understand what this is like. I wish I were quirkless like you, she shouted, cutting him off. Silence fell in the gym as Ryuko's words registered. She looked at Izuku, who appeared hurt and turned away. No, it's okay. I'll just leave you be. I don't understand what it's like to have a quirk, he said, walking away while trying to hold back tears. He had promised himself he would never cry in front of others again. Wait, Izuku please. I'm sorry, she called out, feeling terrible for losing her composure. She felt disgusted with herself for snapping at him. He heard her but kept walking, looking down at the ground. As she transformed back into her human form, she began to cry, feeling overwhelmed by regret. What kind of friend am I for saying something so heartless, she thought as tears streamed down her face. Rumi glanced at her, then at Izuku, who had finally disappeared from sight. She wanted to help them both, but deep down, she knew this was something they would have to resolve on their own, and she could only guide them in the right direction. Rumi approached her and sat beside her, pulling her into a comforting hug. She urged her to share what was troubling her, noting that this wasn't typical behavior for her. The girl confessed that she had longed to breathe fire like dragons in fantasy stories, but despite her efforts, nothing had worked. After years of frustration and failure, she had lashed out at Izuku, saying things she didn't truly mean. Rumi held her tightly as she cried, feeling guilty for the harsh words spoken to Izuku when it wasn't his fault. She encouraged her to calm down and talk to him, emphasizing that this was something they needed to fix together. All she could do was provide a little push. Ryuko nodded, wiping her tears away before standing up and walking down the hall in search of Izuku. Rumi decided to remain in the gym. After some time, Ryuko found Izuku sitting on the roof of UA, tears streaming down his face as he gazed at the distant city. She approached him quietly, contemplating what to say. He muttered to himself, expressing feelings of worthlessness, unaware of her presence. As she rushed forward, she wrapped him in a tight embrace, feeling his warm tears soak into her shoulder. Turning his head, he recognized her by her short blonde hair and yellow reptilian eyes. Ryuko reassured him that he was not worthless and that anyone who thought so was mistaken. She acknowledged her earlier outburst, explaining that her anger had been directed at herself, not him. Izuku offered a gentle smile and reassured her that it was okay, understanding that she hadn't meant it. Despite his forgiveness, Ryuko felt remorseful for her words. She expressed her gratitude for his friendship and all he had done for her and Rumi, promising to make amends in any way she could. Izuku remained silent for a moment, still hurt by her earlier comments, but he could sense her genuine regret. With a smile, he asked her to continue being his friend and to promise not to say such things again, and they would be even. Ryuko was taken aback by how easily he forgave her, feeling she deserved harsher judgment. Unbeknownst to her, in that moment, her instincts recognized him as someone special. Later, they returned to the gym, where Izuku began asking Ryuko questions to help her figure out how to breathe fire. He noted her attempts at eating spicy foods and talking to others with fire-related quirks, but nothing had worked. Embarrassed, Ryuko stared at the ground, unable to meet his gaze. Izuku suggested that perhaps she should get a CT scan in her dragon form to examine her organs. Ryuko admitted she had never considered that. He then inquired if she knew which organ she needed to use to emit flames. Realization struck her. She had no idea how fire was generated from her body. She had assumed that with enough effort her body would naturally produce fire, similar to learning to walk. But now, she understood that it might require a specific organ, something her parents did not possess. Izuku brought her back to the present, suggesting they find out what her body needed to breathe fire. Rumi raised an eyebrow, curious about their plan. Izuku explained that Ryuko would open her mouth, allowing them to look for any tube-like structures that could indicate a fire-breathing capability. With a nod of agreement, Ryuko transformed, growing larger than an SUV and reaching nearly 18 feet in length. Lowering her head, she opened her mouth wide for them to inspect. Izuku felt a mix of nerves and trust, knowing Ryuko would not harm him. He retrieved a small flashlight from his belt and began examining the inside of her mouth, starting from her right cheek and moving backward. It wasn't long before Rumi spotted something and pointed it out. Izuku directed the flashlight to where she indicated and noticed a tube-like appendage extending from her cheek into her throat, with a small hole at the front. He checked the opposite side and found a similar structure. Ryuko, her jaw beginning to ache from holding it open, asked if they had found something. Izuku confirmed their discovery, suggesting that physically, she should be able to breathe fire. Now, they just needed to figure out why she hadn't been able to do so before. Perhaps it was because it was a muscle she had never used. Rumi mentioned that when she got her quirk, it took her months to learn how to use her rabbit ears, making them wiggle as she spoke. Izuku felt his heart squeeze at how cute it was to watch. Ryuko nearly gasped in excitement, overwhelmed with happiness. Izuku speculated that since Rumi's ears resembled tubes, she likely had a gland in her cheeks or throat that stored the fuel for her powers. They needed to determine what her body would use to generate that fuel. Rumi suggested gasoline or napalm, but Ryuko quickly dismissed the idea. Izuku, regaining his composure, explained that it would be beneficial for Rumi to first experience the sensation of using her powers before practicing. He concluded that her body must create the fuel from something, likely food. Ryuko realized where he was going with this and pointed out that it was most likely derived from food. Rumi added that it made sense, but she jokingly suggested they could have Ryuko drink gasoline instead. Izuku shook his head, stating that it wasn't a smart idea. He explained that the best way for Ryuko to learn to breathe fire was to force her body to do it involuntarily, which meant filling her gland with fuel. They concluded that Ryuko needed to consume a large amount of meat, considering her dragon anatomy and the fact that dragons were carnivores. Ryuko expressed concern about how they would acquire such a massive amount of meat, knowing neither she nor Rumi could afford it, and Izuku's father likely wouldn't pay for it either. Just then, Izuku's phone buzzed with a message indicating that Nizu had ordered the food. An hour later, Izuku had cooked a significant amount of beef, which Ryuko eagerly devoured. Now, she lay on the ground, feeling uncomfortably full and groaning in pain. Izuku and Rumi gently rubbed her head to comfort her. Izuku felt guilty for her discomfort, apologizing for the idea. Ryuko reassured him, saying she preferred to try something rather than not attempt it at all. Suddenly, she felt a warmth spreading through her body, intensifying in her chest and cheeks. In a slight panic, she exclaimed that something was happening as her cheeks began to swell. Izuku, alarmed, stood up, trying to figure out what to do, while Rumi asked Ryuko what was going on. Ryuko stammered that she could feel her cheeks growing, and her jaw began to ache. Izuku urged Rumi to move as he took her hand and led her to safety. Ryuko stood up on all fours, instinctively opening her jaw wider than ever before. She felt it unhinge, allowing her mouth to stay out of harm's way. A greenish fluid-like substance shot out from her tubes at high speed, igniting into massive flames that surged several meters from her position, creating a wave of fire that engulfed the area. As the flames subsided, Ryuko was momentarily stunned, her jaw hanging open as she processed what had just occurred. All her life, she had dreamed of breathing fire like the dragons from myth, and now she had done it. Words couldn't capture the joy she felt. Rumi rushed over, excitedly hugging Ryuko's massive head, celebrating her achievement. Ryuko, filled with exhilaration, lifted her head high, realizing she had finally accomplished her goal. Izuku approached, praising her for the incredible feat. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Ryuko transformed back into her human form and embraced him, thanking him for his support. The scene shifted to Rumi, who was pulled from her thoughts when Izuku dropped his weights, smiling as he announced he had beaten his record. He mentioned needing to work on his quirk's new abilities. Kirishima expressed disbelief at the extent of Izuku's powers, describing them as broken. Izuku explained that controlling all the new abilities was challenging, and Recovery Girl was still trying to understand his quirk's evolution. Kirishima empathized, acknowledging the difficulty of learning to use his quirk for combat while also mastering new abilities. He offered to help, and Izuku replied that having him as a training partner was more than enough. Just then he glanced at his phone, realizing he had to attend to something urgent. They had an hour before school started. Hearing this, everyone rushed to their rooms to take quick showers and change into clean clothes. After grabbing something simple and fast to eat, they hurried off to school. Once they arrived at their seats, they waited for the homeroom teacher to show up. The door opened, and Mrs. Joke walked in, sporting a few bandages. She greeted the class and mentioned they had important matters to discuss. Concerned, Ochako asked if Mrs. Aizawa should be resting after her injuries and inquired about Mr. Aizawa's condition. Mrs. Joke reassured them that she had only sustained a few bruises and broken bones. She explained that she had to strap her husband to his bed to ensure he rested until the sports festival, which was only 2 weeks away. Todoroki suggested it might be wiser to cancel the event altogether. Mrs. Joke acknowledged the thought but explained that due to the event's popularity and the attention it garnered from across the country, they had no choice but to proceed. However, they would be increasing security to ensure everyone's safety. She continued, explaining that the sports festival was an opportunity for the students to showcase their abilities to the public and professional heroes. After the festival, they would be interning under a hero for a week and a half, which would involve actual patrols and possibly some combat scenarios. Denki asked if performing well would improve their chances of being chosen by a popular hero. Mrs. Joke confirmed this but reminded them that heroes could only select 2 students, and winning did not guarantee an internship. It depended on their performance and how they handled various situations. She announced that they would have the next 2 weeks off from school and encouraged them to train for the festival's 3 events before leaving. As everyone began to chat and pack up, Izuku, Rumi, and Ryuko headed for the door first, eager to maximize their combat training before the sports festival. Upon opening the door, they were met with a large crowd of students. Rumi expressed her annoyance at the unexpected gathering. A student from Class 1B explained that they were there because Izuku and his friends had gained fame after defeating some villains. Before any argument could escalate, Izuku heard a familiar voice he hadn't heard in years. It was Katsuki Bakugo, glaring at him with intense hostility. Katsuki interrupted Izuku before he could speak, insisting he should never call him by that nickname again, blaming Izuku for everything that had happened. Izuku countered, stating that the events were a result of Katsuki's actions and the actions of others. Katsuki stepped closer, grabbing Izuku by the collar, accusing him of enjoying the thought of being better than him. Izuku's expression hardened as he recalled a vague memory of being surrounded by people with menacing grins. Before Katsuki could continue, Rumi and Ryuko intervened, gripping his wrists and glaring at him. Rumi warned him to leave Izuku alone, while Ryuko growled, her scales beginning to form on her arms. Katsuki dismissed them, but Izuku's hand shot out, grabbing him by the throat, surprising him. Izuku warned Katsuki never to insult his friends again, energy crackling around him. Katsuki managed to push Izuku's hand away, taunting him about his newfound confidence. He turned to leave, threatening to defeat Izuku in front of everyone at the sports festival to prove he was still just a worthless Deku. Watching Katsuki walk away, Rumi and Ryuko seethed with anger at his words. Izuku reflected on their past and vowed to stand up to Katsuki, feeling the power of one for all surge within him. Later, all the girls from Class 1A gathered in Izuku, Rumi, and Ryuko's room. As Mina suggested, they spent some time together. Mina remarked on how much larger their room was compared to the others, while Rumi smiled, happy about the space for their belongings. Ryuko mentioned their bigger bed, perfect for cuddling. Momo asked how everyone's training was going. She shared that she had improved her efficiency in creating items. Mina proudly announced her new technique of using her acid as skates. Tsu mentioned she had learned to use her tongue more effectively in combat, though she wished Izuku would hold back more during training. Rumi explained that their training was intense, often leaving them with bruises or even more serious injuries. The girls looked at her in shock. Rumi reassured them that it was just how they trained, and once they were done, Izuku always made sure to take care of them and show them affection. The girls giggled at this, while Kyoko rolled her eyes, not particularly fond of the romantic sentiment. Then the corner of her eye caught something. It was a small wooden box. She decided to investigate and quietly approached it, opening the lid. Inside, she found a box full of gold. Ryuko noticed this from the corner of her eye, and her slitted pupils narrowed as she instinctively bared her teeth. Before anyone could react, she swiftly shoved Kyoko aside, clutching the box protectively behind her while letting out a low growl. Her dragon instincts compelled her to allow only Izuku and Rumi to touch it. It was hers, and she made that clear with a fierce growl as her nails transformed into claws and scales began to form on her arms. Rumi immediately stepped in, rubbing Ryuko's shoulders in an attempt to calm her down. The other girls looked at Ryuko in confusion, but Rumi quickly explained her behavior. Remember, she's a dragon? Her quirk has passive traits, like an obsession with shiny things, especially gold. It's similar to how she marked Izuku. No matter what happens, even if they break up, she will always love him, Rumi said as Ryuko began to regain control of her emotions. Momo expressed her surprise, noting that she had heard about animal-like quirks causing such strong reactions but hadn't realized how powerful they could be. Rumi shared her own experience, mentioning that it took years for her to manage her instincts, especially when she and Ryuko both had strong urges toward Izuku. Ryuko finally regained her composure and admitted that the wait had been worth it. Rumi blushed slightly, agreeing with her friend. Mina, noticing their embarrassment, teased them by revealing a pair of HNTFFs she had found under some paper, causing Rumi to freeze in shock and Ryuko to feel a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Ochako found their reactions adorable and suggested that Izuku probably enjoyed teasing them. Ryuko confirmed that he did. Toru raised an eyebrow and asked if they ever worried about him cheating. Rumi reassured her that Izuku was demisexual, meaning he was only sexually attracted to them, but they still didn't mind when other girls flirted with him. Momo expressed her surprise at learning about Izuku's orientation, while Tsu noted that it was nice to know he would never cheat. Mina, eager for a break after their intense training, proposed a trip to the beach. At first, Rumi and Ryuko were reluctant, citing the attention they would attract from others. However, Mina cleverly pointed out the idea of seeing Izuku in a swimsuit, which made both women freeze in thought. The image of him emerging from the water, muscles glistening, was enough to change their minds. They both jumped up, excitedly declaring they were going to the beach and rushing off to find Izuku, eager to see him turn into putty at the sight of them. Meanwhile, in the gym, Izuku was hard at work training with his quirks: Float, FA Gene, Smokescreen, and Black Whip. He had only a few days to improve, and he didn't need to focus on danger sense since it was a passive quirk. He practiced by shooting out Black Whip to pull himself forward, kicking off the air to soar higher, and using his abilities to navigate an obstacle course he had set up. After 4 hours of training, wiped the sweat from his face, recalling the kisses he had shared with Rumi and Ryuko before heading to the gym. Just as he was about to move to the weightlifting section, the doors burst open, and both women stood before him with an intense look in their eyes. "Beach now!" they exclaimed in unison. Confused, Izuku could only respond with a bewildered, "Huh." They repeated their demand, insisting on going to the beach immediately. At the beach, Mina, wearing a blue bikini, gazed out at the ocean, feeling the warmth of the sun. They had found a less crowded area, which made it even more enjoyable. Sue, in a white and green striped one-piece, agreed that it felt nice, while Ochako, in an orange bikini adorned with flowers, reminisced about her last beach visit. Suddenly, Kirishima dashed toward the water with a board, shouting about how manly it would be. "You must stretch and put on sunscreen," Ida called out as he chased after them. Soon, almost everyone had arrived, except for one couple, but they soon appeared. Rumi had her hair tied up in a ponytail, reminiscent of how Ryuko often styled hers. She wore a white bikini that had a slight undercut, while a string held it in place. Ryuko sported a bright red bikini with gold and black trim, letting her hair down instead of keeping it in a ponytail as usual. Lastly, Izuku wore black and green swimming trunks and a shirt, carrying everything with his long white and black hair down, styled similarly to his father's. "Good. Now that we are all here, let's set up our part of the beach and get this party started." Toru cheered. Izuku walked over and dropped the 2 coolers he was carrying, while Shoji brought the others along with bags full of towels. "Thank you, Shoji. I could have used my quirk, but I feel like some officer would have gotten angry," Izuku said. "It's no problem, Aizawa. Besides, I like to help my classmates," Shoji replied as he set the items down. "Just call me Izuku, it makes it easier for everyone," he added. Shoji nodded and helped organize their things. As Izuku set up the umbrellas, he noticed Kyoka sitting far away from everyone, wearing an oversized shirt that concealed her body. He told Shoji he would be back and walked over to her. Kyoka felt too self-conscious to join her classmates, sitting apart from them. "Hey, Jiro, are you doing okay?" Izuku asked as he approached her. She looked up and nodded. "Yeah, I'm okay." "Then why aren't you with everyone? You're sitting over here all alone," he said, raising an eyebrow. She looked away, unsure of how to respond. Sighing, he crouched down in front of her. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." "Jiro, talk to me, or I will drag you and throw you in the ocean," he said, wearing a playful grin reminiscent of his father's. Kyoka shivered at the thought, knowing he would likely follow through with it, possibly with the help of his girlfriends. "I'm too self-conscious to go over with them. I don't have the ideal body. I feel like I have nothing to show," she admitted, revealing her self-doubt. Izuku raised an eyebrow at her words. While he may not be attracted to her or any of the other girls, he knew they were all beautiful in their own ways. "I wouldn't say that. Every woman is beautiful in her own way, and that includes you, Jiro," he reassured her. She felt her cheeks warm as she looked at him. "If Rumi and Ryuko didn't tell me you were demisexual, I'd think you were flirting with me," she joked. Nah, I'm not flirting, just being honest. Besides, we're all friends here, so come on and join us for a swim," he said, standing up and offering his hand to help her up. Kyoka sighed but took his hand, standing up and following him to the beach. Once they reached their classmate spot, Izuku removed his shirt, drawing the attention of several girls and some guys for different reasons. Izuku's body was well built, showcasing his years of training. He was lean with dense muscles that were still developing. His physique was a perfect blend of muscle mass and flexibility, adorned with a few scars that some girls found appealing. "Wow. Not gonna lie, Rumi, Ryuko, a part of me is kind of jealous," Ochako remarked before shaking her head and stopping her gaze. Some girls on the beach openly admired him, while others were more subtle in their glances. Rumi and Ryuko, however, were the most obvious in their admiration. "Hey, Izubro, come in the water and join us," Kirishima called out. "Coming," Izuku replied, quickly stretching before taking a step forward, only to be stopped by his girlfriends. Rumi said with a smile, you need to help us put on some sunscreen first. But make sure you get it all over us, Ryuko added, mirroring Rumi's smile. Chuckling, he walked over to their towels, where both girls lay down on their stomachs, ready for him to apply sunscreen. Izuku popped the cap and began to rub it into their backs, which they both enjoyed. As he applied the sunscreen, he admired their figures, believing they had perfect bodies. As he continued, he playfully trailed his hands lower, noticing them tense up. Rumi's ears twitched, indicating her excitement. Deciding to tease them, he created 2 tiny tendrils of his quirk and began to playfully prod them. The sharp gasps from both girls were music to his ears, and he maintained a concentrated smile. It wasn't long before Rumi let out a small sound of surprise, quickly covering her mouth as she felt the tendrils move deeper. The thrill of being in public heightened her excitement, making the moment all the more exhilarating. Ryuko was struggling as well, biting her arm to suppress her reactions as her hips began to shift, wanting more from him. Izuku increased the pace of his black whip, driving them both to the edge of excitement. But just as they were about to fully enjoy it, he stopped, pulling back and lifting his hands from their legs. With a smile, he declared that he was done. They looked at him, their faces flushed and their eyes filled with a mix of frustration and desire. Izuku then used his black whip to lick the ends before it disappeared, leaning forward to whisper playfully that it was payback for blue balling him the other day. He stood up and walked away, leaving them both on the towel, feeling a mix of longing and frustration. Ryuko declared that they were going to confront him that night, while Rumi insisted they needed to act sooner. Meanwhile, Izuku jumped into the water, secretly relishing his small victory over his girlfriends. As he swam, he didn't get far before someone splashed him. Looking up, he saw Tokoyami wrestling with Dark Shadow for causing the splash. Izuku, with a grin, challenged Tokoyami to a playful water fight, splashing a large wave at him. Tokoyami was momentarily submerged before resurfacing, and Izuku couldn't help but laugh, feeling like he was slowly bringing his friend out of his shell. A couple of hours later, Izuku returned from a stand with grilled food for himself, Rumi, and Ryuko. As he walked back, a pretty woman, seemingly a year or 2 older than him, tapped his shoulder. She stood with a group of friends, all looking at him with interest. She invited him to join them, suggesting he could help apply sunscreen. Izuku politely declined, explaining that he was busy with his friends and girlfriends. The woman, undeterred, leaned in slightly, trying to entice him with flirtation. Just as he was about to respond, Rumi and Ryuko appeared, clearly upset. Ryuko partially transformed, her forearms covered in scales, wings unfurled, and her tail slamming down to assert her territory. Rumi glared fiercely, her foot creating a small crater in the ground. They both declared that he was theirs, demanding the woman to leave. The girl hesitated but then shot back an insult, calling them ugly and disgusting. Though they appeared unfazed, the words struck a chord, reminding them of past bullying. Just then, Izuku stepped forward, his eyes glowing green, reminiscent of his father's fierce demeanor. He warned the woman not to insult his girlfriends, his tone dark and commanding. The woman, taken aback by his intensity, quickly gathered her friends and left. Izuku sighed, feeling a mix of relief and frustration. He didn't appreciate unwanted attention on Rumi and Ryuko, and he struggled with that aspect of their relationships. Turning around, he found both of them staring at him, their faces flushed and their eyes sparkling with affection. Before he could speak, they grabbed his arms, pulling him toward a private changing room. They insisted on spending time together, dragging him inside. Izuku was taken by surprise as they kissed him, their enthusiasm evident. He realized they were not going to let this moment pass, and he decided to embrace the situation. Afterward, Izuku stood up and stretched to loosen his muscles. He crouched down to stretch his legs and lower back, cracking his back to relieve tension. Kirishima, watching him, remarked on how impressive it was that he could do the splits, noting that it wasn't typical for guys. Izuku explained that his teachers had encouraged flexibility to ensure he didn't rely solely on his quirk strength, contemplating whether to tie his hair up or leave it down. He considered starting to learn how to stretch like that, as he usually trained solely to become stronger and build stamina. It was good advice, But he knew it wouldn't always be enough. He would also need to learn strategies and how to fight because one day, he might encounter someone he couldn't simply outpunch or outlast. Kirishima looked at Izuku with admiration, seeing him in a new light. He thought how manly Izuku seemed. Izuku couldn't help but feel a bit awkward at the compliment. It wasn't really manly, just common knowledge. They both walked into the waiting room with the rest of their class, where Izuku was immediately greeted by Ryuko and Rumi, who hugged him tightly. After years of watching the sports festival, they were finally going to participate in it. Ryuko expressed her excitement about the event, hoping they would all make it to the finals and have the chance to fight. Izuku declared that they better make it to the finals because he was planning to win. Rumi smirked, determined to win and finally beat him now that he had a better handle on his quirk. Ryuko giggled, recalling how Rumi used to win their spars, but since Izuku had gained one for all and learned to control it, he had been winning more often. Izuku teased Rumi, suggesting she might want to grow taller so he could see her better. In response, she playfully punched his stomach, but he braced himself, absorbing the blow without flinching. Rumi vowed to get back at him, her glare heated. In a sudden move, Izuku playfully grabbed her cheeks and kissed her, leaving her wide-eyed and blushing. He assured her he would hold her to her promise of revenge before turning away to talk to Tokoyami. Rumi grumbled about his teasing, feeling flustered as she looked away, her ears drooping and her foot tapping in frustration. Ryuko pointed out that Izuku loved to tease her, and Rumi acknowledged it, feeling conflicted about her reactions. Ryuko giggled, suggesting that Izuku's teasing was payback for a past incident at the beach where Rumi almost got them caught. Only Rumi and Kyoka heard this, causing Kyoka to blush deeply as she tried to shake off the memories. The event began with Present Mike energetically welcoming everyone to the sports festival, announcing that some students had survived a real encounter with villains and had even fought them off until backup arrived. The crowd erupted in cheers. Present Mike introduced Class 1A, who walked out confidently, heading for the field in front of the podium where they were instructed to stand. Next, he introduced Class 1B, the other aspiring hero candidates. Although they hadn't fought villains, they had proven themselves worthy of being in the heroics course. The crowd cheered, but it was clear that Class 1A received the louder response. Present Mike continued with the support course, praising the students for their crucial role in helping heroes fight villains and survive. The support course walked out, receiving a quieter cheer. As the management and general studies students were introduced, the crowd's response was modest, which disappointed some of them, especially one ash-blonde student who felt frustrated. Present Mike then announced Midnight as this year's announcer and referee, prompting cheers from the crowd, though some of the guys received playful punches from their girlfriends for their wandering eyes. Midnight greeted everyone warmly and quickly got to the point, acknowledging that the audience was eager to see the sports festival in action. The crowd cheered even louder. She called for words of encouragement from this year's representative, Izuku Aizawa. Initially surprised, Izuku was nudged forward by Ryuko, grumbling as he made his way to the stage. All Might appeared beside him, offering encouragement with his signature smile. Izuku appreciated the support, mentally preparing himself. Walked up to the stage, where Midnight whispered good luck to him. He returned her gesture with a small smile before facing the massive crowd of over 100,000 people. He had trained for this moment, eager to show the world that he was All Might's successor and that the future was in capable hands. Izuku began his motivational speech, acknowledging the struggles they faced since All Might's passing. Crime had increased, and society had developed a troubling fascination with powerful quirks, often looking down on those without them. He spoke of the hard times Japan and the world were experiencing, with villains growing bolder, but he emphasized that they would not be deterred. It was their duty to stand up against these threats and demonstrate that they were not afraid. The crowd cheered, rallying behind his words. Izuku echoed Yoichi's sentiments, reminding everyone that the world wasn't just sunshine and rainbows. It was a harsh and unforgiving place, and no matter how tough one might be, it could bring anyone to their knees if they allowed it. No one could hit as hard as life itself. However, it wasn't about how hard one could hit, it was about how hard one could be hit and keep moving forward. It was about resilience and determination. That was how victory was achieved. If someone knew their worth, they needed to pursue it, but they had to be ready to endure the challenges without blaming others for their circumstances. Those who did were not true fighters. The crowd erupted in cheers, their excitement palpable. Izuku understood that what he was about to declare was risky and would place immense expectations on him, but he felt compelled to do it. The world needed a new hero, and he had promised All Might that he would be his successor and protect those in need. He declared that the world would soon be in their hands, and he vowed not to disappoint them. Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, he proclaimed his commitment to rise to the challenge of becoming All Might's successor. The crowd, caught up in the energy, continued to cheer, not fully processing his words. Izuku shouted with enthusiasm, and the crowd echoed his call, their voices blending into a powerful chant. As he stepped off the stage, Midnight took over the event's proceedings, announcing the first challenge, the obstacle course. Endeavor watched with a critical eye, skeptical of Izuku's ambitions. He muttered to himself, questioning Izuku's claim to be All Might's successor. Hawks approached him, attempting to lighten the mood, but Endeavor was not in the mood for jokes. Hawks, unfazed, continued to tease him, prompting Endeavor to glare in his direction, which only made Hawks chuckle. The signal to start the event rang out, and both heroes focused on the field as the competitors surged forward. Todoroki took the lead, freezing the ground beneath him as he sprinted ahead. However, Izuku quickly used his black whip to propel himself past Todoroki, followed closely by Rumi, who leaped from wall to wall. Katsuki attempted to soar over the competition but was unexpectedly knocked down by Ryuko in her dragon form, who accidentally swiped him with her tail. Endeavor's gaze was particularly sharp on Izuku, given his earlier declaration. Meanwhile, Hawks remained contemplative, aware that the higher-ups wanted him to recruit Izuku to work under him. While he would consider it, he was determined not to drag Izuku into a difficult situation, especially since he himself was already under scrutiny. Present Mick's voice boomed, welcoming everyone to the Robo Inferno. Izuku faced the towering zero-pointers, readying himself for the challenge ahead. He sprinted forward, utilizing 10% of his power while preparing to strike the nearest zero-pointer. He had initially intended to use one of All Might's signature moves to honor him, but he realized he needed to forge his own path rather than simply mimic his predecessor. With determination, he unleashed a powerful attack, calling it Ragnarok Smash. His fist, coated in black whip, struck the zero-pointer with a force that was both impressive and calculated. The punch, while only at 20% power, was enhanced by his training, allowing him to deliver a blow that felt even stronger. The zero-pointer absorbed the impact, its structure crumbling under the force. Izuku smiled, continuing to sprint ahead, leaving the others behind as he approached the second obstacle. Rumi, determined not to be outdone, shouted her intent to catch up with him. Ryuko flapped her wings vigorously, trying to gain an advantage as they approached the canyon zone. Both Izuku and Ryuko took to the air, flying over the obstacles. Rumi, frustrated, spotted a platform to land on and launched herself forward, gaining speed. She soared through the air, landing on Ryuko's tail to propel herself even faster. As Izuku navigated the course, he felt Rumi's presence behind him. She shot past him with a confident smirk, challenging him to keep up. A competitive spark ignited within him, and he responded playfully before launching himself forward with a burst of speed, using his abilities to gain distance. He soared ahead, but as he landed, he noticed suspicious lumps on the ground. His instincts warned him to avoid them, and he leaped into the air, using float to glide over the potential traps. Rumi, however, was not as fortunate. She landed on one of the lumps, and the sound of a click triggered her instincts to jump, but she was caught in the ensuing explosion. The announcer declared their arrival at the minefield, the tension rising as the competitors faced the next challenge. Izuku Aizawa was in the lead, about to cross the finish line, with Rumi Usagiyama close behind her. Ryuko Tatsume and Katsuki Bakugo were racing neck and neck for third place. Katsuki, frustrated, shouted at Ryuko to get out of his way as he unleashed a powerful explosion, propelling himself forward. Ryuko glared at him, recalling a past incident involving Izuku. As Izuku spotted the tunnel ahead, He pushed himself to go even faster and soon crossed the finish line. The announcer declared that Izuku Aizawa had come in first place, with Rumi Usagiyama in second. Turning to Rumi, he noticed her panting slightly but wearing a triumphant smirk. He stepped forward and embraced her, congratulating her on a job well done. Rumi playfully remarked that she wouldn't be able to keep her promise if she hadn't performed well, and she gave him a quick peck on the cheek. Izuku responded with a gentle kiss on her lips, which made her ears flop back in. Delight. The announcer then announced Katsuki Bakugo as the third-place finisher, with Ryuko Tatsume just half a second behind in fourth. Izuku and Rumi turned to see Katsuki glaring at them, his anger palpable. He stormed off, vowing to get revenge in the next round. Izuku's expression darkened as he felt a surge of energy, lightning crackling around him and Black Whip coiling around his arms, ready for action. Ryuko, noticing his intensity, pulled them back to focus. She complimented their performance, and Izuku reciprocated by giving her a quick kiss as well. Just then, Midnight interrupted, announcing that only the top 40 students could proceed to the next event and that it was time to spin the wheel. As she spun the wheel, anticipation filled the air. When it finally stopped, she declared that the next event would be Cavalry Battles, with the first-place winner earning 1,000,000 points. Izuku felt the weight of everyone's stares but met them with a confident grin, activating One for All and radiating an aura reminiscent of All Might. Some of the heroes in the stands, having met All Might, felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from Izuku, reminding them of the legendary hero. Hawks observed from a distance, contemplating whether Izuku could truly prove himself as All Might's successor. Izuku couldn't help but smirk at the mixture of fear and determination on the faces around him. All Might encouraged him to continue showcasing his power and to uphold the mantle of protection for everyone. Izuku promised himself that he would make his mentors proud as he looked toward Rumi and Ryuko, who rushed to stand beside him. Rumi declared that they would be on his team, and Ryuko nodded in agreement. Izuku expressed gratitude and noted that they needed one more member. Spotting Tokoyami, he approached him, and Tokoyami, recognizing the call to join, agreed to be part of their team. Izuku outlined their strategy. Tokoyami would use Dark Shadow to disrupt opponents and snag headbands, while Rumi would support from the left and help them gain altitude. Ryuko was encouraged to practice her transformation and, if necessary, to unleash her dragon form. They aimed to avoid confrontation for as long as possible, anticipating that Bakugo or Todoroki's team would likely target them. Rumi raised a concern about their defense if they were surrounded. Ryuko suggested that Izuku could use his ability to fly, lifting them all into the sky to evade danger. Izuku liked the idea and emphasized that they needed to survive for 15 minutes without losing their points. As the countdown began, Present Mike rallied the crowd, and chaos erupted as teams charged at Izuku's group, eager to claim the 1,000,000 points. Izuku activated Black Whip, creating a protective barrier as he prepared to defend his team against the onslaught. The ground shattered, sending a massive shockwave and debris towards 7 different teams racing towards him. This level of destruction scared off all but 2 teams, Bakugo's and Todoroki's, who were determined to pursue him. Izuku activated his float quirk, and with Rumi and Ryuko, they shot into the air, wrapped securely by Black Whip to prevent any falls. Their rapid ascent startled the enemy teams, but Bakugo gritted his teeth in frustration and unleashed a powerful explosion, propelling himself after them, disregarding the impact on his own team. Izuku glanced down, narrowing his eyes, and raised his arm to perform a Delaware smash finger flick. Anticipating the attack, Bakugo shot an explosion to evade it but was struck hard by another smash, sending him hurtling towards the ground. Thanks to his quick reflexes, he managed to save himself and land back with his team. Fuming, Bakugo glared at the sky where Izuku and his team hovered. Before he could launch another attack, he noticed his headband was missing. Looking around, he spotted another team fleeing from him. "Sorry, General Studies student, but only us Hero Corps students will make it to the next event," Monoma said with a smirk. Veins bulged on Bakugo's forehead as he seethed with rage. He demanded that the 1A students move aside so he could confront the other team. Kirishima tried to interject, but Bakugo snapped at him to be quiet, determined not to let anyone stand in his way. Mina and Shiro exchanged glances, contemplating forfeiting to spite Bakugo and ruin his chances of advancing. Meanwhile, Izuku's team flew a distance before landing, but before they could regroup, ice shot out and surrounded them. Turning, Izuku saw Todoroki and his team racing towards them. "Get ready, he's not going to stop attacking us," Izuku warned, as Black Whip wrapped around his arms, forming tendrils ready for combat. Todoroki unleashed another wave of ice, but Izuku countered with a Detroit smash, catching Todoroki off guard with the speed of his attack. Thinking quickly, Todoroki created an ice slide, diverting his team to dodge the incoming strike, but this left him vulnerable as Dark Shadow loomed overhead, aiming to strike. Momo quickly conjured a shield to block the blow, though the force nearly shattered it. Denki, seeing this, sent a bolt of electricity, but Izuku used Black Whip to absorb the energy. "Sorry, Popsicle, but you won't defeat us," Rumi declared, kicking Ida away and breaking the formation, leaving only Denki and Momo to hold him back, with Momo struggling under his weight. Dark Shadow then struck Denki in the stomach, causing him to double over and fall to the ground. Momo fell as well, but before Todoroki hit the ground, he constructed a small tower of ice to cushion his fall, now waiting for his teammates to recover. Izuku displayed the headband he had taken from Todoroki, wrapping it around his neck before his team moved on, leaving the others behind. Gritting his teeth, Todoroki observed Momo, who was nursing her shoulder, while Ida and Denki attempted to get back on their feet. "Ryu Izawa?" he muttered, a small puff of flames escaping from his left side before he quickly extinguished it. Hawks leaned against the railing, watching the unfolding events with a smile as Izuku and his teammates dismantled every opposing team. "You're really living up to your declaration. Now let's see what else you can do," he mused, but his phone interrupted his thoughts. Sighing, he answered, "Yes? Have you made contact with him yet?" A voice inquired, devoid of emotion. "No, I haven't. They are in the middle of the second event, and I'm watching him take down a team from Class 1B, Hawks replied. "Ensure that he interns under you. We need him to work for us, given that he is All Might's successor. If our theory is accurate, we need to explore how his quirk functions and see if it can be transferred to someone more suitable," the president of the Hero Association instructed. Hawks narrowed his eyes at the suggestion, questioning how a quirk could be transferred. "How do you explain that both Paragon and All Might possess destructive quirks capable of leveling buildings with a single punch? We've also found records of other heroes with similar powers," the voice continued. Hawks couldn't deny the validity of the claims. He had witnessed Izuku's punches destroy zero-pointers and his use of black tendrils to attack and maneuver. "Send him an offer to intern under you. We'll ensure that yours is one of the few that gets through, number 2 hero," the voice concluded before going silent, leaving Hawks to ponder the implications. "Izuku Aizawa, if you do intern under them, I won't let you become one of the association's pawns," he vowed to himself as he continued to observe the second event. Ryuko transformed her right arm into its dragon form, blocking a strike from Tsu. Before Tsu could retract her tongue, Ryuko seized it tightly. "Sorry, Tsu, but only Izuku can do that. And Rumi if she wishes," she said with a smirk, tugging hard and causing Tsu's team to fall to the ground and get disqualified. Team SI is down. Only Team Aizawa, Todoroki, Bakugo, Shinso, Monoma, Kendo, and Tetsu remain on the field. And you all only have 60 seconds left. Instantly, everyone glared at Izuku's team, but before they could react, a huge explosion erupted in one area, sending Monoma flying before he landed on the ground without his headband. Team Monoma was down. Izuku turned his gaze and saw Kendo and Todoroki racing toward him. He noticed that Ida's legs were emitting small flames, and his danger sense was warning him of an impending threat. Izuku quickly thought on his feet and unleashed a massive cloud of thick purplish smoke while urging his team to fall back. His danger sense flared again as he spotted a hand reaching for him from the other direction. He swiftly grabbed the wrist to stop it, but then a large hand came toward him. Rumi saw this and planted her foot into the ground, using her other leg to halt the hand's advance effortlessly. Kendo was astonished by Rumi's strength, realizing she had stopped the attack with ease. Todoroki declared his intent to win as he moved in, sending a wave of ice toward Ryuko, encasing her legs and rapidly lowering her body temperature. His hand then reached for Izuku's headbands while Momo kept Dark Shadow at bay. Izuku activated Black Whip, which enveloped his body before shooting out into hundreds of small tendrils that thrashed in every direction. Todoroki's team was battered, and he had to unleash a massive amount of ice at Izuku to try and counter the attack and protect the few points they had earned from defeating other teams. Kendo, unfortunately, was not as fortunate. With both her hands occupied, her entire team was overwhelmed and sent to the ground, losing their points. Izuku retracted the tendrils, panting in exhaustion. That attack drained him significantly, serving as a last resort for situations like this when he was surrounded. 20 seconds. Izuku urged his team to move, and they all responded, though at a slower pace due to Ryuko's freezing condition. Once they exited the smoke, they spotted Todoroki's team in the distance, stranded since Ida's legs were spent from the last attack. Bakugo charged at Izuku, explosions erupting around him as his team raced after him. Izuku warned Rumi to cover her ears as he prepared to unleash his power, green and white lightning crackling around him. Rumi flattened her ears to block out as much noise as possible, knowing she needed to help support Izuku. Bakugo changed his stance and began to spin, readying his attack. Izuku cut off his quirk just as Bakugo launched an explosion into the sky, landing and sliding a short distance due to his momentum. The announcer revealed the results of the second event. Team Aizawa took first place, retaining the 1 million point headband. Team Bakugo secured their points back in second. Team Shinso placed third, and Team Todoroki ended up in last. Cheers erupted from the crowd, and Izuku noticed Ojiro raising his hand to speak, but Ryuko grabbed his hand, shivering from the cold. Izuku nodded and, without hesitation, picked her up in a bridal carry, heading toward the tunnel to find a more private spot to help warm her up. Rumi followed closely behind, knowing they needed to act quickly to prevent Ryuko from entering hibernation. Present Mike announced a break for everyone to stretch, eat, and prepare the field, while interviews with the staff and heroes would fill the time until the third and final event began. 15 minutes later, Izuku, Rumi, and Ryuko entered the cafeteria to grab some food. Ryuko had warmed up enough to be safe, wearing both Izuku's and Rumi's jackets for extra comfort. Rumi expressed her hunger as they waited in line, her ears flopping down in annoyance. Izuku reassured her that they would eat soon and that lunch would likely have some carrots for her. Rumi perked up at the mention of carrots, her foot tapping excitedly on the ground. As they moved forward, Ryuko hugged Izuku again, seeking warmth. Izuku joked about her cuddly nature in public, to which Ryuko responded that she was cold, he was warm, and she loved him. She added that she didn't mind if others stared because they were all together. After finally getting their trays of food, they sat down at a table with Ochako, Mina, Toru, Momo, Kirishima, Tokoyami, and Kyoka. Toru asked who they thought would be in the first match, and Izuku explained that the matchups were randomized and revealed only after the break. Momo confirmed this while enjoying her quadruple-portioned meal. Rumi remarked on Momo's impressive appetite, to which Momo shyly explained that her quirk required her to consume a large amount of food for it to function properly. Izuku suggested that Momo might try denser meals or lighter meals packed with nutrients, prompting Momo to share that she had tried the latter without much success but hadn't yet experimented with the former. Momo smiled as she considered her plan. She decided to try it after the festival to ensure she could test it safely. She thanked Aizawa for the idea. Izuku responded with a light-hearted tone, suggesting everyone call him by his first name, as it was easier for everyone. Kirishima, eager to join the conversation, asked what he could do to improve. Izuku suggested that Kirishima should have someone strike him repeatedly to build his defense and work on maintaining his hardened state for extended fights. Kirishima expressed his gratitude enthusiastically. Mina chimed in next, excitedly asking for advice. Izuku recommended that she practice shooting more acid and train her body to produce it consistently, similar to the attack he used in the smoke cloud. Momo commented on how terrifying that attack was, to which Izuku apologized, noting that they had been enemies at the time. Ochako smiled, remarking on how nice it was to see everyone getting along despite their past conflicts. Izuku agreed, affirming their friendship. As they continued their meal, Izuku noticed Todoroki approaching him, but before Todoroki could reach him, another figure caught his attention. A familiar voice called out, asking if he had a moment. Izuku turned around, his eyes widening in surprise as he recognized the number 2 hero of Japan, Hawks, standing before him with a friendly smile. Izuku stammered in shock, trying to contain his excitement, which amused Rumi and Ryuko, who knew how easily he got flustered. Hawks assured him that he could just call him by his first name and expressed his desire to invite Izuku to intern under him. Izuku's eyes widened even more at the offer, and Hawks confirmed that he saw great potential in him. He emphasized that it was entirely Izuku's choice, and he wouldn't hold it against him if he declined. However, Hawks had one last piece of advice. He urged Izuku not to join the association. Izuku felt confused until he recalled a previous invitation from a member of that group. Hawks encouraged him to keep showcasing his strength before walking away. Suddenly, Izuku called out to him, asking for an autograph. Hawks chuckled and signed his notebook, impressed by the detail Izuku had put into studying his quirk. As Hawks waved goodbye, Izuku couldn't help but smile, thrilled that the number 2 hero had offered him an internship and given him an autograph. It was a remarkable day for him. Later, Izuku sat with Rumi and Ryuko, waiting for the first round of matches to be announced. Rumi expressed her annoyance at the delay, and Izuku agreed, feeling the same frustration. Just then, Present Mix's voice boomed, announcing the first fight, Katsuki Bakugo vs Ochako Uraraka. Izuku's expression turned serious upon hearing Bakugo's name, recalling the aggressive nature of his classmate. Memories of past encounters began to surface, causing him concern. Determined to warn Ochako, Izuku stood up and made his way through the crowd, searching for her. When he finally found her, he called out to get her attention. She greeted him with curiosity, preparing for her upcoming fight. Izuku warned her about Bakugo, explaining that he was more than just aggressive, he was capable of causing serious harm and would make it seem like an accident. He urged her to be cautious. Ochako felt a blush creep onto her cheeks but pushed her feelings aside, grateful for Izuku's warning. He nodded, leaning in to whisper that Bakugo had excellent fighting instincts and could react purely on instinct. After patting her shoulder for support, Izuku headed back to the stands where Rumi and Ryuko were waiting. As Ochako stepped onto the stage, the sight of tens of thousands of spectators made her nervous. However, she soon spotted 2 familiar faces in the stands, providing her with a sense of comfort. They were her parents, cheering happily at seeing her reach this stage. Ochako wiped a tear of joy from her eye, steeling her resolve as she faced her opponent, who was stomping toward her with a fierce scowl. Tiny explosions erupted from his hands, signaling his readiness for battle. Midnight asked if both fighters were ready, her gaze lingering on Bakugo, sensing the intensity in his eyes. He snapped back, demanding that the match begin without delay. Narrowing her eyes, Ochako maintained a professional demeanor, suppressing her anger as she cracked her whip and declared the match to start. Before she could react, Bakugo unleashed a powerful explosion, propelling himself forward and striking her in the stomach. The force of the blast sent her flying across the ring, and just as she was about to collide with the wall, someone caught her. Izuku dashed forward, using his body to shield her from the impact. However, the force of the stop sent them crashing through the wall. Concerned, he looked down at her, noticing her shirt was torn and her injuries were evident. She winced in pain, clutching her stomach and lower chest, where burns marked the aftermath of Bakugo's attack. Embarrassed, Izuku quickly wrapped his jacket around her for modesty before lifting her and heading to the infirmary. Back in the arena, Bakugo walked back to the stands, unfazed by the boos from the crowd. He shouted that Ochako was too weak, dismissing their reactions. In the infirmary, Izuku laid a very red Ochako on the medical bed as Recovery Girl began her work. She couldn't meet his gaze, feeling exposed and vulnerable. After hearing that she would be okay but would need some time to heal, Izuku left the infirmary. As he walked back to the stands, he noticed Mina and Aoyama engaged in their match. Frustration bubbled within him as he clenched his fists, feeling the energy of Black Whip and lightning coursing around him in response to his anger. He thought about making Bakugo pay for his actions. In the distance, he spotted Bakugo, his eyes glowing with determination as he glared at his rival. Kirishima, with a bright smile, expressed his excitement for the upcoming fight, mentioning he had hoped to spar with Izuku. Rumi chuckled, acknowledging their friendship but reminding him that this was not a sparring match. As the match began, both fighters stared each other down, waiting for the signal. Kirishima hardened his arms and charged forward, while Rumi shot ahead, delivering a spinning kick to his arm. The impact sent him back, but he quickly anchored himself by slamming his arm into the ground. As he regained his footing, he saw Rumi coming down with an axe kick. He raised both arms to block her strike, feeling the ground crack beneath him and the strain on his bones. Despite the pain, he pushed through and attempted to punch her, but she deftly jumped back, analyzing his strengths and weaknesses. He was a tank, capable of absorbing damage and delivering powerful blows, but his maneuverability and speed were lacking. Rumi thought about how she could use the situation to her advantage as the ground beneath her shattered and she shot forward. Kirishima ducked under another kick and attempted to punch her, but Rumi grabbed his arm, twisting her body to kick the side of his head with her heel. If he hadn't hardened his head at the last moment, he would have been knocked out. He winced in pain, realizing that without his hardening ability, he would have been in serious trouble. Rumi moved back in, feinting before dropping to the ground to sweep his feet from under him. She then dropped her elbow onto his stomach, but he hardened it to absorb the blow. Gritting her teeth from the pain, she jumped back to gain distance and shake off the discomfort in her arm. She acknowledged the impact of her last attack, noting that while Kirishima appeared fine on the outside, her strikes had taken a toll on his insides. Taking a deep breath, she reminded herself to keep her excitement in check. Gran Torino and Izuku's father had often warned her that her love for battle could cloud her judgment, something Izuku frequently exploited during their sparring sessions. As she assessed Kirishima, a plan began to form in her mind. Suddenly, she shot forward, appearing to aim for his head, but at the last second, she changed her trajectory and kicked the side of his knee. Kirishima grunted in pain, gripping his knee, but Rumi moved in for an elbow strike. He hardened his head and raised his arm, but she swiftly used her flexibility and speed to kick him in the same knee again. Kirishima fell to one knee, his right leg too hurt to move after the blows she had delivered. Seeing her chance, Rumi attempted to axe kick him again, but Kirishima reacted faster than she anticipated, grabbing her leg and stopping her attack. He declared that he wouldn't go down easily, tightening his grip. Rumi grinned and reminded him of her strength, playfully suggesting that she could easily overpower him. With a swift jump and spin, she slammed her other leg against his neck, bringing him down and applying pressure to his arm. Kirishima gritted his teeth, feeling the strain on his arm and neck from her powerful hold. It didn't take long for him to start seeing stars as his vision blurred from lack of air. After a few more seconds, he tapped out, darkness creeping in at the edges of his vision. Present Mic announced Rumi as the winner of the third round. She helped Kirishima to his feet and patted his shoulder, complimenting him on his performance and encouraging him to keep training to overcome his weaknesses if he wanted to be a hero. As she walked away, Kirishima coughed and acknowledged her words. Rumi happily took her seat next to Izuku, kissing his cheek and leaning against him with a smile. Izuku praised her performance, kissing her forehead and giving her a side hug. Ryuko puffed her cheeks, but before she could protest, Izuku pulled her into a hug as well, making her smile and snuggle against him. A few more matches passed in the last half hour, with Tokoyami defeating Yaoyorozu, Ito winning against Tatsume, and Todoroki triumphing over Shiro. The last match, Ryuko vs Kaminari, was less thrilling, as Ryuko simply absorbed an electric shock, grew a tail, and knocked him out of the ring, leaving her frustrated with the lack of excitement. Now it was time for the final match of the first round. Present Mic announced the matchup: Izuku Aizawa vs Shinso Hitoshi. Izuku jumped out of the stands and walked toward the ring, noticing the purple-haired student approaching from the general studies section. As they stood facing each other, Izuku felt a strange familiarity with Shinso, reminiscent of his own experiences with sleep deprivation and his father when his mother didn't drag them to bed. Izuku shuddered at the memory of the last time he and his dad tried to sleep in sleeping bags, recalling the terrifying glares from Emi, Rumi, and Ryuko. Midnight asked if both fighters were ready, and they nodded. Shinso kept his hands in his pockets, maintaining a calm demeanor. Then the match began. Shinso remarked on how nice it must be to have such a powerful quirk without the daily struggles. Izuku's eyes went blank and he slouched forward, realizing too late that he had fallen under Shinso's influence. With a grin, Shinso commanded him to walk out of the ring. Izuku's body obeyed, turning away and heading toward the edge. Present Mike shouted in confusion about Izuku's actions, while Rumi and Ryuko urged him to fight back. Inside, Izuku panicked, desperate to regain control of his body. He focused on his quirk, hoping it would respond. Outside, tiny wisps of lightning began to arc around him, indicating that his quirk was still active. With determination, he summoned Black Whip, anchoring himself to the ground just 3 feet from the edge of the ring. Shinso, noticing the change, urged him to leave the ring, but Izuku's body remained anchored, refusing to move. Black Whip began to coat one of his fingers with electricity, a surge of lightning crackling around it. He focused intently, preparing for his next move. With a swift flick of his finger, Izuku unleashed a powerful blast, utilizing 60% of his strength, which left the audience in awe. The force of the wind surged through the stadium, pushing spectators in the first 2 levels back against their seats. Shinso, caught in the blast, was propelled out of the ring but managed to grab onto a nearby tile, holding on tightly. As the wind settled, Izuku stood confidently, his head slowly turning towards Shinso. In that moment, he exhibited a fierce determination that would make his father proud. His long white and black hair stood on end, and his eyes glowed with a mix of green and white energy, reminiscent of his father's power. With a sudden burst of speed, Izuku appeared before Shinso and delivered a powerful punch to his stomach, sending him flying out of the ring and crashing to the ground. Izuku offered a piece of advice, reminding Shinso that relying solely on one's quirk wasn't enough. Even the strongest heroes needed to train in various areas to succeed. He recalled All Might's words about the importance of balance in training, a lesson that had cost his mentor dearly. The announcer's voice boomed through the stadium, declaring Izuku the winner with an impressive comeback, showcasing his incredible strength. Izuku chuckled softly before turning away and making his way back to the stands, where his girlfriends greeted him with joyful hugs, celebrating his victory. However, his gaze caught Bakugo's, and the two exchanged a fierce glare filled with rivalry before Izuku turned away and jumped into his seat. The announcer continued, energizing the crowd as he announced the next matchup, Katsuki Bakugo vs. Rumi Usagiyama. In his seat, Bakugo wore a dark grin, eager to prove himself once again, especially against Izuku's girlfriend. Meanwhile, in Class 1A, the sound of metal creaking echoed as Izuku gripped the armrest tightly, his anxiety palpable. He focused on Rumi, his concern evident as he urged her to be careful, his eyes filled with intensity. Rumi reassured him with a bright smile, expressing her confidence in winning and their shared goal of reaching the finals. She leaned in to kiss him before heading off, leaving Izuku with a small smile. Despite the warmth from her and Ryuko, worry lingered in his mind, especially after witnessing Bakugo's earlier display against Ochako. Rumi and Katsuki stepped onto the field, both glaring at each other with intense anger and resentment for different reasons. Rumi's feelings stemmed from the pain Katsuki had caused Izuku, which had left her friend with deep mental scars. Katsuki, on the other hand, was furious that Rumi, who was dating Izuku, had brought happiness into his life when he believed Izuku should be alone. As they faced each other, their glares were so fierce that it seemed they could pierce through steel. Midnight observed them, feeling a bit anxious as she had a good idea of Rumi's intentions, while Katsuki's next move was a mystery to her. She asked if both fighters were ready, but neither responded, they only intensified their glares. With a commanding voice, she declared the match to begin. Katsuki was the first to act, unleashing a massive explosion. However, Rumi reacted quickly, leaping to the side. She kicked the air with enough force to halt her momentum, then propelled herself toward him. Katsuki spun around and fired an explosion, but Rumi deftly maneuvered over it, preparing to axe kick him. Katsuki blasted himself backward just in time to evade the strike. Skidding back, he created a smokescreen with another explosion, hoping to use it to his advantage. As he moved through the smoke, he sensed something approaching and quickly turned, releasing a powerful explosion at what he thought was Rumi, only to realize it was a tile from the ring. The smoke cleared, revealing Rumi had managed to sneak in and deliver a hard kick that sent Katsuki flying. He clutched his side in pain, feeling the impact crack his ribs. As he regained his footing, he noticed Rumi's narrowed eyes, signaling her readiness for the next round. Katsuki charged in, and when Rumi aimed a kick at him, he seized the moment to unleash a blinding flash of light. Rumi was temporarily blinded, allowing him to land a punch to her stomach, accompanied by an explosion that sent her sprawling. She struggled to regain her vision, only to be met with another explosion that struck her face and upper body, causing some damage to her clothing but leaving her dignity intact. In the stands, Izuku gripped the armrests of his chair so tightly that they snapped under the pressure. Ryuko quickly reached over to calm him, and he felt a bit of relief from her touch. Back in the fight, Rumi finally regained her sight and feigned ignorance, allowing Katsuki to approach before she kicked his forearm, breaking it. Katsuki yelled in frustration as an explosion erupted, sending him backward while Rumi advanced, ready to finish the fight. Katsuki unleashed a barrage of explosions with his remaining arm, but Rumi used the smokescreen to evade them and sneak to his side. He grinned darkly and swung his arm, releasing an even larger explosion. Rumi managed to dodge most of it, but it clipped her head, tearing off half of her right ear. With determination, Rumi retaliated, her leg striking Katsuki with tremendous force, breaking his other arm and sending him flying out of the ring. The announcer declared Rumi Usagiyama the winner, and the crowd erupted in cheers. As the smoke cleared, it became evident that Rumi was injured, missing part of her right ear. Izuku's grip shattered the armrest as he focused on Katsuki's unconscious body lying on the grass. Later, Izuku asked about Rumi's condition, worry etched on his face. Recovery Girl reassured him that she would be okay, having healed most of her injuries, but unfortunately, she couldn't reattach her ear due to the damage. Izuku and Ryuko quickly entered the room where Rumi lay sleeping, bandaged and resting. Ryuko rushed to her side, holding her hand with concern. Izuku sat beside her, feeling a surge of anger at what had happened to her. Rumi stirred, slowly opening her eyes to see Izuku and Ryuko beside her. She groaned, mentioning her headache. Izuku smiled gently, relieved she was awake, while Ryuko teased him about being too nice. Rumi, still groggy, asked how badly she had defeated Katsuki. Ryuko confirmed it was significant, and Izuku added that she could have been even tougher. Rumi agreed, expressing her frustration at Katsuki's actions. As they shared a light moment, Rumi noticed something was off with her right ear. She reached up, feeling the bandages, and realized the extent of her injury. She noticed that half of her ear was gone. She asked what had happened to it. During her last attack, Bakugo had executed a last-minute explosion that she dodged, but it had clipped her ear and hair along with her cheek. Ryuko walked over and grabbed a handheld mirror before showing Rumi. Her upper right ear was missing, and her hair was cut down to just above her shoulder. Light red coloration marked her face, showing the healing burns and cuts from the explosion. Rumi felt a bit of sadness as her ears drooped slightly. Izuku immediately noticed this and decided to distract her. He moved forward, gently cupping her chin and kissing her with so much love that it made her toes curl. After a few moments, he pulled back and smiled, telling her she was still as beautiful as ever. Ryuko chimed in, agreeing that Rumi was just as beautiful as before, and she gently pecked Rumi's cheek. Rumi felt better and thanked them both. The announcer's voice boomed, declaring that Tokoyami had beaten Ishido, and the next match was Ryuko Tatsume versus Tenya Ida. Both Izuku and Rumi looked at Ryuko with blank expressions, and she confidently declared she would take him down. She then turned to Izuku, reminding him that he still owed her a kiss. He playfully rolled his eyes, teasing that he might just want to give his chocolate bunny more kisses. Rumi narrowed her eyes, and Izuku heard a subtle growl from her. Chuckling, Izuku stood up and walked over to her, gently cupping her chin and lifting it to kiss her with the same love and passion he had shown Rumi. A couple of seconds later, he pulled back and noticed a glint in Ryuko's eyes. He leaned down again, hovering his lips over hers, making her whine at the lack of another kiss. He encouraged her to win the match, promising something special for her that night, and whispered that he would show her how well he could tame her, playfully nipping her ear. Ryuko let out a sound of excitement at his words, feeling a surge of determination. She stood up, heading to the ring with the intent to end the match as quickly as possible. Her instincts demanded nothing less. Rumi commented that Ryuko would likely destroy her opponent and demand a victory celebration afterward. Izuku laughed, acknowledging that he knew. He then asked Rumi how she was feeling. She admitted her head and arm hurt but felt fine otherwise, hoping to rest enough to fight him after his match with Todoroki. If she felt good enough, he looked forward to their fight, but if not, he assured her he would understand and ask his father to set up a competition between them. A tiny smile appeared on her face at that, and she expressed her hope to fight him here. The announcer declared that Ryuko Tatsume had beaten Tenya Ida with just a simple tail swipe. Izuku decided to start running, hoping to hide from his dragon girlfriend, but he barely got 5 feet down the hall before Ryuko called out to him with a fanged grin. Rumi watched as Ryuko dashed down the hall at incredible speed, followed by the sounds of a tussle and a door slamming shut. Rumi reassured herself that Izuku would be fine, recalling that Ryuko wouldn't go too far, but then she remembered both of them were still in heat and thought he would manage. 20 minutes later, Izuku emerged from the student bathroom, having been pulled in by Ryuko, who had insisted on satisfying her desires. He walked down the hall toward his seat, believing he had heard the announcements correctly about a 30-minute break due to Ryuko's destruction of part of the ring and wall. As he continued walking, he turned a corner and saw Endeavor standing at the end of the hall with his arms crossed and eyes closed. Izuku ignored him and kept walking. Although Endeavor had become nicer since becoming the #1 hero, he still had a reputation for being difficult. Just as Izuku was about to pass him, Endeavor spoke, expressing a desire to talk. He opened his eyes and looked down at Izuku, who was only a couple of inches shorter than him. Endeavor acknowledged Izuku's strength and speed, noting that he could easily defeat his opponents but still lacked experience. Izuku was aware of this and responded accordingly. Endeavor continued, stating that because of this, his son would defeat Izuku. He urged Izuku to give it his all and push his son to his limits. Izuku replied that he intended to give it his all, but he wouldn't push his opponent just because Endeavor told him to, as that would go against his principles as a hero in training. He observed how Todoroki behaved, noting that he was very quiet. Whenever anyone mentioned fire or his heritage, he would become visibly upset. Curious, he wondered when Izuku would get to the point. Izuku mentioned that it wasn't his business since Todoroki wasn't his friend actually, he wasn't anyone's friend in the whole school. Whatever had happened had turned him into that version of Endeavor. With that, he walked away. Watching Izuku leave made Endeavor chuckle softly. It had been a long time since someone had stood up to him without fear, despite his intimidating presence. The announcer, Present Mike, hyped up the crowd for the last match of the rounds before the semifinals and finals, announcing the matchup of Izuku Aizawa versus Shoto Todoroki. Just before they entered the arena, they heard Ms. Joke's voice encouraging Izuku, telling him to do his best. Izuku's face flushed with embarrassment as he glared at the window where she waved at him with a bright smile. He muttered under his breath about the timing of her encouragement before looking up to see Todoroki's cold, expressionless face. Midnight, observing the two fighters, smirked and asked if they were ready. Izuku took his fighting stance while Todoroki raised his arm, prepared to attack. With the signal to fight, Todoroki launched a massive glacier of ice at Izuku, hoping to end the match quickly. However, Izuku countered with a powerful punch, shattering the ice into countless fragments. He looked at Todoroki, unimpressed, and taunted him about his lack of effort. Angered, Todoroki sent another wave of ice, but it too was destroyed. Izuku charged forward, and seeing him approach, Todoroki attempted to create a wall of ice. In a surprising move, Izuku used his black whip to maneuver around the wall and launch himself at Todoroki. As Todoroki tried to form more ice, Izuku struck him hard across the face, sending him flying across the ring. Izuku calmly approached him, stating that he preferred to stay out of others' business but felt compelled to take a more hands-on approach with Todoroki. Todoroki, frustrated, spat out a tooth and demanded to know what Izuku was talking about. Izuku criticized him for complaining about using his quirk while simultaneously relying on it, pointing out that he was not giving his all. Todoroki glared and sent another wave of ice, but Izuku swiftly countered and flew over him, coming down with force. Todoroki attempted to retaliate with ice, but Izuku struck his shoulder, breaking his arm. Izuku then kicked out, hitting Todoroki in the side and causing several ribs to crack. He remarked on Todoroki's reliance on overwhelming power and his failure to think strategically, drawing a parallel to his father's approach. With a final blow, Todoroki was hurled out of the ring, groaning in pain. Izuku urged him to reflect on what it truly meant to be a hero before walking away, catching sight of his father in the crowd, who nodded in approval. The announcer declared Izuku the winner. The crowd erupted with excitement as the final 3 fights of the day were about to begin. The matches included Izuku Aizawa vs Ryuko Tatsume and Fumikage Tokoyami vs Rumi Usagiyama, leading to a final showdown between the winners. Izuku stretched, trying to ignore Ryuko's predatory grin as she suggested they make their match more interesting. She proposed that the winner would take the dominant role in their relationship that night. Izuku chuckled, recalling how Ryuko had once preferred to be dominated. They agreed on the stakes, and as they waited for Present Mic to start their match, Izuku reflected on how far they had come. They had transformed from bullied kids to competitors in the semifinals at UA, striving to prove their strength. Ryuko leaned against him, expressing that the only thing she would change about their journey would be to meet him sooner. Izuku smiled and kissed her forehead, wrapping his arm around her waist, ready to give it their all in the upcoming fight. Izuku declared that they were opponents fighting to see who was stronger. Ryuko agreed, emphasizing that he should not hold back just because she was a girl and his girlfriend. If he didn't give it his all, she would be upset. He responded that the same applied to her. They stood together, waiting for Present Mic to announce the match. When he called for them, they shared a quick kiss before walking to opposite sides of the arena. As they faced each other, Izuku raised his arms in preparation, while Ryuko extended her claws and let scales cover her arms. Midnight observed them and, with a crack of her whip, signaled the start of the match. Izuku activated 10% of his power and appeared before Ryuko, who blocked his kick, feeling the impact resonate through her bones. She countered by rushing forward and attempting a slash, but Izuku dodged and aimed a quick jab. Ryuko anticipated it, catching his arm and delivering a swift kick to his stomach. Izuku staggered back from the blow, then used Black Whip to grab her arm and pin it to the ground. He spun around to execute a drop kick, but Ryuko blocked it with her other arm and unleashed her tail to swipe at him. Sensing the danger, Izuku jumped back, releasing a cloud of smoke to obscure her vision. Ryuko, with a grin, commented on how she had to rely more on her transformation to compete with him. Izuku noted that her dragon form was her strongest, while he focused on speed and heavy strikes. Ryuko began to transform further, scales covering her throat as she prepared to unleash flames. A massive wave of fire erupted from her mouth, engulfing the smoke in hopes of forcing Izuku into the open. However, he shot out Black Whip to clamp her mouth shut. As he descended, he aimed an axe kick at her head, but she transformed fully, using her wings to create a gust of wind that pushed him back. Izuku quickly kicked the air again, using Black Whip to pull himself closer. Ryuko reacted by slamming the tendril down, trying to stop him, but he surprised her by breaking the tendril with a powerful strike. His kick landed squarely, sending her flying back, but she managed to dig her claws into the ground to halt her momentum before swinging her tail to knock him away. Izuku slid back but regained his footing just in time to see Ryuko charging at him. He slammed his foot down, creating a fissure that caused her to lose balance. Seizing the opportunity, he attempted another kick, but she blocked it, feeling the pain in her hand from the impact. Realizing her hesitation, He coated his arm in black whip and launched a tendril like a javelin. The attack struck her head with tremendous force, causing her to stagger. Despite the disorientation, she focused back on Izuku, acknowledging his unexpected tricks. Izuku explained that he had prepared strategies for their fight. Ryuko admitted defeat as her legs gave way, unable to see straight. Midnight announced Izuku as the winner. Ryuko shrank back to her normal form, staring at the ground to keep herself steady. Unbeknownst to her, Izuku approached and gently lifted her in a princess carry. Embarrassed and surprised, she called his name. He smiled, stating that his golden princess deserved to be carried to the infirmary, especially after the match. Ryuko blushed and snuggled against him, her body vibrating in a happy growl as she enjoyed his warmth. She expressed her love, to which he replied that he loved her even more, and her vibrations intensified. Meanwhile, Rumi watched the match with a smile, acknowledging that she didn't expect Ryuko to win. However, she was determined to give her all in her upcoming fight, having waited too long for this opportunity. Just as she prepared to rise, her phone rang, and she was surprised to see it was Gran Torino calling. She wondered what he wanted, teasing him about being an ancient fossil. Gran Torino mentioned that he was the second oldest person around, prompting a question about who the oldest was. Nizu then appeared from the ceiling, claiming that he was the oldest, recalling the time he and his servants created the universe. Rumi turned to Nizu, trying to gauge whether he was serious or just playing around. Nizu assured her that he wasn't joking, stating that it was Izuku's job to mess with people, while his own was to annoy others. He took a sip of tea, defying gravity as he remained upside down. Nizu then announced that he had to return to his usual antics and playfully addressed the audience, suggesting they should find something better to do. With that, he vanished back into the ceiling. Rumi was left bewildered, questioning what had just happened. Gran Torino, recalling his own unsettling experiences with Nizu, reassured her that it was best not to dwell on it. He then expressed his desire for her to intern under him. The atmosphere shifted as Midnight, filling in for Present Mike during an emergency break, excitedly announced the next match. The crowd erupted in cheers as she declared the final match before the finals, Fumikage Tokoyami vs Rumi Usagiyama. Both students emerged from the tunnel, taking their positions in the ring and adopting combat stances. Dark Shadow emerged from Tokoyami, ready for battle, while Rumi's feet cracked the ground beneath her as she prepared to launch herself forward. Midnight cracked her whip to signal the start of the match. Rumi dashed toward Tokoyami at incredible speed, swinging her leg in an attempt to strike. Dark Shadow managed to retract just in time to absorb the impact. Tokoyami grunted in pain as he was pushed back, quickly sending Dark Shadow to block Rumi's incoming axe kick. With a fierce grin, Rumi executed a spinning kick that connected with Tokoyami, sending him reeling. As he attempted to summon Dark Shadow again, Rumi wrapped her legs around his and twisted, driving him into the ground. She jumped back watching his still form, waiting to see if he would recover. After a moment of silence, Midnight declared the match over, announcing it as a quick yet thrilling fight and moving on to the finals. The crowd leaned forward in anticipation as Izuku Aizawa made his entrance, locking eyes with Rumi, who was brimming with excitement. She had been training hard for this moment, eager to face Izuku in an official match rather than just sparring. Izuku felt a similar thrill, reminiscent of his previous fight against Ryuko. He paused, a small smile forming on his face as he thought about the challenge ahead. Rumi, with a fierce grin, echoed his sentiment, and as she shouted to start the fight, the ground cracked beneath her. She launched herself forward, spinning to add force to her kick. Izuku ducked under her attack and jumped back to create distance. Rumi, undeterred, charged again for another kick, but Izuku anticipated her move, stepping in to grab her thigh and halting her strike while delivering a knee to her gut with a fraction of his power. Caught off guard, Rumi coughed as she regained her composure, realizing that Izuku had read her attack. She unleashed her Luna Ring, using her powerful legs to spin and kick, but Izuku dodged and countered with a quick Ohio smash to neutralize her assault. After her attack, Rumi propelled herself at him with an axe kick, which he blocked before countering with a jab to her stomach. The force sent her back, but she quickly recovered, launching herself at him again. Izuku ducked, using Black Whip to propel himself back to avoid her next strike. He executed a 15% Detroit smash, but Rumi evaded and charged at him. Izuku raised his arms to defend, but she altered her trajectory mid-air, landing a kick to his head. Stumbling back, he was met with another kick that sent him flying across the ring, where he braced himself against the ground. As Rumi soared toward him, bouncing off the debris, Izuku summoned green and black lightning around his leg, preparing for his next move. With a powerful shout, he brought his leg down, creating a wall of arena debris. Seizing the opportunity, he leaped up and surprised Rumi with a Detroit smash to her stomach as she cleared the wall. Rumi soared through the air, a smile spreading across her face as she engaged in an exhilarating battle with Izuku. They exchanged powerful kicks, their legs colliding with a force that reverberated through their bodies. Rumi executed her signature move, the Kagaya Crescent, twisting her hips to maximize her kick's impact. Izuku powered up to 18%, countering her strike, and they were both sent flying in opposite directions, landing heavily on the ground. The crowd erupted in cheers, captivated by the intensity of the fight. Rumi and Izuku charged at each other again, blocking each other's high kicks with impressive agility. Rumi quickly gained the upper hand, leaping into the air to deliver a spinning backward kick. Izuku raised his arm to block but was propelled backward, quickly kicking the air to halt his momentum. He then used his Black Whip to slingshot himself forward, landing a solid kick to Rumi's side, followed by a massive smoke cloud that obscured her vision. Rumi scanned her surroundings, her ears alert. Just as she sensed movement, she dropped to the ground, narrowly avoiding a flying kick. In a swift motion, she twisted her body and landed a strike on Izuku, sending him sliding across the ground. He looked up at her, their eyes locking, his glowing green and hers bright red. In that moment, they both understood that this next attack would determine the outcome of their battle. Rumi crouched low, flexing her leg muscles to launch herself with maximum speed. Izuku's danger sense flared, warning him of the impending threat. He cranked his power up to 20%, hoping to gauge her strength accurately, knowing that miscalculating could lead to significant pain. They stared each other down, waiting for the slightest movement. Rumi's ear twitched, and then boom, a massive explosion erupted, the air cracking with the force of their unleashed power. In an instant, they found themselves where the other had just stood. Izuku's shirt bore a large tear, and a deep purple bruise marred his chest and stomach from Rumi's kick. Rumi wasn't faring much better, with a significant tear on her stomach and bruises forming rapidly. They both stood their ground for a moment longer, but Rumi's body gave out first, collapsing to the ground unconscious. Izuku soon followed, succumbing to the blunt force trauma. The announcer's voice boomed through the arena, expressing disbelief at the outcome. They both knocked each other out, but Izuku Aizawa remained conscious just a moment longer, securing his victory. Hawks chuckled, commending the young hero. He hoped Izuku would join him, promising to help him improve his skills. With that, he turned and walked away, preparing for the possibility of Izuku's future arrival.